What's going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video here in one of my favorite places on earth, Yellowstone National Park. Just over here, I think this is called the Black Sand Pool. Just a nice little thermal feature that a lot of people don't find. Okay, I'm over here by Old Faithful. Give y'all some of the view back there. And I just ducked off down this little trail, as I love to do, that like not a lot of people go down, and it ends up close by this here. And it's been making some noises like it's about to go off or erupt or something, and it never does. But I want to turn the camera on, shoot a video, and I wanted to talk about a topic that like is big to me, and I hint at it every now and then, but I don't think I've done a video. Maybe years ago I did a video on it, but it is a thought that gives me so much peace, and I think it could do the same for a lot of other people. Hold on, it's bubbling again. Is it about to go? I don't even know if this goes. That may be all it does. This ain't a geyser, Tim. That might be all it does. It's still beautiful. Anyway, the thought I wanted to talk about today is the fact that in life, there is nothing you have to do. Wait. Hang in there. I know your brains are already coming up with a million things, right? This is why this is such an important thing to ponder, such an important thought to ponder on, is because it goes so against everything we've been taught. But in life, there is nothing you have to do. At the end of the day, if you just wanted to sit down in a spot and never move again and just sit there and waste away, you could. And there would be nothing wrong with that because there's nothing you have to do. Now, real quick, I will say there are things you probably should do, or things that each one of us have decided for ourselves we should do. You know, I'm a big believer that you should help your fellow man. If I had a family, you know, if I had kids or a spouse, I feel like I should be there for them. You know, part of the reason I do these videos is I think it's important to try to, oh, there is another something over here. I think it's important to try to motivate, you know, my fellow human beings to live the best life they can. That's why we're doing this video. Oh boy, look at this. A little heat coming off of that. You fall down in there, that'd be your last skinny dip. I promise you that. That's nice and cool though. I like that. I like that. So I definitely think there are things that maybe you should do, but there's nothing you have to do. Now, why do I think this is so important? I think it's important because we are programmed to believe that there's so much in life we need to be doing. Okay? And I think most of it starts in school. You know, people say I harp on about public schools being indoctrination camps and all that, but it's true. I firmly believe that. If you look at a child, if they have a decent childhood, most of the stress that comes in their life starts in like kindergarten, preschool, first grade. That's when all the stress starts, because that's when you start learning about the things you should do in life. That's when they start teaching you about getting a good job and going to a good school and all this other stuff. Before that, all you just wanted to do was like eat, sleep, play. And there's nothing wrong with that. I feel like if we kept that mindset into adulthood, we'd all be so much happier. But we get programmed to believe there's so much we have to do. And even if we have a good life, even if we're comfortable, a lot of times that feels like it's not enough because we think there's so much we should be doing that we're not doing. I like to think about our ancestors. They didn't have, you know, all this stuff we have now. Our ancestors way back in the day, it was just about survival. It was about having access to the resources you needed to survive. All you had to do was survive and you were okay. You got up, you went and found food. You had a shelter built. When you were tired, you slept. When you're hungry, you ate. And then you just, you know, hung out with your friends and family and did fun stuff. This concept of having to be successful or having a good career or having the right size house in the right gated community and all this other stuff didn't mean nothing. This ideal of having to have a piece of paper that says you're educated didn't mean nothing. You want to learn something, you found somebody who knew it and you shadowed them. You want to learn how to hunt, you followed a hunter. You want to learn how to gather, you followed a gatherer. It was all about survival and enjoying yourself. But as we've progressed as a society, we've got to the point where for a lot of us, survival isn't enough, being comfortable isn't enough, there has to be more. This is abnormal, okay? This is an abnormal mindset. It makes no sense. It seems normal to us, but it makes no sense. And the only time people really stop and understand and appreciate, you know, the comforts they have or the friends and family and loved ones they have is when something bad happens. I've been watching a lot of people on the news, sadly, losing a lot in floods and wildfires and hurricanes, tornadoes. And you'll notice these people get brought back to like the right mindset. You go through something like that and you lose a lot or you lose it all. You'll hear people say, hey, I'm just happy, like I survived, my family survived. That's how we should live each day. Realizing there's really nothing to do or nothing we have to do. You don't even have to survive if you don't want to. But, you know, most of us hopefully want to survive. And it's really, for a lot of us, survival isn't that hard. Surviving on a certain level is. And I know somebody right here is like, Tim, I don't just want to survive. I want to do, you know, more. And I get that. And if you honestly and truthfully want that for yourself, and that's on your list of things you should do, cool. I'm not knocking anything anyone is going after. I just want people to realize those are things you've put on your own list that you want to do. Those aren't things you need to do. Those are things you want to do. The problem is a lot of us on our need to have a list of need to do's that aren't even things we want to do. That's the problem. If you want to be an overachiever and do all this stuff, cool. Some people, that's how they get through life. Cool. But for a lot of us, we don't want that. But we're chasing that or trying to live that, you know, I need to do this, I need to do this, I need to do that, just because we've been programmed and society has told us that. And we would much rather be doing stuff like I'm doing now, like walking in the woods pointlessly. Like there's nothing other than me making this video. The rest of my day is me just going to be wandering around looking at stuff. A lot of people would say that's doing nothing. I would agree. But that's what I want to do. There's nothing else to do. You know, once you really realize, and if it takes a while to deprogram yourself. But once you realize that a lot of the stuff that people around you are doing or people are telling you need to do means nothing and it's not something you have to do. Once you realize you don't have to have any title, you don't have to have the big house, you don't have to have the big car. Once you realize that you can literally spend your life doing the little silly, dumb hobby stuff you want to do, you know, as long as you have the money to do it. Or, I mean, like, hey, let's just break it down. There's a lot of people out there who are like living homeless because that's what they want to do because they don't want to have to like make a ton of money. You may not go that extreme, but you can kind of do like I did and get your bills super low so that you can kind of live a much more laid back lifestyle where you don't have to work that much. You know, I was doing seasonal work, working 4 months, taking 2-3 months off, work another 3 months, whatever. You can design a life free from all this I need to do, I need to achieve, and then you can just make as much money as you need to make to do the things you want to do. But once you can wrap your head around the concept of there's nothing I have to do, wherever you're at, just stop and realize if you wanted to, there's nothing else you have to ever do. Every action you take beyond this moment should be things you want to do. Even if that's, say you have kids. You're getting up and going to work to take care of your kids. You may not currently like your job, and we've got lots of content on this channel about how to change that, but we're going to do more. But you want to take care of your kids, so you're doing something that you really don't want to do something you want to do. So it's a want to do. It's not a have to do, it's a want to do. At the end of the day, there's nothing you have to do. And there's nobody can tell you there's something you have to do. As long as you're surviving and hopefully enjoying yourself, you're good. And I love talking about that, and I hope I've explained it well. And I think it takes, I don't know if one video is enough to really like get it, but like, I know for me, it is so freeing. I know that is one of the things that like I ponder on if I ever start just feeling too worked up. Oh, I came out back at the road, cool. If I just start feeling like too worked up, and I just start feeling like I'm getting overwhelmed, I just stop and I tell myself, Tim, there's nothing you have to do. And is this stuff you're getting overwhelmed about stuff you want to do? Because none of it is need to do. It's want to do. And if it's not something you want to do, why are you worrying about it? Do what you love. Enjoy your life. There's no rules. You're not, I personally don't believe that, like, when you die, you're not going to end up in a line somewhere and they're going to scrutinize you about the career you had or the degree you got or the car you drove or all this other stuff. Or how beautiful was the man or woman you dated or all this other crazy stuff. How much money you got in the bank. No one's going to care. If anything, if there is any scrutiny, and I don't think there is, I think it'll be based on, like, what did you do for your fellow man? Did you take care of your responsibilities? Things like that. Nobody cares. Other humans care. Nothing else cares. The animals don't care. The trees don't care. It doesn't not rain on you because you're not doing things you need to do. The sun shines on everybody. There's nothing you got to, let go of all that stress. Let go of all this stuff you feel like you need to achieve and success and all that. Just figure out what you want to do. Figure out how you want to live your life and do that. And just enough other stuff to get the other want tos, fulfilled on your list. Once again, this is a topic very dear to me. I hope I've explained it well. If you want to debate it, let's talk about it in the comments. If you have any questions, hit me up. My socials are below. I'm going to go do a little more pointless exploring and enjoy my day. Talk to y'all later. What's going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video, and I got good news and bad news, folks. The good news is, this video is for anyone who's currently going through something in life. And the bad news is, pretty much all of us are currently going through something in life. So this video is for everybody. And in this video, I wanted to talk about a tactic I use to try to, like, calm myself down when I'm going through something and it, is one of those things that seems to keep lingering on and is threatening to rob me of my positivity and my joy and my happiness. This is a tactic I use to get over that. And what I tell myself is that each and every day is a day closer to the day when whatever I'm going through goes away. Because everything you go through in life, ladies and gentlemen, goes away eventually. Eventually. This too shall pass. That's the saying we hear a lot, but it is true. There is a day, sometime in the future, when whatever you're going through is going to go away. And each and every day that you live and deal with it and get through, having that issue, that problem, each and every day is a day closer. And for a lot of things, we don't know when that day is. Okay, some things in life we kind of know, eventually, hopefully this will happen, this will go away. We maybe have a timeline. But a lot of things, and usually the things that really get to us the most, are the ones that we don't have a timeline. We don't know when it's going to go away. But if you just keep dwelling on the fact that every single day you live and every single day you endure takes you closer to that day when it goes away, it keeps you from just, like, drowning in just despair. Okay? Like if you spend all your time just over, how we do. You're going through something and that's all you think about. Day in and day out, every time you get a free moment, it's like, oh man, this sucks. I hate my life right now. This is horrible. If you do that, you'll end up, like, drowning in your own despair, and, like, every day will be a horrible day. However, if you dwell on the fact that every day takes you closer to ultimately that day when it goes away, that gives you, like, hope. That gives you, like, joy. That's a happy prospect, as opposed to just dwelling on negativity day in and day out. Hey, how y'all doing?
How you doing?
Pretty good. Because sometimes we forget that, like, everything does go away. Some stuff, sadly, some stuff, I gotta say it, some stuff, sadly, it might be that ultimate go away. it might be that ultimate go away, but nothing lasts forever. But if you think about it, how many times in life, folks, have we been going through something and then just, like, one day it just changed? One day it just went away. Maybe it was some type of health issue we were dealing with, couldn't get it figured out, and then just one day you look back and you're like, wait a second, what happened to that thing I had it just went away? Okay, maybe you're having an issue with the person, they move away. Or, somebody at the job, they quit or they get fired. So many different things in life just fix themselves. If we look back at, last year, now we're still dealing with a lot of the stuff from last year. We ain't out the woods yet by any means. But a lot of the things we were super worried about last year fixed themselves. A lot of things we were super worried about last year, some laws were put in place or other things happened that just kind of fixed themselves. And last year, a lot of us were worried about things that ultimately, when they were solved, put us in a better position than we would have been in before. That happens in life too. I'm a firm believer that the things we go through in life and suffering in life is kind of there for a reason. I know that sounds crazy. When I initially started thinking along those lines, I was like, oh, I don't know if I like that. Maybe this is just mumbo jumbo hippie talk. But the more like I started thinking about it, I really think like a lot of the suffering we go through in life is there for a reason. It's there to teach us a lesson. It's there to help us appreciate the good days. Because I mean, just think about it. Just think about it. If every single day on this planet was a beautiful, wonderful day and you were never going through anything, you would get so bored. We would be so bored. After about 7 years, 7.5 years of that, we would just be bored. We'd be over it. If you knew every single day was going to be a beautiful, great day, I know from our standpoint, because we know what suffering is, we're like, no, I'd love it. No. If you had no suffering, there was, you know what I mean? There was nothing bad ever happened. You would get so bored because you would know what everything would be like. You know what I mean? Like every day would kind of like you. And I always say this too. Who knows that if maybe not the first humans who were put here, it was like that. If you believe something put us here, maybe it was like that. Every day was beautiful. There was no pain. There was no suffering. And maybe we just wouldn't, you know, maybe it didn't work. You know, we just kept like, you know, jumping off cliffs because we got so bored. Who knows? For whatever reason, we're here. There are things that happen to us that we're not going to be thrilled about. They're going to cause us pain and suffering. The beautiful thing, though, is that they all pass away. Okay? This horse over here, y'all see this? Is dead set on like getting out of this fence. As long as he gets out when I'm gone. But everything passes away. Nothing is permanent in this life. And every single day takes us closer to the day when whatever we're going through goes away. Actually, every single minute, every single hour, every single, what's the increment of time shorter than a day? Every afternoon, it takes us closer to the day it goes away. Because there is a solution to every problem. And here's the thing, excuse me, what we struggle with a lot in life is that as humans, we like to know all the answers. So a lot of times what we're going through, you know, it's causing us, you know, issue. But what really is bothering us is the fact that we don't know the solution. So we start, when we can't imagine a solution, we start imagining like all these other horrible, bad things that could happen on top of it. Like we feel like we always have to know the answer. If we don't know the answer, then we can't say to ourselves, okay, this will be okay one day. Because our brain, if you say to yourself, just naturally, if you say to yourself, oh, this is going to go away one day, part of your brain goes, how? But you got to get past that. I'm trying to get myself past that. I just tell myself that, you know, I know a few things in life, but there's so many things I don't know. I don't even know I don't know. You know what I mean? So there are probably millions of solutions to any issue I'm going through. We look at things through the lens of like human understanding and human knowledge, which is very limited in the universe. This grass over here probably has more understanding and knowledge than us humans. We don't know. It's been here longer, probably. Seen all this. So like we like to look through things through limited human knowledge and understanding. And if with our limited human knowledge and understanding, we can't see a fix. A lot of times we're like, oh, it's helpless. It's hopeless, excuse me. It's hopeless. Never gonna end. But no, everything ends. Everything ends. One day it goes away. There's always some type of solution. Even if, because there will be things in life that we have to deal with our whole life. There will be some things. Will be some things that we have to deal with our whole life. But even that's not permanent, which is great. I mean, imagine you were going through, you know, a terminal illness, but like you never died. You know, and not to say that anybody wants to go through a terminal illness, prayers to anyone in their family going through something like that. But I'm just saying, just imagine our suffering lasts forever. That would be even worse. So, you know, I know a lot of people get, you know, squeamish when I talk about death, but like at the end of the day, even that's a blessing sometimes. A lot of people have family members, loved ones that they were kind of happy when they moved on to their next existence because of what they were going through. So nothing is permanent in this life. Anything you're going through either will be solved while you're alive or be solved when you die. Most of them will be solved while you're alive. And a lot of them will be solved next week, month from now, tomorrow, 6 months from now. But we just got to stop dwelling on what it is we're going through. Because a lot of times we can endure whatever is happening right now. We can take the pain, we can take the suffering, whatever right now. But it really gets bad when we think forward. Oh man, I don't want to be dealing with this next month. I don't want to be dealing with this forever. I don't want to be, what I mean? We're looking forward. But if we live in the moment and realize, yeah, this sucks, but I can deal with it, and I can still have a level of happiness while I'm dealing with this, that'll help us get through it. Because all you really have to do is endure today. All you really have to do is endure today, deal with it today. Try to be as happy, live in the moment as much as possible with whatever you're going through today, right now. And every single today that you endure it is taking you closer to the today where it goes away. And if we focus on that's a hopeful thought. My behavior today, my endurance today, because what can't be cured must be endured until it's cured. My endurance today is going to help me get to that day when it goes away. The way in which I endure, because you have to endure it either way, right? You have to endure it either way. But instead of being down and like just overthinking and dwelling on it, get hopeful. Just realize that, every second of every hour of every day is getting you closer to that time when you won't have to deal with it anymore. Because that day is coming. You don't have to know when, you don't have to know how. Just know that day's coming. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna wrap this video up. That was something that was just really, on my chest, on my heart. It's been something I've been using a lot lately. Sometimes people say, Tim, how do you stay so happy? How do you stay so positive? Stuff like that. I have to keep running it through my head. Some days more than others. Some days not as much, but some days I have to keep running through my head. Hey, this is just a day closer. This is just an hour closer. It's gonna go away one day. Anyway, I'm gonna do a little more walking around, just taking a little hike, taking in some nature. Hope this video was helpful. If so, please drop me a comment in the comment box, say what you think. If you have any thoughts or mindsets you use to help yourself endure, I'd love to hear them as well. Talk to y'all later. Of course, as I start to make the video, I come across a pretty icy patch right here. We're gonna navigate this though. I'm gonna do this live. I'm gonna do this with y'all. If I fall, y'all can send help. Well, we got it. Ooh, okay. We got it. Hold on. Whoa. Okay, we're up. Okay, we're good. Okay. What is going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video. Out in nature once again. A lot of the snow and the ice is starting to melt here in Bozeman, Montana, so I'm able to get back out and do some walking. Don't have to just be in town walking around the city streets. Out in nature today, actually on a trail I've never been on before. One of the things I love doing is exploring new trails. I like my feet to touch parts of the earth it's never touched before. Super exciting, and I really don't know where this trail leads, so we will find out together. But I did want to turn the camera on, take y'all with me, and I wanted to talk about one of my favorite topics. A topic that I've already talked a lot about, but I'm gonna keep talking about. You're gonna get tired of me talking about it, but I think it is so important. I think it is so important that I will risk some of y'all unsubscribing because I talk about it so much. And that topic is abundance. Abundance. A-B-U-N, dance. And the reason I just love talking about this topic is because in the 3 or 4 months since I've started trying to really bring about abundance in my life and believing in abundance, I've already seen a change. I've already seen it change. And that's crazy for you to try something for 3 months and it already have like changed your life, right? So there are two mindsets in this world. There's an abundance mindset and there's a scarcity mindset. Now, if you don't know which mindset you have, you probably have a scarcity mindset. Because everything in our lives, everything in the world around us, television, movies, radio, internets, our friends, our family, pretty much everything we come in contact with on a daily basis, billboards, you know, anything, tweets, anything, tells us that there is lack in this world. Tells us that we live in a world where there's not enough and you probably won't get none. Not enough money, not enough love, not enough happiness, not enough resources. You know, not enough water, just everything you can think of. We get constantly bombarded with messaging that says there's not enough of it and you aren't good enough to get your share. Constantly, you know. Now, when we're born, we don't think like this. We don't believe like this. Before all the programming gets in our heads, when we're younger, we think we can do whatever we want. We think we can have whatever we want. You know, if you don't believe this, try taking a toy from a baby. You know, you damn near have to like take that toy and like throw it out in the yard and lock the door, or the baby's gonna go after the toy. The baby has no concept of I can't have. The baby has no concept of I can't do. It's gonna try to do whatever it wants to do, which is good because that's why a baby wants to learn to crawl, then learn to walk, and then learn to talk. You know, because it's just, if it comes across something, it's gonna try to do it. If it sees something it wants, it's gonna go after it. And this is good. Now, the older we get, the more this attitude gets tempered. Okay, the more people start telling us things like, you can't have anything you want. You know, you can only be certain things. All right, sometimes we have people who tell us that like in our faces, you ain't never gonna be nothing. You know, but most of it is like societal programming. It's very subtle, but it likes to tell us that you can't do this, you can't do that. You can't have this, you can't have that because of where you're born, because of how you look, because of your gender, your skin tone, whatever. There are just certain things you can't have, certain things you can't do. And we, you know, especially at a young age, we don't know, like when you're young, you don't know like how this thing works. So you just take in what people tell you. You're just taking the messaging and it starts to program your mind. By the time we get older and we kind of start to see how, you know, this universe is working, how this world works, there's just so much programming there that we just continue to buy into it. Okay, and we just get like a scarcity mindset. We just really start to believe we're not good enough. We really start to believe we can't be what we want to be, that we can't have certain things. Because that's what we've been told all our life. I mean, think about it. When you were a kid, I'm sure there was a job or profession or career that whenever they asked you, you said, ooh, I want to be that. Astronaut, firefighter, stripper, I don't know. There was a profession that you said you want to be. Then as you got older, for some reason, you just suddenly decided you couldn't do it, or weren't going to do it, or weren't going to pursue it. Okay, maybe you thought it was too hard. Maybe you thought you weren't smart enough. For whatever reason, you just decided this wasn't the profession for me, even though for 10, 15 years you want to do it. Why? Because some programming told us we couldn't do it. And like I said, it's very subtle, so you don't realize it. But by the time we reach adulthood, most of us have this idea that just certain things can't come into our lives, or certain things we just can't be. But there's really no facts to support this. And this is what the abundance mindset is all about. If you can get it through your head that there's no facts to support that you can't have whatever you want, or you can't be whatever you want, then you can go after it. But as long as you believe, as long as you have that scarcity mindset, as long as you're looking at the world through lack, you're not going to put in the work. You're not going to do the things you need to do. Or even worse, like, you're not going to be open to accepting those things if they come to you. You know, and that's what's like mind-boggling once you start to realize, is that there's a lot of things that, like, I feel like the universe, it's like, it takes two, okay? And when I say universe, folks, if you want to plug in God, the source, the creator, whatever, but the universe will help you. There's a helicopter overhead. The universe will help you get whatever you want in life. But if you believe you can't have certain things, you're not even gonna like be open to receiving it if the universe sends it your way. It's kind of like getting a package in the mail. The UPS man can bring the package to the door, but if you have to open the door and bring the package inside, Okay, there can be 10,000 packages on your front porch, but until you open the door and say, oh, I got a package out there, let me go get it, they're just gonna sit out there. So a lot of times there might be blessings and opportunities that the universe has brought into our lives, or is trying to give to us. But if we have this scarcity mindset and we really believe that, like, oh, that'll never happen for me, I can never do that, you're not gonna take the steps, whatever opening that door is in your life, you're not gonna take the steps to open the door and go get it. So you're never gonna get it. And it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more you say, oh, I can never do that, I can never have that, the more you're not gonna have it, the more you're not gonna do it. Okay, the only way to get the things you want in life, or to bring the things you want in your life into your life, is to realize that they can come into your life. And the crazy thing is, at the same time we're getting this messaging that says, you can't do that, you can't have that, we also get shown examples of other people who are getting, who are having, who are living the lives they want to live, who have these abundant lives. But for some reason we think, oh, these are special people. You know, they've got some type of, you know, special skill, they're smarter than me, they're prettier than me, they got a better background than me, they're just like touched, blessed people. I'm not one of those people. But this is not true. This is not true. I guarantee if you see any person who's living the life you might want to live, or has the things in their life that you want, they have their struggles. They have things about them that society told them would keep them from being able to tap into the abundance of the universe. They will tell you that they didn't just, you know, grow up and just have it super easy. They had to work for it. But one thing that separates them from a lot of us is that they just believed. Okay, they just realized the universe is abundant. Okay, there is an infinite amount of resources and money and love and happiness and joy. All those things we want in our life, there is an infinite amount of it. Like, why would there be a limited amount of anything? Who does the limiting? I mean, just think about this. Why would there be a limited amount of anything in this universe? Who would do the limiting? The Creator's not going to do it. God's not going to do it. Okay? Now, humans, we try to limit who can have what and who can do what, but we're just humans. Okay, there are things in this universe more powerful than us. The universe is set up in a certain way. It acts a certain way. I personally don't feel like when the Creator designed the universe, he, she, it made it so that there's limits. It's abundant. It's abundant. And here's the thing too. Even in our own lives, we all have examples of things that just came into our life. Nothing we did. I mean, if you really want to break it down, anything that comes into your life, you know, we didn't have total, we didn't play the total part in bringing it in. You know, so many things have come into our lives and we were just like, oh, okay, cool. It just kind of happened. It just kind of happened. Why can't that just happen with the things you really want? You know, why can't that happen with everything? You know, we just have this scarcity mindset, this limiting mindset, and we're always like, oh, well, that good thing might have happened, but that kind of means that this other good thing can't happen too. You ever had that, like, 2 good things happen to you and you get scared because you're like, oh, something bad has to happen now? No, 3 good things can happen to you. 20 good things can happen to you. Like, we have these crazy, like, ideas about how the universe works. You know? People say things like bad things come in 3, but then you expect only 1 good thing to happen to you. No, there's no limit on how many good things can happen to you. There's no limit to like how much love you can find, how much friendship you could find. There's no limit to like how much money could come into your life. Okay? And that's not a statement saying you need to, you know, be out there just all about money and things like that. But a lot of times we will stress over money. And if you just realize that the universe is abundant and there's like an infinite amount of money out there, just realize that that little $300 you need can come into your life tomorrow at any time. The universe is infinite. You know, we don't have to be so scared that we're not going to get what we deserve in this life or what we need in this life. Because we think that there's a lack of it. No, there's infinite amounts of everything on this planet, in this universe, and there's no limiters. We're the only limiters. A lot of times we are the person limiting ourselves. Because think about it. Have you ever been like, ooh, I want to do that. And you're like, nah, like a split second later, another part of your brain says, nah, we could never do that. You ever had that happen? That is you limiting yourself. Right? That is a part of your brain that has been programmed to believe that there's scarcity in this universe, or that you're not good enough, telling you you can't do it, or telling you can't have it. It's nobody else. There's nobody else in this conversation. I'll be like, oh, I want to do that. And then another part of my brain says, you can't do that. There's nobody else in that equation but me, right? But if we can get ourselves to the place where we genuinely believe like, nah, that's not true, the universe is abundant, I can do whatever I want, I can have whatever I want, you will start to see that these things will come into your life. And like I said, 4 months ago, I might have been like, yeah, that's probably true. I have actually, since I've really started to focus on this, seen things come into my life that like, I had nothing to do with. It was just that like, I believed. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. I just believed. I just was like, no, the universe is abundant. This can happen. And then things started happening. It was just like, I went up and I opened the door and like, there just keep being packages. there just keep being packages on the front porch. I don't know how to get there. I'm not going to question it. It's just the way this universe is set up. Like, we as humans like to like design the universe the way we want it to be. And for some odd reason, we feel like we have to put a certain amount of negativity in it. You ever been like daydreaming and you were daydreaming like this great fantasy life for yourself and then you had to put something negative in it? I do this all the time. I'll be daydreaming and I'm like, yeah, 5 years from now, I'm gonna be living in Thailand. I'm gonna have me a condo in Bangkok. I'm gonna do so-and-so, maybe meet me a nice female, and then I'll have to put something negative in it. Oh, but then the cops will probably come arrest me. Like, I can't even dream, I can't even daydream, I can't even fantasize without having to put something negative in it, because that's the world we've been taught to believe is the one we live in. But in all actuality, we don't. In all actuality, yeah, we live in a world where things happen that like, we perceive as bad, aren't our favorite things. But if you think about the amount of good things that happen to us on a daily basis, okay? We live in a universe that is infinitely good, infinitely abundant, okay? And if we just realize this and focus on that, so many things that we want to come in our life can come in. But for some reason, we as humans like to look at it from a scarcity mindset, and we feel like we have to, I think we're so scared of the bad happening that we don't want to be like surprised by bad happening. So we're always thinking about the bad because we think for some reason that's going to keep it from happening, but we know it's going to, like, it's just crazy. It's crazy. It's like, it makes no sense. When you really start to break it down, like, it makes no sense, okay? And I really think that once you focus on abundance and realize there's an abundant amount of good that can come into your life, and you just accept that with that there might be some things you don't like so much, there might be some bad, then you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to like pre-worry about negative stuff. Just realize, hey, universe is abundant. There's lots of good things that are going to come into my life. I just got to open that door, let the packages fall in. With those good packages, there might be a couple bad ones, but I'm not going to worry about them. You know why? Because the abundant goodness is going to overshadow that. And once you get to that part in your life, that place in your life, like, you really don't have to sit around and just like see everything with scarcity, you know? And like I said, it's hard to even totally put into words what I'm feeling here, because it's a feeling, and it doesn't always have to be something like major or monumental, that you know, living with an abundance mindset brings it to your life. Sometimes it's just something simple, something small. Sometimes it is big things. And if you follow the channel, you know some of the big things that are in the works of my life right now came from abundance. I genuinely believe that if I'd had a different mindset, if I hadn't, you know, just been like, hey, good things are going to happen, the universe is abundant, I don't think they would have happened. I genuinely believe that. So that's why I want to share that with y'all. Just, yeah, when things come up in your life and you start just feeling like, oh man, that can never happen to me, I can never have that, just stop yourself and just say, the universe is abundant, that can happen. The universe is abundant, I could have that. And just keep repeating that to yourself. What you're doing is overriding the programming, and I promise you, you will start to see results. Anyway, people are starting to come out on this trail. I can't find little quiet spots to do my video anymore. I gotta get out of here. Talk to y'all later. So I've reviewed this hostel before, but I wanted to do another review because I like it so much. And I also wanted to go into a little more detail than I went into in the last review. So I'm currently staying at the Seattle Hostel at the American Hotel, and I'm gonna show you my room real quick, and then we'll sit back down and get into some of the reasons why I like this hostel so much. Okay, so when you first come into the room and turn to your left, you have a little desk and chair here. Then moving around the room, the mirror. Then you have the bunk beds. Now this bottom bunk is, I don't think it's quite a queen, but it's definitely bigger than a twin. So decent sized bed down there. And then you have a twin bed up top. One of the things I really like is both beds have 4 power outlets, a little fan, and then also a light. And that light gets pretty bright. So have one of those down there. And you also have the same setup up there. So if you have 2 people staying in this room, both of y'all can charge your devices, have a little light, have a little fan. There's a window here that looks out on the street, looks out on the neighborhood there. Moving on around from the beds, got a little chair here. Actually pretty comfortable. Sat in it quite a few times, pretty comfortable. Then moving on over here, we have like the closet area. I'm a little disappointed that they didn't have, you can tell they used to have, there's the area where you can put your lock. They used to have doors on these, and then you could lock your stuff in. I mean, it's a private room, so I guess you don't have to have that, but I kind of wish they still did that. But you know, nice size closet there. Moving on over here, we have the bathroom. So light plugs right there, and then we have the sink, which actually gets decent water pressure. There were 2 soaps in the room when I checked in. Got a little mirror here, bright lights if you're doing your makeup, things like that. Got a luggage rack, trash can. Moving on over here to the toilet area. And this toilet definitely's got good like flush pressure. I was surprised by that, but anybody who has, you know, rough poops can appreciate that. Okay, moving on over here, fully stocked toilet paper. That's important. Also got a plunger and kind of a toilet scrubber down there in case you need those. Here's the door. Just got a little hook on it for your towels. Let's move around over here. Is the shower. Got some body and hair soap over there. Moving on down to the tub. And the shower's got decent water pressure too. Let's turn this thing on. Oh, there you see, water pressure's pretty good. Water gets super hot. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, so that's the room. This is a private room with a private bath. I use booking.com to book it, and I think I paid $142 for 2 nights, which to me is not that bad. You know, this isn't anything fancy, but like everything's functional. You know, I just like it. This is the type of like hostel I like. Now, full disclosure, that $142 was supposed to be for just a private room with a shared bathroom, but they upgraded me at check-in. So this room is actually probably just a little bit more expensive. And I know some people are gonna be like, man, that's pricey for a hostel. There are definitely cheaper options. There are dorm rooms and everything else you'd expect from like a regular hostel here. I just like having my own room because I like to walk around with my boxer shorts with my shirt off and, you know, scratch myself. Now I want to talk about some of the reasons why I like this hostel and why I keep staying here. For me, probably the #1 reason is that it's so easy to get to. Me, whenever I come to Seattle, I typically fly into Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, and there is a light rail system called the Link that leaves from the airport, and it takes you, if you take it, it's about a 30-minute ride. If you take it to the International District Chinatown stop, that stop is literally like a 2-minute, if that, I'm not exaggerating, it might be a 2-minute walk to the hostel. Like you could almost see the hostel from the light rail station. So I like the fact that I can just get off the plane, hop on the light rail, within like 35 minutes, I'm checked into the hostel. Okay, I also really like the neighborhood. All right, like I said, it's the International District. So there are a lot of Asian restaurants and things like that all around, literally right next door to the hostel. There's a bunch of different restaurants and all around the area, you know, so many places to eat.
There's also a Starbucks close by, which is important in the morning, but it's just like a really cool area to stay in. Another thing I like about this hostel is the security. So you have to use your key card to get in the front door, and it locks behind you. And then also when you're heading into the area where the rooms are, you have to use your key card again to get into that area. Also, to get into the laundry room and the cafeteria and the kitchen, you have to use your key card again. So you're not gonna have any people just coming in and just wandering around. Everybody has to have a key card. I really like that. I really like that because I feel very safe, very secure. I also like the fact, as I mentioned, there is your laundry facilities. There's a kitchen, there's a cafeteria, there's an area to just hang out. So it's actually got a big area in there to just go and relax if you don't just want to be in your room all the time. Another thing I like about this hostel is that the people always super nice, super friendly. You know, you go to some hostels and you have some issues, but every time I've stayed here, the front desk staff have been super nice, super friendly. And also I've never seen it really loud or just a lot of partying going on. Especially this visit, super quiet. Maybe it's the time of year I'm staying here. Maybe it's just not a lot of people here, but every time I've been here, it's been pretty quiet. You know, not a lot of partying. You know, been able to get into the bathrooms. You know, just been pretty chill for a hostel. There's also a lot of pretty cool Seattle stuff close by to this hostel. I know one that's big for me, being a traveler, is that the Amtrak station is literally, you know, a 4-minute walk from here. You know, Amtrak is right there, Union Station on King Street, right down the road. Also, I believe it's Lumen Field. The stadium is right down the road, maybe a 10-minute walk. And you know, if you stay here on a game night, it's pretty cool because you see everybody and their Seahawk stuff and milling around. It's kind of a party atmosphere. So that's right down the road. If you're coming to Seattle for a game, don't want to spend a lot of money, cool hostel to stay, you know, you can walk there from here. Also, Pike Market is within walking distance from here. Now, I like to walk, so I mean it is a bit of a walk, but an Uber would be cheap. They have those Lime scooters and bikes that you can rent if you want to do it that way. There's also the streetcar is right across the street. So if you want to get down to Pike's Market, if you want to get down to the Seattle waterfront, that area, which is beautiful. The past couple days I've been down there walking around exploring. Not far from here, not far from here. All of that, and you know, that area down there is pretty pricey. So I like staying in the hostel up this way and then walking, or you know, taking some type of public transportation down that way and indulging in all the fancy people stuff, you know, all the vacation stuff. And then I come back over here to you know, sleep and eat. But yeah, pretty cool location. Lots of cool things around this hostel, many more than I've mentioned. Do your research, but I think you'll find that staying here has a lot of benefits and is worth the money. Yeah, so that's my review of the Seattle hostel at the American Hotel. If you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the description box below. I will try to answer them for you. Thanks for watching. Talk to y'all later.
What's up, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video, and today I am actually in Yellowstone National Park. I got up early this morning, drove down to Yellowstone, just been enjoying myself, exploring, seeing bison, saw a bear. It's been a great day. Anyway, I thought this was a great surrounding to talk about today's topic, and that topic is that sometimes you need to change your environment in life. Sometimes in life we've been putting in so much work, and we've been trying to change, and we've been trying to grow, and we've been trying to reach certain goals and dreams, but it just seems like we're kind of stuck. We're just kind of stuck, okay? We just can't go any further. And sometimes it's our environment that is holding us back. Sometimes we have to change our environment if we're gonna grow some more, okay? Maybe you live in a big city, very stressful. A lot, you know, very fast paced, a lot of coming and going, just a lot of pollution, just stuff like that. Maybe you need to change. Maybe you need to get up out of there. Maybe there's something in that environment that is holding you back. Maybe you need to be in surroundings like this. You know, maybe you need to be close to nature. Maybe you need to be somewhere more slow paced. Maybe you need to be somewhere where people aren't in always a rush. Or maybe you just need to be somewhere where nobody knows you. Okay, this could go vice versa. You might live in a super itty bitty small town where everybody knows you, everybody knows your business, everybody knows your dirty little secrets from the past. Maybe you just need to go somewhere where no one knows you. Okay, but sometimes it is our environment that is holding us back, and you usually know. You usually know. If you find yourself, you know, doing a lot of daydreaming about other parts of the country, or you find yourself on the Travel Channel a lot, or the Discovery Channel, or when you're watching TV shows, if you see certain areas and you get kind of like this feeling in your chest, and you're just like, man, it'd be nice to be there. Maybe it's time for you to change your environment. I know for me, I was living in Gainesville, Florida, and I'm not going to say Gainesville, Florida was toxic for me, but it just wasn't working for me anymore. I just couldn't grow anymore. I had outgrown Gainesville, Florida. I'd been in Florida most of my life. I had just outgrown that environment. You know, I love my friends and, you know, and my family down there and all that, but I needed something new. You know, an area like this is perfect for me, okay? I realize I need rivers, and I need mountains. You know, I need lots of grass and wide open spaces and trees and wildlife if they're, you know, at a reasonable distance. Okay, like I need all that. I just do better. I thrive in that type of environment. A lot of times the environment we're born into isn't one we thrive in. Okay, and the only way you're going to realize this is if you change environments. Okay, a lot of times we might even like the city we live in, or we might like the area we live in, but it might not be the best environment for you to thrive. Or it might have been the best environment for you 5 years ago or 10 years ago, but you've outgrown it. You've outgrown it. It is time to do something new. Okay, sometimes we got to change our environment to grow, and it's super easy to do. I keep looking down because there's buffalo chips. You know, there's buffalo chips all over here. So if you see me looking down, I'm trying not to step in one of those nice juicy bison droppings. Okay, but yeah, it's easy. These days it's actually easier, I think, than ever before to change your environment. Okay, if you follow this channel, follow my story, you know I use seasonal work to change my environment. I hopped on CoolWorks and I applied for a bunch of national park jobs. You know, I watched a video and some guy was living in his van and he was working in the national parks, and I was like, that looks good to me. You know, I'd never been to a national park, didn't know anything about them, but when I saw them, I was like, that looks good to me. When I saw settings like this, I was like, I want to be there. That looks good to me. That's what I need. Okay, applied for a bunch of national park jobs, ended up going with Yellowstone. Spent my 2015, my first seasonal job, spent the summer here in Yellowstone National Park. Never looked back. And since then, I have been, for the most part, in surroundings like this. It just helps me, like my mental well-being is so much better when I'm in an area like this. When I do go back home, or I do go visit big cities. I was in Seattle recently, and it was driving me crazy. I said, I can't do this. I can't do this. I need to be back. I need to be back where there's like no people around. Okay, I need to be back where like I can get away and I can go for a hike and go for a walk and no one's around. I need that. That's me. So we all have to identify at this stage in life what we're trying to do with our lives now. What do you need? What do I need? What do we need? And a lot of times it is a change of scenery, a change of environment. The people around us, we don't realize how much they affect our worldview and our life until you switch it up. I love my friends back home. I love them to death. But we'd been hanging out for years. I needed to get around some different people. Learn more. One of the things I love about seasonal work is that I get to meet people from all over the country, all over the world. I needed that. My thinking was very Florida. It was very southeastern United States. I needed to do that. I needed to move. So, you know, if like I said, if you have the idea that maybe that's something you want to do, don't think it's outside of your grasp. Or something you never could do. It does not take a lot of money to relocate. I use seasonal work. There's other way to do it. There's a lot of people doing it. They're just hopping in their cars. And hitting the road. A lot of people are just, speaking of cars, y'all see the Prius. She's looking good. A lot of people are just hopping in their cars and hitting the road. They're selling everything, buying an RV and just hitting the road. Okay? And they're changing their environment like every 3-4 days. You know, and then maybe they'll find the environment that suits them. They'll stay a while, but it's not that hard to do, folks. You can change your environment. You can be in places that resonate with you, that work for you. I'm gonna wrap this video up because, of course, now that I'm filming, all these cars are pulling in. But yeah, change your environment, folks. it can work wonders and it can move you to that next level of your growth. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't even been in the park 10 minutes and we come across a herd of bison. Oh, nice. Nice. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I'm in the car. I'm not getting that close to them. But here they are, just walking on the side of the road. Just a herd of bison. What's going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim. I'm here spending the day in Yellowstone National Park, and I wanted to show y'all a very special location. This is where it all started, folks. I'm right in front of Old Faithful Inn. This was my first ever seasonal job. This is the place where I got my whole seasonal work adventure started in 2015. Yeah, this place just brings back so many memories. I don't think it's open. We're gonna walk up here to the door, but I don't think we can get inside. But just being here, just so many memories. I think we can get up here and look inside. Yeah, I don't think it's open yet. You can't really see in there. But let's try the door. Nope. But actually, if you go over here, I'm always telling y'all how close Old Faithful was. You could literally see it erupting so many times throughout the day. That's actually it right there. It's not erupting, it's just kind of letting off steam, but that's Old Faithful right there, that close. The inn is right here. Let me go back here, back up, kind of give y'all a better view. But yeah, it's just a very historic building. It's been here since the early 1900s. It's got a wing over here, and then it goes all the way over this way. And then just looking out, you get to see, well, that's a parking lot, but over there, just more of Yellowstone. Yeah, this is a special place for me, folks. Wanted to show y'all, got my annual pass. Got my annual pass. America, what is it? America the Beautiful. I can go in like pretty much any national park, national forest. $80. $80, but I got my pass. Let's go. Top 10 Stoic quotes to live by. If it is endurable, then endure it. Stop complaining. Marcus Aurelius. Life is long if you know how to use it. Seneca. He has the most who is content with the least. Diogenes. Anything or anyone capable of angering you becomes your master. Epictetus. When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. Viktor Frankl. Man conquers the world by conquering himself. Zeno of Citium. The robbed that smiles steals something from the thief. Othello. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. Marcus Aurelius. He who fears death will never do anything worthy of a man who is alive. Seneca. Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. Epictetus. What's going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video. And as you can see, we have traded in the beaches of South Carolina for the mountains of Montana yet again. I'm gonna warn y'all right off the bat, ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be kind of a travel video. This video is for my travelers. So if you're not about that travel life, this might not be the video for you. But for everyone else, I wanted to talk today about what you're looking for in life might not be where you're at right now. And I don't mean where you're at right now from like a internal, kind of who am I point of view. I mean like physically. What you're looking for in life might not be in the part of the country or the part of the world you're at right now. And I thought about this topic because when I, got off the airplane yesterday and I saw the mountains once again and I saw the snow on the ground, it just reminded me of why I love this part of the country so much. There's just some special, there's like a special energy, a special vibe. And I said the same thing about the beach. Like, I was blessed to be able to spend a month at the beach. And there was a different energy there, a different vibe there. And yeah, it definitely showed me some things about life that I don't know if I would have seen somewhere else. But the mountains do the same thing. And, I the first time I ever came to Bozeman, Montana was in 2016. Before then, I'd never really seen snow. I'd never really seen mountains like this. Like down south, we got mountains, but we don't have mountains like this. I'd just never been to this part of the country. Let me go around this way. There's still a little ice out here on these paths. I'm trying not to slip in the middle of this video. That would be embarrassing and probably painful. But now that I've discovered this part of the country, anyone who follows the channel, follows the journey, knows I just keep coming back. Stayed here for a while, I just keep coming back because there's something there's something very spiritual about all types of nature, but definitely something in these mountains keeps bringing me back. I really enjoy it. Some of my really good friends, my life friends, are here. Okay, and it made me realize that a lot of the things I was looking for in life, I found here. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the things that were kind of missing in my life, I found here. Not only in the friends, but also just in the, the environment. I couldn't wait to get up this morning, and I had to go out and handle all my business I had to do, go by the bank, post office, all this other stuff. But I couldn't wait to get out here and take a walk. When I saw that it wasn't really gonna snow, hasn't been a very snowy winter here in Montana, so the locals aren't happy about that, but I'm glad. But as soon as I saw that like it wasn't gonna snow, and then like the lot of the not the main trails, but like a park like this, as you can see, like they've plowed, they've come to and kind of plowed the walkways. As soon as I realized that I could go out and go for a walk, I just got super excited, got super happy, because there's just something here, something I need. And it's definitely cool to go different places and experience other places, but it just feels so good to be able to like move around and experience the energy and the vibe of so many different places. And I think for a lot of people, you might be in a area where the energy isn't what you need. The vibrations in that area aren't what you need, or it's not what you need anymore. It's like we all grow. You know, I think there's a reason why a lot of our ancestors were nomadic, you know, and I think it's just because you kind of need to be in different places at different times. Sometimes, you know, I think the energy in the area you're at, the vibe there, even if it worked for you in the past, it's not working now. You know, if you travel the country and even the world, you'll find that even people's attitudes and thought processes and the way people see different things differ from area to area. Sometimes you need to go to a different place where maybe the overall thought process is more in tune with the way you think. Sometimes you need to go to a place where there's more like-minded individuals. One of the things I love about seasonal work is that I run into a lot of people who think like me. That's why, you know, it's no coincidence that a lot of the people, you know, a lot of the really good friends that are in my life now, I met through seasonal work. I met at seasonal jobs, because it tends to bring in a type of people that think more like me. That's not saying that the way other people think is wrong. It's just more like me. You know, and that's why I'm a big deal. Like I'm a big believer, excuse me. And even if you're not trying to be a full-time nomad or full-time traveler, you're not trying to go around do seasonal work or you know, RV life or anything like that, or van life. Even if you're not trying to do that, I'm a big believer in taking a road trip. You know, take a week and just, you know, a week, 2 weeks, whatever you can, and just go see more of the country. Take a road trip, hop on a plane and just go to a city across the country you've never been to. Just take some time and just go somewhere different. Because there might be things in life that you've really been working on manifesting, you've been praying about, you've been working towards, and you're just not finding it. And you can't figure out what it is. It's like I've been putting in the work, I've been growing as a person, I've been doing my positive affirmations all the time, working on this law of attraction, I've been watching The Secret. It's not working. Nothing's happening. And it might just be that like you're in the wrong spot. Like I said, not emotionally, not mentally. It might physically, you might be in the wrong spot. And I definitely think if you're somebody who has cravings to travel, if you're one of those people who's always watching the Travel Channel, or you're watching, you know, other people travel and you're just really like, man, or you traveled a little bit before and you think about it constantly, that might be the universe like answering your prayer by nudging you in like maybe the travel direction. Because maybe what you're looking for is somewhere else. You ain't gonna find it in Baltimore. You ain't gonna find it in Cleveland. You ain't gonna find it in you know, in whatever part of Florida you're living in. You might need to hop on a plane, hop on the bus, hop on the train. I probably should have said train before bus. Hop on a plane or hop on the train. And in worst case scenario, hop on the bus. Drive, hitchhike, walk. Worst case scenario, hop on the bus. I'm joking, some people love the bus. But yeah, it might just be that what you're looking for is somewhere else. And this doesn't mean you have to move there. This doesn't mean you have to, you know, full-time it. You could go somewhere else, and just the different vibration, just the different energy, just the different experience you get there. Oh, it's getting real icy through here, folks. We may have to turn around. It's getting kind of icy through here. Just the different experience might trigger something in your mind that leads you in a different direction when you get back home. Or you might even over a weekend run into somebody. Go somewhere for a weekend, you might run into, you know, a good friend, or you might run into a mate, or you might run into a business opportunity. But a lot of times it's just the changing of your thought process. You know what I mean? When we stay in the same place all the time, we start to think like everybody else there. We start to see the world like everybody else sees it. I can tell you that even in these last 2 years, when we've been going through some very interesting things in this world, a lot of the reason I've been able to deal with it the way I've been able to deal with it is because of the places I've been. Because I've gone to other places and I've been like, ooh, if I had been here all through 2020, I don't know. I don't know what my life would be looking like right now. But I feel blessed to have been in some very beautiful places where the people seem to be more just like relaxed and laid back. You know, if you're in the city, man, sometimes you got to get up out that city, go to the country. You got to go somewhere where, you know, they got parks like this. Huge park. Huge park. Day like today, almost nobody here. Almost nobody here. You can just be out here and, you know, enjoy the snow. I'm tempted. The lake is right back there. I'm tempted to try to walk across it. But, nah. You know, but just get out. What you're looking for might not be where you are. Maybe you just need to go somewhere else. It's out there. It's out there. Maybe you just need to change of scenery. Maybe you just need to talk with some people with a different accent. You know, maybe you just need to see some new places. You know, if you love to shop, if you're big on retail therapy, not judging you, maybe you need to do some retail therapy in another city. You know, maybe you need to see what the Tangier's outlets look like in Austin. I don't know. You know, but even in today's day and age and what we're going through, you can hop in your car, you can hop on the road. Nothing wrong with road tripping, folks. Keeps you away. You can road trip and like never come in contact with anybody else. If you're worried about, you know, safety, things of that nature, I totally understand that. You can road trip and not have to worry about not come in contact with anybody else. You know, you can road trip and stay in Airbnbs and hotels, and they have contactless check-in, all kinds of stuff. You know? So there are so many options if you're worried about things like that. But the message just really is like, please don't think everywhere is the same as where you're at. And please don't think that, like, you know, I think the reason the world is so big and it is so different, and there's so many different things to like, so many different like environments and so many different like sceneries and things like that, is for us to experience them for a reason. Beyond, I think, just our enjoyment. I think a lot of times in life we just think, oh yeah, you know, blessed that there's so many things we can enjoy. But I think sometimes it goes beyond enjoyment. Like I said, I know for me, I just get different. I get different stuff from different locations, and I can't even put my finger on what I get. But I know I'm definitely getting something spiritual and magical with this snow, and with the mountains and the sun. And even though, you know, last month at the beach was magnificent, it's different. And I said the same thing when I got to the beach. Like, I was like, oh, I'm feeling something here. I haven't felt, you know, that was the longest I ever stayed at a beach. A month? You know, was it 29 days? Definitely some magical things happening. And I think the same is true for just everywhere you go. If it's different, it'll just hit you. So I'm telling you, you know, don't feel like you gotta stay in the house and, you know, you gotta hide away. There's ways to travel safely if you're nervous, but definitely while you can. If there's things, you know, some things missing in your life, or some things maybe you just can't figure out, or it's just like, you know, you're feeling kind of stuck, hop on a plane, hop on the train, get in your car, go somewhere else, and maybe you'll find what you're looking for, or it will change you enough in the few days or weeks that you're on that road trip, or you're on that trip, that you can come back home with just like a different outlook. You might see things different, and that might lead you to what you need. Or you might find it when you pull into a different city. First thing you see might be what you're looking for. Anyway, I'm gonna go on and enjoy some more of this beautiful weather here in Montana. I appreciate y'all watching. Your boy is back. They said they wanted the old Tim back. You know, skull cap, gloves, backpack. He's here. The old Tim is back. Hey, I love each and every one of y'all. I'll talk to y'all later. For the homies who ain't here. What's going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back back with another video, and today I'm coming to you from Tucson, Arizona. I got into town probably, I think 2 nights ago, and I've been ripping and running, had stuff I had to do, so I haven't had a chance to get outside and get into nature. But today I made it a priority. I said I got to get outside, get into some nature, and I tried to find some water. I've been in the desert part of the country for a while now, haven't really seen any water. You know, so I Googled like hikes and trails today, and I found, I think this is called the Sweetwater Wetlands, and there was tons of water in the pictures. Tons of water. So I said, okay, I'm going there. I'm gonna film a video, get some footage for the people. However, I came at like the absolutely worst time of year. So apparently they do like a controlled burn in this area in November. I guess to try to keep certain stuff down. It gives the firefighters, you know, a chance to practice if there was a fire in this type of environment in this region. So they let the wetlands dry out this time of year so they can burn it up or partially burn it up in November. So it is very dry out here, folks. Let me give y'all a view, just how dry it is out here. I mean, all this would probably normally be water, but you can see it's all dried out. Definitely not the footage I was expecting to get. However, that kind of goes along with the point of today's video. All right. So first off, folks, I have to make a confession. I have to make a confession, and this is not one of your standard YouTuber confessions where they, you know, make something up just for like clickbait. I will admit that a lot of times when I'm doing these videos and when I'm doing my live streams, I make it seem like I know what I'm doing. I make it seem like I got it all figured out and it's all going according to plan. I gotta be honest though, folks, especially like these last couple weeks, I don't have a clue what I'm doing, right? I had a plan that involved like going to a seasonal job, staying there for a while. That did not work out for whatever reason. And so I just been kind of going off the cuff here these past couple weeks. I don't have a clue where I'm going, what I'm doing, but I am enjoying it immensely. Like there's something about the feeling of like ultimate freedom when you have no clue what you're when you have no clue what you're doing. So I may try to make it seem like, you know, I got this all figured out, all mapped out. No clue, ladies and gentlemen. Just flying by the seat of our pants, if you will. Some things are working out, some things are not working out, but I'm enjoying the journey. And that's what this video today I wanted to talk about, is that I think like we're programmed to believe that like we should have life figured out. There's certain steps you can take in life and then it will all work out for you. You'll have it all figured out. And I don't think that's true. At least for people like myself, like I think life should be just like an ongoing journey full of surprises, right? I think life should just be just this ever-changing mass of memories. You know what I mean? It'd just be this ever-changing experience. And I think if you've got life figured out, well, then there's something wrong, okay? I mean, because once you get life all figured out and there's no surprises and there's nothing new and you've got it all mapped out, like where's the fun in that? Like what are you living for? If you have life figured out and it's mapped out and you're like, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, and every day is pretty much the same thing, you're just getting up, you go to work and you pay the bills, you come home and you realize I'm gonna do this for another 25 years, like what's the point? Now, let me say, there might be some people watching this who that's the ideal life for them. So no shade if that's like how you want to live your life. But I think for a lot of us, that's just like depressing. You know what I mean? Like something's wrong, you know? Like life should be an ongoing adventure. There should be surprises. You shouldn't know what's gonna happen next year, 2 years from now, or think you know. Because at the end of the day, we never really know. The last couple of years have showed us this. We never really know. But a lot of times we think we know, we think we've got life figured out, and we live our life in a manner to try to make the things we think are gonna happen. But like, where's the fun in that? Where's the thrill in that? And I think that's just like, that comes with societal programming. I know I talk about societal programming a lot, but I think that's the #1 issue in a lot of our lives. I think if we hadn't been programmed to think and believe a certain way, we'd be so much happier. I know once I let go a lot of the programming, once I unlearned a lot of the programming, my life got so much better, so much more interesting. I'm so much happier. I mean, because think about it. I always refer back to when we were kids. Do you know how happy you were as a kid because you didn't know what was going on in life? You know what I'm saying? Like when we were kids, we had no clue what was going on in life. And that meant that like we just had some of the best times because every day when we woke up, like we just knew some new exciting stuff was gonna happen. We were gonna learn something new, we were gonna see something new. Like we just knew every single day was gonna be something exciting when we were kids. Great times. Then, as we got older, society tried to tell us that like we knew everything and we had everything figured out. And you know, there's a few things you gotta learn, but for the most part, once you hit like 21, you should already have everything figured out and have your life mapped out. And there really shouldn't be too many surprises. And all that fun and joy and happiness we had as kids went out the window. I mean, here's another example, and I gotta word this correctly so I don't get canceled. Have you ever been around someone who we might consider slow, or maybe has a learning disability? I don't know like what the correct term is right now. I'm treading very carefully right here. But you ever noticed how happy they are? Like on well into adulthood. People who we consider maybe slow or have a disability, they have that same childlike manner about them, and they're always fascinated with life. You ever know how happy they are? Because there's always something new going on. It's us who think we're smart and intelligent and we figured this whole thing out that have these boring, miserable lives. I think if you have life figured out, there's something wrong. And I think we should purposely do things to throw our lives into disarray so we can be surprised. For someone like me, that has a lot to do with travel and going new places. Everybody's not like me though. You know, I don't always want to make it seem like travel is the answer to everything. It is for me. Things going wrong, get on the road, Tim. But for you, it might be something totally different. But I think the point is you gotta have new, exciting stuff in your life on a regular basis. If your life is the same mundane thing day in and day out, and you already know what's gonna happen next week for the most part, because it's the same thing that happened, you know, the last 20 weeks, I think that's a problem. I think that might be a big reason why you're not as happy as maybe you could be, or as happy as you should be, because we all deserve happiness. Let me say that again, we all deserve happiness. And we deserve better than to be lied to by society and by culture and told that like we're not a responsible adult if our lives aren't totally, you know, by the book, figured out, serious. I'm not lying right now, folks. I don't know where I came from. I'm out here lost in these wetlands. I don't know which way I came to go that way. I think I go back that way. All right, the light's better this way. We're gonna keep going this way. But the point is, folks, especially like for like young people, early 20s, late teens, they always get really worked up because they think they haven't figured out what they want to do with their life. I think that's a beautiful thing. Do what you want to do. Try some new stuff out. And even on into your 30s and your 40s. Do some stuff every now and then to throw your life in disarray. Now I know some of y'all have responsibilities, you got kids, you got bills, you got whatever. You can't just be out here, you know, throwing your life in total disarray. But make it so that it's an ongoing journey. Be working towards like goals. When you hit one, put another one up there. You know, just have things in life you love to do. Make new memories. Whatever you love to do, keep making memories, new memories, exciting memories. Scare yourself. You know, a lot of times in life, the fear is the fun part. I keep saying this. When you do things that you're super scared to do and you achieve them and you don't die, or you or whatever else you're scared of happening, or you fail and you still survive and you deal with the laughter and the ridicule, it's fun. It's fun because when the next thing comes along, you're like, hey, I was scared to do that. I did it, passed that test. Let me try this one. It's fun. It's exciting. You look back on your life and you have all these like cool things you've done. And when you have a lot of cool things you've done in the past, we always extrapolate our past into our future. You ever notice this? Whatever our past looked like, we think our future is going to look like. And a lot of times it does. Unless you switch some stuff up. So if you've got a lot of cool, exciting stuff in your past, you're automatically gonna assume your future is gonna be cool and exciting. But you gotta start putting, you know, you gotta start unlearning all the stuff society's taught you. You gotta get back being childlike and just, what makes me happy? What brings me joy? What experience do I wanna have in the coming months? And how do I make that happen? Even if it's an experience that even if you don't know how to make it happen, just try to make it happen and see what happens. You know what I mean? Just have some fun with it. It's not that serious. You don't have to have it figured out. Look at the people you know who have life figured out. I'm gonna wrap this video up, but I'm gonna give you a homework assignment before I do. Look at the people you know that apparently have life figured out. Tell me how happy they are. The most serious, got it figured out, by the book people you know, tell me how happy they are. And then look at the people who never have it figured out, see how happy they are. Anyway, I gotta figure out where, I think I go back this way and around to the right. We'll see. Anyway, thank y'all for watching. Enjoy your day, stay blessed. I love each and every one of y'all. Talk to y'all later.
Hi, my name is Eric, and I'm an extreme minimalist. I have been practicing minimalism for about 3 weeks now, and I feel like some kind of expert. And it's because of my expertise that I have to call out a certain individual, a certain YouTuber, who's been making minimalism videos for a while, but he's not a minimalist. He is a fake, he is a fraud, he is a charlatan. His name is Timothy J. Ward. You might have seen his videos. I hope you haven't, because he's not a real minimalist. I think he is trying to cash in on the minimalism fad. I mean, look at this guy. He admits to like certain behaviors that aren't in line with minimalism. The guy's got 2 cars, 2. He's got a Subaru and he just bought a Prius. 2 cars, that's 2 more than you need. A minimalist doesn't need a car. I don't have a car. This isn't my car. This is my uncle's car. He just lets me sit in it when it needs to be warmed up on cold mornings. Other than that, I'm on foot, like a real minimalist. I don't even have shoes. I walk barefoot because I'm a real minimalist, not this Timothy J. Ward guy. And what's with all these jobs he has? This guy's had like 8 seasonal jobs in the past 3 years. This is crazy. A minimalist only needs 1 job. I've had 1 job for the past 27 years. I work at the Papa John's. I'm up to being a shift supervisor. So don't tell me that you can't work 1 job and be successful in this country. This Timothy J. Ward guy, he's always in Colorado, Montana. He's working all these different jobs in national parks, ski resorts. That's not minimalism. That's greed. And another thing, if he's such a minimalist, why does he make so many videos? Have you seen his channel? He's got like 800 some videos on there. But he's a minimalist. Doesn't he know less is more? If he had like 3 really good videos, it'd be way better than 800 marginal videos. Let's be honest. And the live streaming, 3 4-hour live streams. That's not minimalist behavior. When I live stream, I go for like 2 minutes and I'm done. I say everything I need to say in 2 minutes. You know why? Because I'm an extreme minimalist. He's trying to soak up that super chat money. You know, the only area where he is a true minimalist is when it comes to dating. You never see him with any women. And if you do see him with women, they're just his friends. He gets no women. You know why? Because they can tell he's fake. He doesn't get less, he gets none. In his case, less is not more. Less is less. He gets no women. Somebody just hit me up on TikTok and told me that he has more than 1 YouTube channel. Not only does he have 1 channel with almost like 1,000 videos, he's got 2 other channels and he's got hundreds of videos on each one of those. What kind of narcissist needs 3 YouTube channels? And then he goes around saying minimalism is not a religion. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in an effort to prove to you that Timothy J. Ward is not a minimalist, I have procured entry into his living establishment. This is where he lives. This is his house. His room is right here. We're gonna go in here and I'm gonna prove to you that he's not a minimalist. All right, let's go in, let's go in. Let's see what we can find here. I knew it, I knew it. Look at this. This is not the room of a minimalist. So many things, look at this. 3 pillows, 3 pillows. The man has 3 pillows. Why do you need 3 pillows on a twin bed? Does he not know there are starving kids in Africa who've never even heard of a pillow? And if they had a pillow, they would have to eat it. I don't even have a bed in my room. I don't even have a bed. This man has a box spring, a mattress, and 3 pillows. Unacceptable. He's not a minimalist. Oh, Jesus, squeeze us. Do you see this? 4 pairs of shoes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 of them are Nikes. Name brand? He's buying name brand? I already told you, I go barefoot. Look, look, I'll prove it to you. I don't even own these shoes. He has 3 pairs of shoes, sneakers, hiking boots. Come on. And all of them are black. What's up with that? Prejudice. All shoes matter. Wow. Wow. A suitcase and a backpack. A suitcase and a backpack. Why do you have so many possessions that you need 2 forms of luggage? Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, 2 phones, 2 cellular devices, 2 mobile communication devices, 2, who are you calling? You can only talk on 1 phone at a time. What are you talking on 1 phone, Timothy J. Ward, and on Pornhub on the other one? Wait a second. Wait a second. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to get in there and touch it, but that looks like a laptop there and a laptop here. Laptop there, laptop here. The man has 2 laptops. This is what 10 face masks? You only need 1. I'm scared to even go in the closet, ladies and gentlemen. I don't even know what's gonna be. Oh! Wow. Wow. Completely full of clothing. Look at all these hoodies. Like, I should have known about the hoodies. Last week, I saw him do like 4 different videos with 4 different hoodies and 4 different hats. Look at all these hats. Just, I don't want to touch it. I don't want to get fingerprints. Look at all these hats. Not to mention the vitamins and so I don't know if he's well. Oh, what is it? What? There's ramen noodles stacked to the wall. The man has ramen stacked. You could feed a small militia with that much ramen. This is just crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my, what? Oh, do you see the amount of canned goods in here? Stashed away in his closet where he thought no one would see them. Do you see the amount of canned goods in here, folks? It's like he robbed the food bank or something. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't even want to go in on the books. He's got 2 of the same book up. I don't even know what to say. This guy is whatever the opposite of a minimalist is. This guy is obviously that. He's lied to you. He's lied to me. He's greedy. He wears Nikes. He has 3 like this. I gotta get out of here. So folks, I hope you will join me in boycotting this fake minimalist Timothy J. Ward. Unsubscribe from his 18 YouTube channels. Unfollow him on Instagram, Twitter. Don't follow him on Twitch, on SoundCloud, on Pinterest. Report his Patreon. Get this guy in trouble. Get this guy up out of here because he's not a real minimalist. He's hijacking the culture. It's cultural appropriation what this guy's doing. He's trying to be like us. He's trying to be like me, you, the other real minimalist who don't have possessions, who don't have multiple cars, who don't have 8 phones, who don't have 17 pillows. People like me who sleep in an empty room because it's 2021 and we've got bigger problems to deal with, folks, than fake minimalist. He likes to say, back in the day, you know, when I was younger and drinking, I had all this sex and I had all these ladies. Don't let them fool you. Where are the receipts? Where are the receipts, Timothy J. Ward?
What's up, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video. Just out taking a walk on some of these trails here in Montana. It's dusk, the sun setting over in the distance. Got some nice cool temperatures going. Not a lot of people around. My ideal time to like take a hike. So I figured I'd do some walking, turn the camera on, do some talking. And in today's video, I wanted to talk about the fact that I am a free man living in a free country. I know you're like, oh boy, what is he about to talk about? What is he about to get into? This is about to get real, okay? I am a free man living in a free country. And I would venture that 90% of you watching this video are free men and women living in free countries. And I want to talk about that because I think sometimes we forget this, okay? And first off, I'm going to talk about why I'm bringing it up. Then we might branch off into some other stuff, some other thoughts on freedom that are important these days. I bring it up because I get a lot of comments on a daily basis, because I like to say where I'm at. I currently am in Montana. I shout it out in a lot of videos. When I go other places, I say I'm in those places too. And I'm always in a lot of places where, sometimes I should say, I'm in places where maybe there's not a lot of people who look like me, okay? And people are fond of bringing this up in the comments. And this does not bother me. In fact, I enjoy being the enigma, okay? I enjoy being places where a lot of people like me don't go. You know, some days when I'm just trying to run into the Walmart and grab something and leave, and I'm not trying to get looked at funny, which not funny in a bad way. Sometimes there's people who just haven't seen a black person in about a year. They give me a double take. Oh, okay. Negro. Okay. No. Anyway, but you know, some days I ain't there for it. But normally I like it. I like being the enigma. And the reason why it doesn't bother me, you know, the reason why I go these places, the reasons why I don't even think twice about going these places, is that I'm a free man in a free country, okay? I'm an American citizen, so I'm gonna go anywhere in America I want to go, because it's a free country. Can't nobody tell me there's a state in the union that I can't go to. So I go. And 99.9% of the time, I have no issues, no problem. In fact, I had more problems of like a racial nature when I lived down south when I was back home. When I lived in Florida, I had way more incidences of a racial nature. Way more people yelling stuff at me, way more people trying to fight me back home in Florida, down south, than I've ever had on the road in Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, any states like that. And I definitely haven't had any problems of like a racial nature when I went overseas, went out the country. But even in this country, like I said, no problems. I'm a free man living in a free country, and if I want to go somewhere, I go. And if there does turn out to be a problem, well, I deal with that problem. You know, there's laws on the books that says there's certain things you can't do to me. You know, so, you know, that's one thing I think we have to remember too. I know there's a lot of talk these days about law enforcement. I've stated my opinion on this many, many times. From my experience, cops have always had my back. And in situations where there might have been a cop or two who didn't have my back, other cops stepped up and was like, hey, get out of here before he comes over here. If he comes over here, it's going to be a problem. You better get out of here. So I realized that there's laws on the books that protect me. Most police officers, most law enforcement officers I've come in contact with have stood beside those laws, you know, stood behind those laws and enforced those laws. So if I want to go somewhere, I go. I'm a free man living in a free country. I don't ask, are there people like me there? Okay? I don't get on Google and go to like anycity.com and look up, you know, the racial breakdown, you know, the political breakdown of a state or city before I go there. I just go. Now, in all honesty, I will say, if there happens to be a city maybe within a state that I've heard a lot of crazy stuff about, I might avoid that city, okay? If there's just somewhere that I've heard so much about and people you just know, you know, there might be problems there, I won't. I might be like, you know what, I'm gonna bypass that city. But if I've never been somewhere and it's in my own country, I want to go, I'm gonna go. This is where it gets a little, this is where we're heading, folks. You know, it gets a little, it's not too scary up there. It just gets a little thick in here. I usually bring a rock and I throw it ahead of me just to make sure there's nothing. You know, it's late, you know, it's dusk. The freaks come out at night of a wildlife nature, not the good freaks. But yeah, I'm a free man living in a free country. So if I want to go somewhere, I go. And I bring that up to say all of us in life, this isn't just a racial thing, all of us in life, and it just isn't just a travel thing. But there's always going to be something in life that people who look like you, people who think like you, people with your background don't do. There's always going to be a reason why there's some things that people think you can't do. The problem with this, and they have the right to think that. People have the right. If someone looks at me and says, Tim, you shouldn't be in Montana. Cool. I'm sure there's some people who see me and think that. They have the right to think that. I don't care. I'm here. The problem is, what happens a lot of times, I got to figure out how to navigate down this hill right here. Hold on. There we go. The problem is, if you hear enough in your life that people like you, people with your complexion, people with your background, people from where you're from, people your height, your weight, whatever it is, they're always something. People with your IQ can't do certain things. The problem is we start to believe it. Okay? So many of us have things we want to do in life and we secretly fantasize about doing, but we never do it because we think it's not for people like us. We think it's not for people from our financial situation. We think it's not for people with our bank account size. People who look like us. And it's because other people have told us this. And so we start to believe it. We start limiting what we do in life because of what other people think. The really crazy thing is they think that because people have told them that. And if they were to stop and take a moment and think, they would see how absurd it is to say that anybody can't do anything that they physically can do, okay? There are things in this life that we physically can do. We physically have the power to do, and we won't do it because we've been told our whole lives we can't do it. Other people, because of their programming, have now programmed us. Every now and then I see like deer and stuff in here. I always stop because they always scare the crap out of me. I think they do it on purpose. They wait till I get right about here, especially if I'm doing a video. Ooh, they love it. They wait till I get right about here and they jump out. They do it on purpose. They know what they're doing. You got to watch deer. But hey, they're free deer living in the free country. Anyway, it's crazy. And we all know. I mean, I'm including myself in this. Even, yeah, I do some things. Like, yeah, I'll travel pretty much anywhere. But there are other things in life, I'll admit, I'm like, it's a little harder for me to do. And I have to keep reminding myself, Tim, you're a free man living in a free country. You can do pretty much anything you want to do if it's not illegal. No matter that you don't have, hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank. No matter that you're, about to be 42 years old. No matter what you look like or how tall you are or how you speak, it doesn't matter. If I want to do it, I can do it. And we have to get to a place, if you really want to live your most fulfilled life, okay? Those things that occur to you that you're like, man, I'd love to do that. And you immediately be like, yeah, I couldn't do that. We got to stop doing those, yeah, I couldn't do that. We got to shut that up. Next time you think about, you're fantasizing about something, I don't care what it is, and you're like, man, I could never do that. Stop and be like, why not? Why not? If anyone else is doing it, you can do it. If anyone else is doing it, I can do it. Now, it may be a little harder for me to do it because of some of my circumstances. Let's not sit here and say that life is totally equal. You may have to work harder to do it because of your circumstances. You may have to put up with some crap to do it because of who you are. But there's nothing that says you can't do it. You're a free man or woman in a free country. Do it. Do it. And the more you do it, the more you get used to doing it. And then you'll be like one of those people. We all know those people who seem to have no fear. They seem to have no hesitation. They just do what they want to do. I got friends that just naturally came to it. It didn't come to me naturally. I got friends that just naturally came to. It doesn't even occur to them to second guess something. I'm like, what you about to do? I'm about to go to this. They're like, what? Like if you do bring up an objection, they're like, what? They give you that crazy look like, why would I worry about that? You know what I mean? And the more I'm finding myself getting more like that. And I try to be empathetic, sympathetic, whichever is the right word. Because I remember when I was very just scared to do stuff. So I try to always remember, hey, some people ain't as far along on the journey. That's why I try to make videos like this. Just to say yeah, anything we want to do, we can do. And the more we do it, what is that? It's like old shed. Meth. This is still a cook up. I don't know. The more you do it, the more you become like those other people who just have no problem doing it. You just find yourself doing more things. And your life gets better. Your life gets better, Once I started on this path I've been on for the past 6 years, and I've done so many new things for the first time. Like I always say, I've never been on a plane until 6 years ago. Never been on a plane. Just getting on a plane for the first time once I started on this nomadic lifestyle opened up so much for me. Opened the world up, literally. You just start doing new stuff, and you just start pushing the limits and pushing the boundaries, and you just stop worrying about what other people are going to say. Your life is your life. Don't let anyone else's opinions about you determine what you do. you know, because those same people wouldn't like it if you did that to them. You know what I mean? Those same people would have a problem if you did it to them. So why? Oh, here's a really janky spot. I remember this from last time. Hold on. The trail's like super easy until like a couple spots. It's like erosion, climate change. I'm joking. Yeah, they wouldn't like if you did to them, and they probably wouldn't listen. They'd be like, I'm gonna do it. So why let other people's opinions influence you? And one of the things we really have to do is reprogram ourselves, because we stop ourselves from doing so many things. We have to get to a place where we can reprogram our own brains and realize, if I want to do it, I can do it. I can figure out a way to do it. There's no law that says, if there's no law that says I can't do it, I can do it no matter who I am. So that was my message today. But now that I'm at the end of the video, I do want to say, because I feel like I would be remiss if I'm making a video about freedom. And you know, freedom is such a buzzword. I hear a lot of talk about freedom and rights these days. I just want to break it down for you folks. I don't want to get too political. I'm not going to get political. I just want to say that, like, once you realize what I'm about to say now, I know one of the reasons I'm not so worked up right now is that I realize that I really only have the freedoms and the rights that the guys and the girls with guns, aka the government, says I have. Okay? We can get into a deep philosophical discussion about the rights of man and, you know, the inalienable rights and all these things. But at the end of the day, you only have the rights and the freedoms that the girls and the guys with guns, aka the government, say you have. Now, when those people start taking away or changing your rights, you either got to, oh, I hear people, I'm like, you either got to fall in line or stand up. I'm not saying which one is the right option. I think it depends on what they're taking away. But you can sit around and you can yell and you can scream, you can cry, you can throw hissy fits on Facebook and Instagram. But this has been going on since the beginning of time. The only rights you really have are the ones that people in power say you have. So either you need to, like, become a person in power and decide the rights that people have, or you need to rise up with the people and do something, or take it. Okay? Now, rising up comes with consequences. You're not guaranteed to always win when you when you rise up. I'm just saying this, you know what I mean? Because, like, I feel like we're living in one of those time periods where it's gonna be either you gotta take what they're dishing out, or you gotta do something about it. And I don't think a lot of people are prepared to do something about it. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. You have to pick your battles in life, and if it's not a battle you want to fight, don't feel like you have to. But if it is a battle that you feel like you have to fight, well, that's probably going to be your only recourse. Getting on social media and posting a lot of stuff has never changed the government's mind. That's all I'm saying. Like I'm saying, I'm not saying what side is right, what side is wrong. I'm not talking about any specific rights, or I'm not going to name any specific rights. I'm just saying, the sooner you realize that the only rights you have are the ones they say you have, the sooner you can sleep at night and not be all in hysterics about, oh, they're doing this, they're doing that, that's wrong, they can't do that. Yes, they can. They can do whatever they want to do. You just have to decide whether you're going to take it. And I'm not saying you shouldn't take it, should take it. I'm just putting this out. This is what I do. I'm a philosophical entertainer. I just talk about stuff that I feel needs to be talked about. You know, we got to put our big boy, big girl pants on and realize the way the world works. The people in power, the people with the guns, make the rights and the freedoms. Yes, a lot of people we know and you know, and people we might be related to might have fought and died for certain freedoms. That don't mean they can't take them away. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You just have to realize what power does. That's the world we live in. Now, if you don't like that, you're welcome to try to change it. Talk to y'all later.
What's going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video. And y'all know that every time I come across like a truly beautiful sight, I have to turn the camera on and share it with y'all. So I'm gonna pan around here and show you where I'm at. I am at Lava Lake. Actually, let me just go ahead and get me out of the picture and just show y'all where I'm at. Lava Lake,
It's like a hour hike from the trailhead, the beginning of the trailhead to the lake. Totally worth it. And I figured I would just turn the camera on and we'll just walk around a little bit. This is when you first walk up the site you see. Let's walk around a little bit and kind of show you around the lake, and then we'll get back in there and get some more shots of the lake. But me personally, I love this part just as much as looking at the lake. Like, there's so many like big boulders and rocks and stuff around here. We're gonna go over here to the right. But yeah, not a bad hike. There were some pretty, I won't say pretty steep, but there were some inclines. You know, there were a couple spots where you can probably still hear it in my voice. A couple spots where your boy was a little out of breath. It's a good hour hike. But yeah, let's go around here some more. Oh, I love rocks. Seriously, like I love water, I love mountains, but I love rocks. Like, if you know how many pictures I have of just rocks like this on my camera. Come on, I know there's another right around here. I know there's another path that goes down to the lake, give you a different view. Yeah, this was a hike that I'm up here. It's like 8:30 in the morning. I got started at like 7:30. Nobody else out here. This was one of the hikes that, you know, my spider sense was on high alert. This was one of the hikes where I thought I might stumble across a bear, but didn't see any wildlife. I think I am going to go buy me some bear spray when I get back into town. Look at this. Just look at all these rock formations. I love it. Nature's art. And here's a really nice one. I saw this one a little earlier, just sitting there all by itself, right? See it? Like, oh, I love that. I love that. Okay, let's get back down to the lake. Yeah, like, this is great, Tim. We want to see some of that water. That water. All right. Here's another angle. Don't lose my footing. There's a long walk back with a broken ankle. Yeah, okay. So in case you're new to the channel, I am in Montana. Lava Lake is like maybe a 45-minute drive from Bozeman. So if you come into Bozeman, Montana, this is definitely a hike you want to partake in. Oh yeah, here's another shot. Let's get a little closer. Here's another shot of the water. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's see if we can actually see down in the water. Look how clear that is. Y'all see how clear that water is? See how clear that water is? We'll go over a little further. You can get a better view. I don't know if y'all can see it, but the moon is still out over there. Oh, this is nice. This is nice. Look at that clear water. Oh. You got to get out in these woods, folks. You got to get out in the country. Can't be looking at them city rivers. You can't be looking at them polluted city lakes. And it's just crazy. There's no one. I have not seen anyone around all day. When I first was at the beginning of the trailhead, I was clearing some stuff off of my camera, and I did see like one car pull up. And I'm honestly not sure I'm parked in the right spot, so my car might be towed when I get back, but I saw like one car, and they left. I don't know. They seen your boy playing around with something. They didn't know, was it a camera, a pistol? I don't know, but they left. They people ain't taking no chances these days. Got some mountains up there, more rocks. Sorry about that sun glare, folks. Where am I going? There's some pretty clearly defined trails around here, but I'm currently not on one. Like, I feel so blessed to like still live in an age where we have places like this, you know? Who knows, 20, 40, 50 years from now, may not have nature like this. So, you know, even despite, excuse me, whew. Even despite everything going on in the world, I feel so blessed to be able to get up early in the morning and just come and, for free, come out and just enjoy this. Yeah, see the water again. See how quiet it is out here? How peaceful it is? No sounds, except the birds. And me. Some of these rock formations I do get a little leery, because you don't know what is waiting on the other side of it. What might be down up in it. But, you know, it'd been a while. Like, I love, you know, y'all are always asking me about, like, aren't you scared? I was pretty much scared the whole time hiking up here. But it felt good to be scared. I don't know. Like, I enjoy the fear. I get so tired of doing safe stuff. Here lately, everything's about being safe. I'm tired of that, you know? So it was good to be scared again. to be doing something, you know. Oh, keep your footing. All right, here we go. Let me find the best way to get down here so y'all can see the best view. I think if we go over here, see, I'm trying to figure out. All it takes is one false move. Oh, here we go. Here's a good view. Here, oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I got the mountains up there. Oh man, that's nice. Let's zoom in. Oh yeah, look at that. Mountains in the distance. I bet when there's more snow up here, this is like really, really beautiful. See the moon up there? Just look at that water. The reflection. I may have to come one day at a different time just so there's not so much of a shadow over there. But yeah, this is nice. Let's look at this. Look how clear that water is. Look at that. Any fishies in here? I don't know. Back over here. Let me zoom back out. Back over here. Oh, this is nice. Like that. Come on. All right, let's go back. I want to do one more angle. Just so y'all can see to the right over here. Not the world's most exciting video, but honestly, this is it for me. Like this is, I just wanted to show y'all, like, you know, what I like to do. Like this is heaven for me. Yeah, let's go over here. You can see this part of the lake over here. Not quite as impressive, but then you can get better angle over there. Show you where I'm standing. Right. A bit back from the edge, because your boy ain't trying to, you know, trying to fall in. That's where we came from over there. Let's do one last panoramas. It's Lava Lake. Whew. Oh, that's nice. I gotta try to get a good picture of that for Instagram. Maybe like right there. Right there. I wish I was a better photographer. I could work on the, what is it, the f-stop and the lighting and all that stuff and get a really good picture, but we're learning. But with sites like this, it's hard not to get good pictures. You ain't gotta be a good photographer. God then set the shot up for you. Anyway, folks, just wanted to share that with y'all. Just a little calm, a little serenity. Maybe help you out if you're having a stressful day. I know I feel so much better after being out here today. Yeah, so love y'all. Stay safe, stay healthy, be good. Talk to y'all later. What is going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video. And as you can see, it is a very cold, snowy, wet, chilly day here in Bozeman, Montana. We're still following our morning routine. We are still out taking our walk, getting our morning coffee. Said we're gonna do that, rain, snow, sleet, or hail. And the universe said, okay, well, we'll see how dedicated you are to it. Yeah, it's one of those days today. It's one of those days today. But actually, the reason I'm doing this walk and talk is because it is such bad weather, okay? And I think this weather right here just like truly embodies what we're going through in the world right now. This weather right here like truly embodies 2020, 2021. Okay, just this you know, just cold, it's wet, it's not as windy as it could be, but it's just a bad weather day. And I feel like this embodies kind of what we've been going through the past year in this world. But here's the beauty of it. Here's the beauty of it.
I know that 6 months from now, I can take this very same walk and none of the snow will be here. None of the snow will be here. The grass that you see over here, that's like brown and dying. The trees you see over here that have no leaves on them. I know 6 months from now, maybe not even that long, maybe 4 months from now, I know that all of that's gonna be gone. It's gonna be different. The snow's gonna be gone, the grass is gonna be green, there's gonna be leaves on the trees. It's just gonna be a beautiful sight. So while today it's not very beautiful, while today is cold and you just wanna be indoors and you just wanna be by a fire or curled up with somebody you love, 4, 5, 6 months from now, it'll be totally different and you'll wanna be outside. You'll wanna be basking in the sun. You'll wanna be taking in that cool breeze. You'll wanna be taking a hike. You know, you'll just get a great feeling from seeing, especially in this part of the country, how green the grass is and how blue the water is. And, you know, over in the distance there, you can't see any mountains, but in the summertime, you can see, you know, the purple mountain's majesty. All of that will change. And the only difference will just be time. Okay, in this universe, on this planet, we have seasons. After winter comes spring. As far back as people have been writing stuff down, that's always happened. You'll have a winter and there's weather like this, and then you have spring. The same is true with life in general. We're going through a winter right now. 2020 was a cold winter. 2021 already this week looking pretty cold. We're going through a winter right now. This whole pandemic, the economic fallout, all this stuff is a winter. It's a winter. And it's gonna be a bad one. It's gonna look a lot like this, maybe even worse, you know? But spring will come. Wow. If you see me doing a lot of blinking and stuff, folks, it's the snow blows into your, ow, snow blows into your eyes, okay? And that's how we feel in 2020. We can get a lot of stuff thrown at us, hitting us in the eye, hitting us in the face, hitting us about the body. We're getting beat up in 2020, 2021. You know, the beatings have continued, but they will stop. This winter will go away. Spring will come. Spring will come and I'll be able to do these walk and talks without, you know, blinking 100 different times. And my hand won't be frozen to my selfie stick. But yeah, spring will come. We will look back on this time and be happy we got through it, but hopefully learn some lessons from it. And hopefully we take advantage of this winter to do some things that maybe we wouldn't normally do when life is good, because we're too busy doing other stuff. Life's a little rough right now. A lot of us are indoors. A lot of people ain't got nowhere to go, ain't got any jobs. Let's take the time to work on some things maybe we normally wouldn't work on because we're busy living life. You know, just like how in the wintertime when you're inside, maybe you do a lot of cleaning up and some other things, because in the summer you're too busy, you're outside, you're doing stuff. Same's true with our life now. Life is giving us an opportunity to take care of some things in our life that maybe before we didn't have the time to do. And all the while looking forward to spring. I was just in the gas station getting my coffee and they had a bunch of books on hiking. And I was just kind of looking over them and I got this really great feeling. It was kind of the idea for this video. Because sometimes when you're in the midst of a winter, when you're in the midst of the cold, when you're in a bad period, all you see is the bad period. And all you think about is, oh man, it's January. We got, you know, 3-4 months more of winter. Don't think like that. Don't think that, oh, it's 2020, 2020 was horrible. We're in 2021, how many more years of this do we have? Don't think like that. Just think on and ponder on, and it kind of was what I did when I saw those hiking books. I just started thinking about how beautiful it is, how beautiful it will be when I can go out in the summer and hike. Just focus on that. Focus on how great the world will be when we're able to get back to doing the things we want to do. Because a lot of the stuff we took for granted before. But think on how great the world will be when we can travel whenever we want to, when we can go visit our friends and family, when we can like talk to people closer than 6 feet, when you can hug people, when you can meet somebody on Tinder and not be nervous about hooking up. Imagine how good life will be. So ponder and think on that. Don't think about, you know, what's going on right now, how miserable it is, how much longer this might be. You know, winter always passes. This will pass. This will pass. But if you sit and ponder and all you do is think about it, it's going to take even longer. A watch pot never boils, you know. So while we're going through these hard times, while we're going through winter, do what you can, have as much fun as you can within the parameters of safety, you know, stay safe,
But you know, maybe work on some other things in your life. Do as much as you can. Still live your life as much as possible. But just really just kind of focus on when the world comes back to normal. When the good times roll again. Because that is going to happen. There have been lots of periods in human history where it was rough, where it was bad. Some of them way worse than what we're going through now. There are some people, you know, some of our ancestors are looking at us laughing. They're like, that's what you call hard times? Where was you in 1915? Know nothing about hard times. Where was you in 1834? Where was you in 1501? Where was you during the Dark Ages? That was a whole age. Yeah, y'all moaning about a bad year. We had the Dark Ages. The whole age was dark. You know, so there's been all kinds of times through human history when it was bad times, but the good times came back around. You know, after World War I was the roaring 20s. Okay, the good times will come, and our time will come. So you can kind of focus on that. Every day will not look like this. You know, that's just everything is circular in history. Be it the seasons, be it weather, be it hard times, like everything's circular. You got the good times at the top, and you go around, you got bad times, come back around to the good times. That's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. But you know, just like how I can be out here today in this cold, snowy weather because I got my hiking boots on, I got the proper gear on, I got my jacket on, I got layers on, I got my skull cap on. The same is true with the hard times we're going through in the world. There are things we can equip ourselves with to get through them until summer comes back around. One of those things I think is positivity. I've been focusing heavily on positivity. I'm trying to stay very positive about the future and also notice all the positive good things that are happening in my life. You know, gratitude I think ties in with that. I'm grateful for the things I still can do. I'm still able to go out and walk around, enjoy the outside, even when it's not that enjoyable. So try to stay positive, girding myself with positivity. Wrapping myself in positivity, if you will. Hang on, folks. I gotta switch hands. Whew. This tripod is gets a little heavy. Had to switch hands, but yeah, you know, just positivity, gratitude, love. You know, we're also going through a unprecedented time of hatred, I would say. You know, especially in the United States of America, but I'm seeing it in other countries as well. Lots of people picking sides, you know, and it's not okay to just pick a side. You got to hate the other side. Don't agree with that. I'm girding myself with love. You know, trying to stay positive, trying to love everybody, just trying to have as much fun as I can during this time period. And I also think those qualities will help me, you know, when the good times come back around. So just don't get down just worrying about when this all will end. It's gonna end. You like, that's not, we don't have to worry about that. The universe has got that. God has got that. The source has got that. Our job is to worry about how we're gonna get to that time period. Okay, don't worry about when winter's gonna come. When spring's gonna come. Is spring gonna come in March? Is it gonna come in April? Like what? That's not our job. It's not our job. Our job is to just get through the time we're right now, day at a time, hour at a time, minute at a time. Just get through it, but just always know that this, you know, this too shall pass. This too shall pass. Let me say that, you know, that cold is starting to get to my lips. Let me say that clearly. This too shall pass. Nothing lasts forever. You wonder why, you know, we have all these sayings that basically say the same thing, because you know in life you need that. You need that. There's a story where a ruler went to his jeweler and he said, design me a ring that during the good times can keep me humble. During the prosperous times of my reign will keep me humble, and during the bad times will keep me going. Design me a piece of jewelry, design me a ring that during the prosperous times will keep me grounded, keep me humble, and during the bad times will keep me going. And the jeweler said, gotcha. He came back about 2 weeks later, and the jeweler had designed him a ring, and inscribed inside of it was, this too shall pass. So in the good times, it reminds us to, like, hey, don't be out here on your high horse thinking you always gonna be doing well. The good times pass too. But in the bad times, like the ones we're going through now, these pass too. Like I said, life is a cycle. Life is a cycle. There's good times, there's bad times, and then there's bleh times. These days we're praying for the blood. Like, give me just the boring times. I'll take that. I'll take a year of boring, please, Alex. But yeah, this too shall pass. The world will get back to normal, or whatever the new normal is going to be. Real quick, that saying, the new normal, as much as we hate it, we love saying it. Let's be honest, folks. As much as we're like, I hate people saying the new normal, we keep saying it. We've been saying the new normal for about a year now. It's here to stay. The new normal is the new normal for sayings that we hate but love. But yeah, this will change. This too shall pass, and we'll find something else to, hopefully not on the same level, but we'll find something else to complain about. You know, just like people complain when it's snowing like this and driving's hard. I just seen a car almost slam into a light post right before I turned this video on. You know, so we're complaining about that. But when summertime comes around, people will complain that it's too hot and it's muggy and it's sweaty and they can't find, you know, proper clothes to wear. You know, all that. There's always gonna be something to complain about, something we're worrying about, whatever. So yeah, this will pass. There'll be something new, but just hopefully the something new will be better. Yeah, just know that, you know, even if you complain about the weather in the winter and the summer, I still would take the summer anytime, and that's what I feel like is going to happen in the world. When this passes, there will be something else to complain about, but it will probably be better than this. So just, you know, keep that in mind. That's my message for today. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed this walk and talk. I'm about to put this camera away, put my hands in my pockets, and hopefully I can make it home before I just get frozen through to the core. Anyway, thanks for watching. I'm Tim. Love each and every one of y'all. Y'all have a great day. Talk to y'all later.
Yo, it's your boy Tim, back with another video. Just real quick, the thought came to me to make this video, so I just wanted to turn the camera on right now. I'm up here at the Mall of Asia, walking around, you know, seeing the sights. If you saw my last video, you know what I mean. But the thought came to me to make this video. I just wanted to turn the camera on and make it. And I just wanted to tell y'all, I'm gonna need all of y'all watching this, all of y'all out there watching this, I'm gonna need y'all to get y'all's passport, okay? Stop playing games, stop doing whatever you're doing, stop spending money on whatever you're spending money on, and I'm gonna need y'all to get y'all's passport. Like, I'm being serious, people. One of my missions for 2019 is for everybody I know to get their passport, okay? And I'll tell you why. A passport is like the key to the world, you know? Like, it is a key to the world, especially if you live in the United States. We have like one of the best passports you can get, okay? There are so many countries that you can go to without a visa, without any paperwork. All you need is like the plane ticket and a passport. Like, for instance, right now I'm in the Philippines. All I needed was the money for a plane ticket and my passport. I had to fill out one little bitty piece of paper on the plane to give to customs when I got here, or to immigration, whichever one it was, and I'm good. You know, like, all you need is just your passport and you're basically good to go wherever you want to go. So why don't so many of us have our passport? Like, I know for me, I just got my passport 2 years ago, so I can't talk crazy like I'm just like this world traveler who's been having my passport. But like, you know, I even asked myself, why did it take me so long? And I just think it's not something, especially in a lot of our communities, that's like really talked about, you know? I'm trying to think. I think like my oldest sister has her passport. Nobody else in my family has a passport. I was talking to my buddy Cyan the other day, and he was saying kind of the same thing. A couple people in his family have a passport. He's got his now, but nobody else does. Like, it's just not something we do. And it's so crazy. As soon as you get your passport, like, you get this new feeling, like the world opens up to you. Like, honestly, you can look at a map and go wherever you want to go once you get a passport. And it's not that hard to do. That's what's like super crazy about it, is that it's not that hard to do. It's like $160, I think, and you need like your birth certificate and a picture of yourself from the Walgreens, and what else? I mean, there's a couple other things you need. I mean, it's easier to get your passport, like, seriously, than it is to like renew your driver's license. Like, seriously, like, if you lost your driver's license, I think it's easier to get a passport than it would be to get your driver's license back. Like, it's that easy, but nobody does it. So like, that's why it's my goal this year, just to tell everybody, go out there, get your passport, look into it. I know you think it's gonna be like super hard, you know, and there's gonna be like all this paperwork involved. Well, your boy out here sweating. Your boy is out here sweating. Whew. Anyway, I know you probably think it's gonna be like super hard. It's gonna be all this paperwork involved. It's really not, I'm telling you. I went and got my passport, paid like the $160. It came in the mail like 2 weeks later. Now I can go anywhere I want in the world. You You know what I'm saying? Like, tell you that first time you pull up Google Flights or whatever and you realize any of them countries that you've been wanting to go to, you can go to. If you got $1,000 in a passport, you can go anywhere in the world. You might have to stay in you know, at a friend's house or in a hostel, you know. But I mean, you got $1,500 and a passport. You can go anywhere you want in the world and stay for a week. Like, seriously, man, it's that easy. And like, we all talk about, those of us who have the mind frame to even like think we can travel, like we all talk about, yeah, we're gonna travel, yeah, I'm gonna do this. A lot of times we never do it, but I'm telling you, as soon as you get that passport, you'll start doing it. That's the first step. Like, all these cool places you've been wanting to go to and you say you're gonna go to, but you haven't done it, it's been like 15 years, and you probably deep down inside think you're gonna go. I'm telling you, spend that $200. Don't buy that expensive outfit, you know, don't buy whatever it is you're gonna buy for $200. Don't eat as much for the next month. You know, that Mickey D's you eat every night or whatever it is. Don't eat that. Spend that money on a passport, and I promise you, once you spent the money, you're gonna have to go somewhere. Like, you're gonna have to go somewhere to justify having that, you know, spent the $200-some. Not to mention, you got a reason to, and you're gonna really want to. Like, everybody, well, most people, I think, really want to travel, but they just never get around to it because you got to start with the basics. Get your passport, people, then worry about getting the time off work, then worrying about saving up the money. Start with the basics. Get your passport, have it in your little safe, have it under your mattress with that money you got stashed. You know, then we know about that money. We know about that mattress money. And then, you know, the world's open up to you. You can go wherever you want. Wherever you want to go, you can go. Like, I know that sounds good, but the day when it comes true, I know for me, as soon as I got my passport, I was like, man, I gotta go somewhere. Boom, I went down to Mexico. You know what I mean? It was a couple months, but I bought the, you know, as soon as you get your passport, you can buy the plane ticket. You know, you can buy, I buy my plane tickets, you know, 6 months out. Get your passport in January. You don't have to go till like May. You know, you can have, you know what I'm saying? You can have saved up the money by then. But seriously, people, and the way things are going, I don't want to get political, but in our government these days, I feel like it's going to get a lot harder to get a passport in the coming years. They're gonna switch something up, I'm telling y'all. So while it's super easy, I'm telling you, go down to the courthouse, the post office, it takes like 15 minutes. I'm telling you, the DMV takes longer. It takes longer to get your teeth cleaned at the dentist. It takes longer to find a cashier at Walmart and check out than it does to get your passport. And a passport allows you to go wherever you want in the world. And we don't do it. We don't do it. $200, ease of access to the whole world, we don't do it. Our mission in 2019 is to get all y'all to get y'all's passport. So this ain't the last you're gonna hear of it. I'm gonna keep talking about it, but seriously, I'll try to leave a link in the description box below to, you know, like the speak for U.S. citizens, like, you know, where you need to know, where you need to go to check out what you need for your passport, all that, so you can see how easy it is. Okay, I'm challenging y'all. Get your passport 2019 in the comment box below. I need like 5 of y'all to say, Tim, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go ahead and get my passport. You inspired me. I need that. I need that motivation from y'all, because definitely 2019, 2020, you know, I'm gonna need some of y'all to be traveling. I'm gonna need some of y'all to be doing these badly shot and edited videos from places around the world. Anyway, I gotta go. I see something up ahead I wanna go scope out. I'm gonna talk to y'all later.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video. I promised y'all yesterday that I would try to take a walk through town and kind of show y'all some of the sights here in Estes Park, Colorado. It just snowed yesterday. Got some pretty decent snowfall, as you can see, and it's already kind of a nice, you know, interesting town up here in the mountains of Colorado. But when it snows, like, I think it's really gorgeous. So I figured today I'm walking down to McDonald's to get some breakfast. It's like the only place, you know, like fast food place for breakfast around here. I ain't trying to cook nothing because I don't know how to cook. So I'm walking down to McDonald's to get some breakfast. And it's still pretty early and there's not a lot of people out on the road. So I figured I would just turn the camera on and kind of film my walk, talk a little bit. There's just some really great views out here. You know, this is one of days like today, and a lot of the days I'm here. This is one of the times that makes me really like appreciate travel. All y'all know I'm from Florida. Like, you know, wintertime down in Florida is nothing like this. And so for most of my life, until up to like, I think like 3 years ago, I had never seen snow like this or real winter or experienced any of this.
And the crazy thing is, like, this is, I mean, it's in the same country. It's not like I had to go to another country to experience all this. I just never did it. I was just like a lot of people. I stayed in, you know, the state, the region that I was kind of born in. I like this water wheel here. Obviously not turning this time of the year, but that's pretty cool. I just stayed in the state and in the region that, you know, I grew up in, and you know, just never ventured into other parts of the country. And I just realized how much I missed out on. You know, I just realized how much cool stuff there out there. I'm realizing how much cool stuff there is out there that, you know, I just never saw. Like, I would have loved to, as a child, experience snow. If you'd asked me as a child, I mean, well, as a child, I probably would have said, yeah. If you'd asked me as like a teen or in my 20s, I'd have been like, oh, hell no. Like, I don't do snow. We don't do snow. But you know, now that I'm older and I took up the challenge to do some traveling and see some parts of the country that I've never seen, and hopefully soon parts of the world I've never seen, I'm realizing, hey, some of the stuff that I thought I wouldn't like, I do like. You know, I never thought I'd be in a mountain town in Colorado in February and be enjoying it, but I do. Like, it's crazy. And that's just, you know, part of the message I want to impart to other people is that, you know, don't get trapped into a certain lifestyle. Don't get trapped into a certain area. Don't get trapped in certain relationships. You know, everything in life is like changeable, you know? Just because you grew up somewhere or you know, you were raised a certain religion, or, you know, you went to school for a certain job, doesn't mean you have to keep doing any of that. Everything in life is changeable. There are so many different things out there in life to experience, like, and you need to get out there and do it. You know, you need to get out there and experience this stuff while you can, because the day might come when you can't do it. And then you'll just be looking back like, why didn't I do more when I could? And so just things like that, just days like today just really make me think about stuff like that, because I know all my peeps back home. Morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good.
I know all my people back home in Florida would not believe, you know, what I'm doing right now. Like, I put a video on Facebook yesterday on like my personal Facebook. I put a video on Facebook of you know, me just driving in the snow, and like all the comments, they were just like, what? Huh? What? It's always cool when like you do something that makes people, you know. There's like my favorite place to get chicken wings right there. Where's it at? Lonigan's? Yeah. Yeah, I get chicken wings like 3 times a week. I get chicken wings and a side order of fries. So yeah, I haven't changed everything up in my life. Show y'all some of these views up there. Give y'all a view of back where we came from. This is like the world's longest light. I'm gonna show y'all down here real quick then. I actually live down here, down up through here, but I ain't gonna show y'all where I live because it's ghetto. But you wouldn't think in a nice town like this that there'd be a ghetto, but I'm telling you, down that road back there we just came from, it's ghetto, and I live on it. So, but the rent's cheap. It's a ghetto road, but the rent is cheap. So yeah, this is like I mentioned, this is Estes Park. Nice little town. I don't know if it'll get big. Usually on the weekends, this time of year, it's been, I mean, winter it's very slow, but like here recently we'd had decent weather, so the weekends there was a lot of people. And it gets really busy to be such a small area. But you know, it's all right. Today with this weather, there was like a whiskey festival yesterday, so there was a ton of people in town, even though it was snowing like crazy. But I don't think today it'll get all that busy, which is cool. Like I said, I live right down that road back there, so like when it gets busy in town, it's hard for me to find a place to park, and you know, I can't get to my apartment without, you know, running over like 8 tourists. Like, it's no fun. It's no bueno. So I like days like today when it's pretty slow. But yeah, if you're thinking about especially doing any kind of travel, please like really take it serious. y'all know me, I'm a big believer in like the economic collapse coming within the next 10 years. And the older I get, you know, the more I seem to have health issues, and just, you know, just different other things in the world. You know me, I'm never a fear monger, but I just, you know, I just wonder how long we're all going to be able to travel like as freely as we can travel. Hopefully it'll be forever, but you know, you never really know what's going to happen. If you've ever really thought about doing any traveling, I say now's the time to do it. You know, it doesn't take a lot of money. There's lots of ways you can do it. If you watched any of my videos before, you know I like to talk about using seasonal work as a way to travel. I think I'm going to start hammering that home even more in the coming months. But I talk about using seasonal work as a way to travel very cheaply. I got it started traveling the country. I think I had like $1,000, and I don't really think I used any of that $1,000 really. Oh, those are some nice views over there. I don't think I really used any of that $1,000. I think that's probably still in the bank. 5 years later, use seasonal work to just go places and see different places. And there's other ways to do it too. But you know, get out there, do your research. Don't let money hold you back. Don't let the fear of, you know, a lot of people say, well, I got to work full time, I can't travel. I feel like you can travel and then come back to that job. It'll be there. You can find another one. You're smart enough to figure out a way to live your dreams. And if travel is one of them, you're smart enough to figure out a way to do it. That's the problem. Like, and I think it starts with like our schooling, you know? I think we're just, our schooling, and you know, y'all know I'm a big believer that this is the town hall and the utilities place and the police station. Every time I go to pay my power bill, I gotta go past the sergeant at the desk up there at the police station. It's always funny. Anyway, I think it starts with public schools and just the way we're taught. We're not taught to believe that all of us are intelligent. You know, with standardized testing and just the way school is set up, it by design doesn't cater to everyone's strengths. It only caters to people who do well on like testing and quizzes and book learning. So I think for a lot of us, we grow up believing that we're not that intelligent and we're not smart enough to do it. And that holds over throughout our life. We let the C's and D's we got in middle school make us think that, you know, 10, 20 years later, out of school, that we're not smart, that we're not intelligent. And so we get held back from doing all these things we can do in life because we're just like, oh, you know, I'm not smart enough, I'm not wealthy enough, I'm not pretty enough, I'm not confident enough. When in all actuality, we're smart enough to figure this stuff out. We can do what we want in this life. You just have to believe. And all that other stuff, you know, pretty, looking good, that's pointless. Confidence, you can build that. Money, you really don't need money to do a lot of the stuff you want to do in life. Like, all of that is just like excuses that have been, here's the library. Well, I guess you can't actually see the building yet, but there's a library. They wouldn't give me a library card because I didn't have anything with proof of address. I was all right, I'll just go on Amazon. Let's go on Amazon, thanks anyway. But it is a nice library. Anyway, yeah, I think that a lot of that stuff, that excuses that keep us back from doing things we want to do, if you really sit down and look at it, aren't important, don't mean anything. You can work around them. But sadly, so many people allow those things to keep them from doing what they want to do. And so they live these lives that they really don't want to be living, but they feel like it's the only life they can live. And the irony is that people will the really sad part is people will argue with you when you try to tell them different. You try to tell them, no, you don't have to live like that. You can do something different. They will argue with you. No, you don't know real life. You don't know the world. Blah, 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 blah. That's why I feel blessed to be able to done some of the things I have been able to do. And hopefully be able to do more of the things on my bucket list. That way I have a leg to stand on. 2 legs to stand on when people try to argue with me and tell you that's not the way the world is, that's not how life is. I'm like, you can't tell me, because I was right there living like you was 5 years ago. And I was blessed to come across some people on the internet and have people in my life and read some good books, you know, get some good information, and it allowed me to see that a lot of that stuff isn't true. You can do whatever you want to do. You can go wherever you want to go. And if you want to go to a place like this, easy to do. Easy to do. There are so many jobs here. There's so many jobs in Colorado in the wintertime, and in the summertime it's crazy. Colorado's a beautiful state. Back where I'm from, no one talks about Colorado, but it's a beautiful state. Lots of activities. I think everybody should come. It's one of my top states. I think Montana might still be like a top state, but Colorado's up there. Oh, we're getting close to the McDonald's, and I just realized that the only thing open at the McDonald's is a drive-thru. I just realized that they're remodeling the McDonald's, and the only thing open is the drive-thru. Wow. Like, I'm gonna walk over there and show y'all, like, that the inside's not open. So I walked all the way down here to get McDonald's, and now I'm not gonna be able to get McDonald's. Up there is you can't see it, but the Stanley Hotel is up there. Show you some of these views over here. McDonald's is right there. I can't go inside. Oh well. Give y'all a quick panorama while I'm waiting for the light to change. They got some long lights here. And I'm about to just walk because my hands are frozen. I can't take it no more. I'm about to just go. I better wait. Oh, there's the walk. Okay. All right. Whew. Yeah, there you see it. There's McDonald's. It's all wrapped up. You can't get inside it. I guess I'm gonna have to find somewhere else to go and warm my hands and get something to eat. But yeah, I just wanted to turn the camera on, show y'all some sights, talk a little bit. I'm gonna hop off here, go get thawed out. Hope y'all have a wonderful day. I'm gonna enjoy myself walking in this winter wonderland. Talk to y'all later.
So if you think about it, life is really just a series of achievements and endurances. There are things, typically good things, that we achieve in life. And then there are bad things or difficult things that we have to endure. That's basically all we do in life, is collect our achievements and go through our endurances. It's really all we do. It's interesting though that when we look back on the past, when we look back on, you know, what our life was years ago, decades ago, a lot of times we do it with kind of this rose-colored lens. And all we really see is a lot of the good things that happened, or we think about things we wish we could go back and change. But we don't focus a lot on a lot of the bad things or the difficult things or things we perceive as bad that we went through and endured. You know, a lot of times we're like, oh man, I remember back then, so-and-so time period, wish I could go back to then, life was so easy, blah, 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 blah. But I guarantee in that time period, there were some really hard things you had to endure. It's just that once you endure them or once you conquer them or overcome them, we kind of forget about them. We kind of forget about them, and we a lot of times just look back at like the positive stuff. But the opposite is true when we look to the future a lot of times, especially if we're going through a time period kind of like now where, you know, the world seems like it's got a bleak future ahead. Things are changing rapidly. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world. When we look to the future, all we really think about is the bad things that might happen. Very few people these days are looking forward and be like, oh man, there's so much good stuff on the horizon. So many things I can achieve. No, most of us are looking forward. I think it's just natural human behavior. We're looking forward and thinking about all the bad, difficult things we'll have to endure. But if you think about it, life really is a series of achievements and endurances. And at the end of the day, I feel like they kind of balance out. At the end of the day, overall, maybe not in every year of our life, but overall, I think they kind of balance out. Life at the end of it all, at the end of the day, is all about balance. The universe is all about balance. Doesn't always seem that way, but it is. That's how it continues to exist. So there will be, at the end of your life, I think you will have gone through an equal amount, sort of, of achievements and endurances. And this kind of gives us hope when we look to the future, when we realize, okay, there will be some things I have to endure, but I will also have some pretty cool achievements along the way. And if I look back at my past, you know, and look at it properly through the proper lens, I realize that's what I've been doing my whole life. Racking up some pretty cool achievements and enduring some bad things, you know, but it can be hard, especially in life when we're going through very trying times and also like some very hard, you know, personal issues. Sometimes we have health issues. Sometimes we have relationship issues. Sometimes we have our family members are going through things, therefore we go through them. Obviously world issues. There could be some things, and sometimes you get hit with 2 or 3 of them at the same time. And that's when it really seems like life ain't in balance. You're like, this is balance. Like, where's my good? Where's my achievements? All I'm seeing is things I gotta endure. You know, we all can go through some really deep things. And we don't always know what everyone else is going through. I think we never really know. All you know about me is what I tell you. I don't tell you all the stuff I'm going through. All I know about my friends or my family members or y'all is what y'all tell me. I don't know everything you're going through. I feel like we all are going through so much more than we let on. We all are struggling. It can get really hard sometimes. It can get really hard sometimes to endure. You know, there can be nights when you literally break out in tears, like literal tears, and just like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to keep going. Like, it can get hard. Like, you know, it's easy to sit here and make motivational videos and act like things are all great if you just keep going, which is true. But I feel like you can't really, you know, make motivational videos unless you admit that sometimes this stuff gets hard. Sometimes you don't see the point. Sometimes you don't want to endure. You know, some days it ain't about how can I endure. It's I don't want to endure. I'm done. Take me away. Like let me up out of here. Why? What? But I always say, hey, give yourself, when you're feeling that low, give yourself that moment. No one ever helped themselves by denying how they're feeling. When you're in that moment and you're really going through some things, give yourself that moment. Cry, curl up in bed, you know, whatever. Whatever coping whatever coping mechanism you have to use it. Give yourself that moment. But give yourself that moment, not that year, not that month, you know, not that week. Give yourself that moment, day, whatever it takes, then get back and get going again. Because at the end of the day, you know, what else is there? Okay, say you just give up. It doesn't solve anything. Say you just give up and give in. For someone like me who struggled with drinking for many years, say I got to the point where I was like, you know what, I cannot deal with this world. I'm done. I'm going to go back to drinking and man-whoring it around, whatever. Well, guess what? The world is not going to get better because I do that. I might have a few moments of that seem like peace and ease because I'm drunk or I'm laid up with some skank or something like that, and that feels good at the moment. But guess what? Later, I'm gonna, you know, be very mad at myself for falling off the wagon of sobriety. I'm gonna have to pay the price for you know, any behavior I did. And guess what? Once I get sober in my right mind again, I'm gonna have the same problems. I'm gonna have the same issues. The world's gonna be the same. My health is gonna be the same. My emotional mind state is gonna be the same, if not worse, probably worse. Nothing will have changed. So giving up really isn't an option. It really isn't an option because there's nothing to give up to unless you blow your brains out, which I guess that's an option. But like, there really is nowhere to give up to. It's not like you can give up and then you're magically transported to, like, you know, Valhalla. No, really, giving up really is an option. So at the end of the day, you might as well just get on the endurance train as soon as possible. Like I said, give yourself that moment, wallow in it, then get back to waking up every morning, doing what you got to do for that day. It may not be fun. It may be painful. It may hurt. It probably will hurt. It will be painful. You will wish there was a way to give up. But if you just keep going, you keep enduring, you keep taking it a day at a time, this too shall pass. You know, and here's a thought I've been trying to think on lately when I got really down, when I get really down. I just think about, you know, the worse the situation is, the more I'm going to celebrate when I get through it. The worse the situation is, the more I'm going to celebrate, the happier I'm going to be, the more props I'm going to be able to give myself when I get through it. You know, and that reminds me, that I will get through it, that this too shall pass. Because it's easy to think that something is permanent. You know, even though nothing is permanent in this world and all there is change, we as humans have this ideal that everything is permanent. Everything passes, everything changes. Even if the change is death and you go to another existence, it's not permanent. It's not permanent. No illness, no mental issue, no pain. Nothing in this world is permanent. You will get through it. And the worse the situation is, the harder it is to deal with, the more you can celebrate, the more you can pat yourself on the back, the more exuberance there will be when you get through it. And every day you get up, do what you got to do, and endure is a day closer to when you get through it. Every hour is an hour closer. Every second, you know, every moment is a moment closer to that time when it's behind you. So you might as well, we might as well, because this is an all of us issue. I don't care how happy somebody's life looks or how well put together somebody looks. A lot of people are good at like talking or like putting great photos on Instagram or like making it seem like their life is great. And I feel like we need those people to help motivate us. Like if we all moped around and talked about we had sucky lives, well, there's no one to motivate us. You know, so we need the people. You know, people talk a lot of crap about like, especially like social media, people who make their lives seem great, but really aren't. But at the end of the day, we need those people on Facebook to help us keep going. We need to have the ideal that, you know, Barb and her husband have their 3 perfect kids in this perfect life, and they're not fazed by any of this. We need that ideal so we can keep, you know, that is possible. But at the end of the day, everybody's going through something. Everybody is going through something. We are all struggling, you know, and you have to admit that, but also understand that we all can endure. At the end of the day, endurance is like there's not like a serum that you take and I have more endurance. It's not like a video game. You know, you don't have to go searching around and find endurance pellets. No, endurance is something internal. If you say no matter what, I am going to endure, I'm not going to give up. No one can make you give up. People can try. The world can try. It can throw anything it wants at you. But once you say, I'm going to endure, because there's really nothing else I can do, I'm not going to give up. You know, I'm not going to check out. I'm not going to just wallow in my vices, because that really won't help. You know, once you say that and you stick by it and you realize that there's nothing they can throw at you that you cannot endure, up until the point where your body just physically gives out, up until that point, there's nothing you cannot endure if you say you're going to endure. A lot of things in this life we are not in control of. You got to get that through your head. A lot of things in life we are not in control of. Most things we're not in control of. You are in control. We are in control of our endurance. And if you're just like, hey, especially in uncertain times like this, if you just let go and say, hey, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what they're going to try to do to the world, do to me, do to my loved ones. I am going to endure and I am going to get through it no matter what. Then you can kind of let go and breathe a little easier, because you don't have to sit back and worry about what's going to happen. Oh, I know they're going to come for me. I know it's going to get rough. I know even despite the things I'm going through now, that some days really get me down. I know that it might get worse before it gets worse, before it gets better, right? But I know I am in control of endurance. You are in control of your endurance. If you set your mind to it and say, I don't know how I'm going to do it. You know, I don't know what depths I'm going to have to reach down into my soul and into my mental strength to do it. But I know I am going to endure. You don't have to worry then about what happens. You know, it's good to look at the world and see what's going on and do your research and try to help yourself out and your family and your friends out as much as possible and be as prepared as possible. But you don't have to be scared. You don't have to lay awake at night, because you got this intact. This is intact. You're going to endure. You're going to get through it. And once again, the harder you have to try and struggle to endure, the better it is when you get through it. And then also too, that gives you more strength and fortification for the next round. You endure some really hard stuff. Life gets better for a while. You get some really cool achievements. You have some good years. And then life starts getting crazy again. You can look back and be like, hey, I've been through this, and this, got through it, whatever they throw at me, be it less intense, more intense, same level of intensity, whatever, I'm gonna endure. I've got all these years of enduring. And that's the cool thing about life. The older you get, the longer you do it, the more wins you get. You know, because when life throws losses at you, you just turn them into wins. Every time you endure something, that gives you a win. The older you get, the longer you live on this planet, in this level of existence, the more wins you get, and that gives the more fortitude that gives you to continue winning. You know, so that's just my message today. Like I said, we all are going through things. We all are struggling, all of us, but we all can endure, and we can all be there to help our fellow man to endure. And if we all work together and work on ourselves and work with each other, we can definitely get through these tough times. And then we can celebrate like crazy. Then we can just celebrate, act stupid, you know, and just be so happy, you know, and just look back on these times and just be like, man, y'all don't know what we had to go through, but we did it. Anyway, that's my message for today. Thank you for listening. I hope this message could help you in some way. I love each and every one of y'all. Stay blessed, stay grateful, have a great day. Hey, what's going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video. Up early in the morning. It's like 8 o'clock here, Bozeman, Montana. Up early. I told y'all one of these days I was gonna take y'all downtown. So today we're downtown. You can see the beautiful sights of downtown Bozeman. I'm out this early because there's not a lot of people out. And I came out here yesterday evening, was gonna film this video, but since Montana is quote unquote reopened, there was a ton of people out. So I didn't really feel like, and you see there's a lot of these like open air restaurants and stuff. I didn't feel like filming a video and there'd be, you know, 10 million people watching me. So we're doing it in the morning. And there's still quite a few people out. But, you know, enough that I can make this video and not seem totally crazy, not get looked at by too many people. But just wanted to show y'all kind of, you know, Montana, reopened, people out and about, some of the sights. And plus I've decided I'm gonna make myself get out of bed like early, and then stay out like as long as I can. What's going on, man? I got people everywhere. I got people everywhere. Yeah, so I decided I'm gonna start getting out of bed early, and then staying out, walking around. I took the rental car back, so we're back on foots again, people. But I'm gonna start staying out as long as possible, and you know, just because it's starting to hit me again, folks. You might have noticed the, wow, that got dark. You might have noticed the frequency of my videos went down. And I realized it's the end of the month. Like, this will sound weird, but it's that time of the month for me. Like at the end of the month, I just start getting down, you know? So I realized, I don't know, the days were just getting longer and I was getting more bored. And I was like, you know what it is? It's you're spending too much time in the house. Spending too many people. We're gonna bend to left to some people up ahead. Or is this a right? I don't know my right from my left. Don't worry, we're gonna go back that way, but there's too many people right there. We're gonna take a little side cut in an alley. Yeah, I just spending too much time in the house. Even though I've been getting a hotel on the weekends, come Monday when I go back home, it's just been like, ugh, like I don't want to be here. Like I've gotten to the point where the free money is cool. Let me be the first to say the free money is cool. You know, getting money from the government, unemployment, stimulus checks, all that is cool. Dang it, there's people down my alley. All right. They trying to jam me up this morning. Okay, I know where we're going. Yeah, the free money's cool, man. You know, getting a ton of money every week to do nothing is cool, but I'm kind of getting to the point where I want to earn it. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm kind of getting to the point where like I want to be doing something productive. Like it's not fun no more. Like I'm just ready to be back at work, even though I'm gonna make less money at work. Like I'm ready to be back. You know, like after a month of just like getting, like, here's the thing too, getting like free money, and I'm not complaining at all. You know, shout out to the government getting us this money. I'm not complaining at all. But getting free money takes away, especially when it's more than you normally make, it kind of takes away your hustle mentality too, right? It's like, okay, I'm getting unemployment, which is hundreds and hundreds of dollars every week to do nothing.
why do I want to like upload a bunch of YouTube videos, you know, and like I love YouTube, so like I would always upload. Even if I wasn't making no money off YouTube, I would make videos. But like a lot of times, one of the motivating factors when you don't feel like making a video or you're not feeling 100% is the fact that, oh, I can make some money. But it's like, I'm already getting free money. Why do I want to write an article or you know, do a YouTube video or do a live stream? That's part of the reason. My mood is the reason I haven't been doing live streams, folks. I miss them. I know y'all miss them, but my mood has been crazy. It just takes a lot. I know I make it look easy. I know I make it look easy, but it actually takes a lot to sit down for 3 hours, 2-3 hours, and talk for like 2 hours straight. I mean, I love it because I love y'all. But if you tain't in the moods, it's hard to do, buddy. So that's part of it. And I will admit, you know, I do love the super chat, be getting some great donations on live stream, so that is some of the motivation some days. But I don't know, but I'm gonna bring them back because I know they helped me get through. Some of y'all have said it's been helping them get through, so I'm gonna bring them back. But my point was, it kind of takes away the hustle mentality when things are just given to you. I've never been a person in life that wanted anything given to me. You know, I feel blessed and grateful to have the ability to work hard, so I have been able to take care of myself since I started working. I'm not liking this them just giving me stuff. I need to get back to work. So shout out to my job. They've been keeping me posted with updates, though I will be honest and say the last few updates have really just been more of the same. like they haven't really been updates, they've just been lack of dates. Because there's a day we're supposed to reopen, but they don't know if that's gonna happen. They don't know where we're gonna come back. So I'm not frustrated with them. I'm just frustrated with like not doing anything productive. So that's why I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna start making myself get up. That's why I'm doing this video today, because I just need to be doing something. And two, it's I've been in the house so long, I realized yesterday when I came out and was like taking a walk around, I think we'll cut down this alley. Yeah. Or do we want to go up front? Well, alleys are more interesting than front roads. I realize that it's been so long since I've really been around people that I'm getting a little wigged out being around people. So I have to start being around people more. So I'm like, you know what? Especially like an introvert like me, if I stay inside too long, I don't want to go out again. You know what I mean? Or not go out, but like I don't want to be around. It gets harder and harder to be around people. So I'm like, today I got to go out, film a video. Everybody's going to be looking at me. That'll get me back re-immersed in like the land of the living instead of just being up in my room. So we out here. But as you can see, I'm kind of taking roads that nobody's on because it's still kind of weird. Anybody who's done YouTube or done any vlogging, some people it doesn't bother them at all. Other people, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's hard to be walking around talking to yourself. Like when you watch this, it seems like I'm talking to you, but as I'm filming this, I'm really talking to myself. And everybody looks, and I don't know, I think some people like it. You get some, you know, some smiles from the ladies, but some people kind of run out the way because they don't want to be on. It's kind of weird. It's weird, but ooh, which way looks better? Let's turn. I love water. I'm fascinated. That's not a bad shot, actually. I love water. That's probably sewer water, but I love water. Yeah, I took the rental car back, so I haven't been going on as many hikes. I think my boy Mike's supposed to hit me up. We're supposed to go on a hike this week, but I'm pretty booked this week. You know, got something going on this afternoon for the internets. I'll post that when it goes up. Got a lunch date tomorrow. I shouldn't say date. People misconstrue. I have a lunch tomorrow with the homie, with Abby. So I'm looking forward to that. I've only seen her once since we got furloughed. Once, maybe twice. Might have been twice. No, I think it's once. Only seen her once, so like, that's the homie. So it'll be good to catch up with her again, and then hopefully Friday, you know, my boy will come through. We can go on a hike. Oh, I gotta tell you all this. Starting next week, started, so I went to the doctor. You know, I talk about the stomach stuff all the time. Y'all get tired of hearing me talk about it. But I went to the doctor. So they're gonna put me on this new, it's called a FODMAP diet. It's an acronym for something I don't even care to know or try to remember. But basically I won't be able to eat anything. I can eat like berries, and I'll break it down. When I start it, I'll break it down for y'all, because I got to do a food diary. And I can't eat a lot of stuff. She did say, because she asked me, she was like, the doctor was like, I feel like from now on I'm only going to female doctors. Every time I go to a male doctor, they don't do nothing for me. Sorry to all the male doctors, but from now on it's only female doctors. Anyway, my doctor was like, so what do you eat mainly? She's like, I'm gonna put you on this diet. It might, you know, take away from what you normally eat. She's like, what do you eat? And I was like, chicken wings and I was like, mainly chicken wings. Like, I honestly could not think of like what else I eat. Though I know it's something, I know it's been a lot of like DoorDash. I've eaten a lot from the noodles company and from like, well, Panda Express, but that's chicken too. Yeah, she said, well, you can still eat chicken. She said, don't worry, black man, you can still eat chicken. She did not say the black man part. I did. I'm jaywalking. You see it, I'm jaywalking. They got it on film. We're gonna go down here to the library. I'll show y'all my public library, and then I'll turn back around. Or I might finish this video up down there. I think I'm gonna do a walk and talk from my other channel on the way back. I'm gonna get two videos out this trip. We working. But yeah, so I gotta do on this weird diet, and I think I can eat like chicken, but like without the sauce. So I can't eat like buffalo chicken wings. But I can eat like berries and salad. So I'll probably be eating a lot of strawberries, a lot of salad, a lot of chicken. But what we're trying to do is, what you do is you go on this diet for however long, and you see if it gets rid of your stomach symptoms. If they go away, then you slowly start putting food back in, and then when the symptoms come back, whatever was the last thing you added to your diet, you know that's what's been making you, making your stomach act up. So we're gonna do that. Ran some blood tests. It's really weird getting blood tests done during the COVID era. Like, going to the hospital in general was weird. Like, I don't know, it just felt like, I don't know, it wasn't cool. Like, all the doors were locked except the main entrance, and they got to take your temperature and run down this questionnaire before they let you come in. It just was not fun. And then, you know, the whole blood test, just weird. Got to do a stool sample, which is why I haven't started the diet this week, because I have to eat the bad stuff so I can get the diarrhea booty, so I can get my stool sample. And then if none of this works, we got to do the colonoscopy. Yeah. We got to do a colonoscopy. That'll be y'all definitely get a video on that, because just her explaining it was hilarious in a very not funny way. So y'all definitely get a video on that. I hate when I'm doing walk and talks and I get stopped at the light, because it's so awkward. All right, we're crossing. We're not jaywalking this time. Yeah, so your boy's got some stuff going on in that direction. I got a dentist appointment Monday. I'm just giving y'all my whole life. I got a dentist appointment Monday, and so I know I got at least one cavity. I think it's time for my wisdoms to come out. Two of my friends, this is crazy, two of my friends just got their wisdom teeth out. And so I think I'm gonna be the third. I think it's time. I think I'm gonna take some of this this Pelosi pay, some of this Trump money. See how I gave y'all both political parties? I think I'm gonna take some of that money and get my wisdom teeth yanked out while I'm not working too, you know? So getting my stomach taken care of, getting my teeth done, trying to improve my quality of life with this money. Because I thought about it, I said, what people would ask me, what are you spending your stimulus check on? What are you spending your unemployment on? I think I'm just gonna go in for improving my quality of life. So hopefully get the stomach thing figured out, get my wisdom teeth, or my teeth, whatever needs to be done, and then hopefully by then I can travel again. We're here at the library, man. This is a beautiful library. I'm gonna give y'all the view of the library. How's it going? Give y'all a view. See that? You see that library? Oh, that's a beautiful library. Let's go look at some of this artwork. You notice how like everybody who passes by speaks? I keep telling y'all, Bozeman is a very friendly town, very nice people. Morning. If you're ever wondering about Montana, this is a good, just shooting me, just walking around with the camera, everybody. I'm probably not supposed to walk on this grass, but I want to show y'all this cow. This art. There's a lot of art. I should have been showing y'all more of this art as y'all were walking, as I was walking around. Like the whole downtown walk, there's lots of art. Let me get up here. I think there's another, yeah, I want to show y'all this bird real quick. Yeah, hold on. This is gonna be about a 20-minute video, so, because I ain't walked and talked with y'all in a while. Yeah, you gotta check this bird. I've been trying to get a picture of this bird forever, but it's hard to photograph it. You can see, I can't even, it's hard to get every angle of it. Okay, it's a big crow, right? With antlers on the top. I don't get the antlers. Yeah, it's a big crow with antlers on the top. Here's a more close up of the library. It's a really nice library. I wish they would open it back up. You know, so I can go sit inside the Applebee's with 50 other people and eat, but I can't go in the library. Okay. Yeah, you know, I don't want to be, I'm not going to be a conspiracy theorist right now, but it just does seem like all the important places, they take it forever to reopen, like the tag office. You know, and other office buildings downtown. But I've been able to go to the liquor store, and yeah, I can go back and I can go sit in, you know, Outback Steakhouse, you know, no problem. But I can't go in the library. Like I said, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. It's just weird to me. Yeah, I really love this. Like, I'll tell you, Bozeman in general, just very scenic. Lots of grass, lots of trees. I love that. That is one of the things I love about this town. Lots of grass, lots of scenery. There's more art over here. Look at this. This is just at the library. Ain't nobody making money off this. It's just art for the sake of having art. Some of it is art. Some of it I'm not cool enough to understand, but look at that. That's, sorry if the picture's weird. I'm looking at the viewfinder trying to center the picture. So there's more art. I know I keep rubbing my face. You're not supposed to do that during COVID, but whenever there's whenever I'm walking and the wind blows, my eyes water. So you're gonna get some of that. Yeah, Bozeman, always lots of trees, lots of grass. I love the grass here too. Coming from Florida, where I know the amount of money people used to spend to get their grass nice, it is crazy to be walking around here and even the shitty yards look good. Like even the shitty yards, the grass is this thick, it's green. In Florida, people would pay literally thousands of dollars a month for that. I used to be in lawn maintenance, so I know. So it's crazy just to see how green and luscious it is around here. Yeah, not a lot of people out. There's a whole hiking trail back through here. Behind the library, there's like a hiking trail. Come on, you can't beat that. A couple people actually been hitting me up, said they might be coming through Bozeman. If you do, please say hello. If you do, please say hello. Drop me a message, Facebook, Instagram on here. Instagram's probably the best way to reach me, like immediately. Like seriously, at least probably 2-3 people a day. Oh, maybe I'll say 2, 1 or 2 a day. On average, probably 1 or 2 people a day hit me up on Instagram. And sometimes I respond immediately, like, because I see it, you know, instantly. So yeah, if you come through Bozeman, hit me up. If you're coming out to Yellowstone or to work at Glacier or anywhere else in Montana this summer, because seasonal jobs are back, people. Seasonal jobs are back. Let's go in the park. Seasonal jobs are back. So if you got one, you're coming through, hit me up. I should have wheels soon. Permanent wheels, not a rental car. Should have wheels soon. So you know, we can link up. Time to start meeting some people. Oh, look at this bridge. I love bridges. I love bridges. Like I take so many pictures of bridges, but like no, they get like 2 likes on Instagram because no one else cares about like a random bridge. This is, I love this. I'll look and like, look at this. This is not a big deal, but just look, the tree, the dry river, the dry creek bed, and then the tree over here. Oh, that's nice. Like, this is my church. People always like, why don't you go to church? This is my church. When I'm out in nature and I see just random things like that, that just really I just feel so blessed to be on this earth, to have been put here by the Creator. That right there is I could go in church and sing hymns all day and not get that same feeling. Possibly. This is what it is for me. You know, so if you're living in a city where the parks aren't luscious and green like this, or they still got caution tape on the parks, or you know, there's a ton of undesirable people in parks, this is why, when y'all always be like, why is you in Montana? This is why. What is it? Wednesday morning, 8:30, nobody's out and about. Even though I'm downtown, it feels like I'm out in the woods. Love it, love it, love it. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap it up. I gotta figure out what to title this video, because I didn't really talk about much. But it was good to check it with y'all. It was good to be out, have a few giggles with myself, giggling with myself. And I just wanted to give y'all some content. Be on the lookout for some live streams, just some different things going on the channel. My boy Russell, me and him did that video where we just sat down and talked. That's gonna be like a regular thing, folks, so get tuned into that. That's one of my homeboys from way back when, and so me and him have been saying for years we wanted to get something going, so we're gonna do it now. So if that's kind of your thing, tune into that. Anyway, oh, another bridge, love it. And we are back at the library, going around the side again. I will sign off. Y'all have a great day. Stay grateful, stay blessed, stay safe, stay healthy. Love y'all. Talk to y'all later. Hey, how's it going, everybody? Tim here, back with another video. I am super excited and honored tonight to have the man sitting beside me. He took some time out of his busy schedule to come and do this interview with me. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you the man, and I say that, I mean that, the man, Lovejoy.
Wow, Tim, thank you very much for inviting me, and what an honor just to come and share with you about some exciting things that are happening in life, and just, you know, to getting to know you. I've been following you and following your videos. So guys, I feel honored. I'm the one that feels honored here, because it's just been a great journey just to see the areas and the places and the things that you've just been involved with.
Well, thank you. I didn't know you followed me.
I do.
Like that.
That's just that I've not yet subscribed, but I do follow.
So I met Lovejoy last year at the. We both worked together at the YMCA. Lovejoy's one of those people, like he's just so friendly. Like I honestly, when we first met, I still remember the first day we met.
Yes.
And you were just so nice and shook my hand and we laughed. And I literally said to myself, I was like, do I know him already? like I was like, because we just like meshed so quickly. Yeah. I was like, have we met before and I forgot? I was like, because he seems very, very friendly. Yeah,
awesome. Yeah, it was what an honor. It was an honor just meeting at the end. We just clicked.
Yeah. I think the fact that we're both black helped, but
it did help, but that's right.
I'm joking.
The smile too helped too. You're right.
Yeah. We both like to laugh, smile. I don't want to talk too much about seasonal work in this interview, because I feel like you've got so much more information and wisdom to offer than just that subject. But I did want to just ask you one question about seasonal work.
Sure.
What brings a person like you, and as the interview goes along, people see more, you know, about your story, things like that. But what brings a person like you to like a seasonal job? Because you initially at the Y were a seasonal employee.
That's right. Yes, sir. Well, that's a very fascinating question, you know, Tim, that you bring in. I think, you know, there are some people that will relate with my story.
Okay.
And maybe, you know, to answer that, let me give an analogy, you know, just kind of, you know, how life plays for you.
Okay.
There are certain things in life that you do not plan, and certain things in life that you are not ready for. But when those opportunities come, you need to start rethinking and saying, what do I need to do with my life? So to answer that question is, I looked at my life as playing football.
Okay.
American football. Now, I know some of my friends, we play different football, okay?
Yeah.
But American football is 4 quarters.
Okay.
And that's how I looked at my life. I started putting my life in categories of 4 quarters. And I think a lot of our, you know, you guys that are watching, you can actually relate to what I want to say. When when you start your life, you kind of like in the first quarter,
okay,
up to 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking for something, you're going to school, you have accumulated all these bills now for school, and you're trying to say to yourself, you know, I want to find meaning in life. And that's why we end up, you know, choosing careers sometimes that do not take us to where our passion is. And maybe we might talk about that. And so after my first 25 years of my life, when I wanted to go to school, then the next 25 years of my life, I started working.
Yep.
And I worked so hard, guys. I tell you, I worked for every organization, everywhere around the world. I've been everywhere.
Okay.
And so the next 25 years of my life was like, wait a minute, is this what life is all about?
Okay. Yeah.
And I was looking for something exciting or something, you know, something that I could do. So when I got to my 50 years old, that's when I said I needed to take a sabbatical, or I needed to take some time out and try to find exactly where my passion or where I really want to spend the rest of my third quarter.
Okay.
And you start now looking back and say, in the first quarter, I was losing the game of life. The second quarter, and you're like, man, I have 2 more quarters left.
Yeah.
And what is it that I want to do? Because a lot of us, we live our lives for other people.
Yes. Yes.
And we don't live our lives for our own passion and our own interest in the things that we love to do. And one of the things I wanted to do was, you know, like I said, I've traveled everywhere around the world, and maybe we could talk about some of the places that I've been.
Definitely.
But what now really got into me was, okay, what do I want to do with the rest of my life? And I found that, man, sitting behind the desk and working and just, you know, just the hours, I was not happy. I became miserable. And I just wanted, I didn't realize how much I love traveling, and I wanted to be somewhere. And so, looking at my halftime, you have to take some halftime, you know, time out, and say, this is halftime of my life now. And what would I want to do as a new game plan for my second half? And so in my second half, guess what? I started saying, I want to win the game of life.
Okay.
The game of life.
Yeah.
And not the game of making money, because we can make money anyway, but you're not happy. But I wanted to be happy and satisfied. And that's when I started saying, you know what? Let me start traveling. So I went to Zimbabwe, I went to South Africa, I went to Hawaii, I went to Maui, I went to Singapore, and I went, you know, Kenya, everywhere. And even went to Middle East.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
So that's where my passion is now, to say, I want to live life to the fullest. I do not want to live life with regrets of, you know, saying, I wish I could do this and I wish I could do that. There's a lot of people that say they wish they could do that, but they don't know that you can actually plan and take some time away, like what I did, to come to the place like the YMCA that gives me a place to stay, that gives me food, and that gives me the mountains, and I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
So that's how I ended up coming to the YMCA. And also too, you know, when you reach my age of 50, I'm over 50, you get burned out. You know, you just kind of burn out. You just want a place where you can just go, reflect, and look inside of you and say, who am I?
Gotcha.
So that's how I ended up at the YMCA.
Cool, thank you. And real quick, along those lines, because people ask this all the time.
Yes.
As someone who is in the third quarter,
yes.
Albeit the very beginning, of the third quarter.
That's right, yes.
Working at a seasonal job like at the YMCA, have you ever felt like your age was a problem?
And I think that's one of the biggest mistakes that a lot of people make. They think that because they're older and now, or maybe, you know, 30 or 40 years old, they think that they're already losing, or they think that, you know, they cannot win. But I think for me, you become wiser. You know, you start now understanding that, you know what, life is too short. And I do not have a lot of time to live. So I want to live my passion. I want to enjoy my passion. I want to enjoy the things in life that I missed out as a child. I grew up in the ghetto, guys.
Really?
There was no outdoors. There was no, sea. There was nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just a block of concrete.
Oh,
and I wanted to get out of the concrete and explore things and find out that there is life out there. And I think when you're now in the 30s and 40s, you're more wiser and you know what you want and you start following that passion. But you've got to know your passion and start following your dream.
Okay, cool. Like, I didn't know you grew up in the ghetto.
Yeah, we do have those in Africa too,
I just didn't like. I mean, I know you for you're educated, all that, tell it. Like, I'm not saying you can't be in the ghetto and do that, but I mean, I just never thought about that. Sometimes you don't think about where people come from.
Yes.
You just see them as they are.
Yes.
And you automatically fill in your own.
And gaps.
Yeah, you fill in your own backstory, and then when they tell you the real story, you're like, oh. Okay, that makes sense.
No, but I think you're asking a very important question, and I think let me also try to help not only the people in the Western world, but also people that are in the third world, like where I grew up. I mean, I'm originally from Zimbabwe, and grew up in a country where we were colonialized, where you were told that you cannot get out of your system, and where you were told that you can never make it in life. And when you grew up in that system, you start believing the lie. You start believing the system because the system now start getting into a head that I cannot do it, or I cannot get out of my situation. And I just want to encourage us and encourage your audience to say, what, all things are possible if you continue to keep dreaming and believing in yourself that you can reach your goal and you can reach the things that you've set yourself to do in your life.
So was there a time in your life where you remember, okay, I'm not going to listen to their lies. Like, I'm not going to listen to their programming. Was there a time when you just were like, what, when you were younger, that you just really hit you, that you were like, what, I'm going to do it this way, that set you on the path to where you are now?
I'm going to be just real with you.
Please.
I think one of the things that happened that made me realize that I was just living a lie is that you start failing.
Okay.
That there are certain things that you put yourself to try to do and you fail.
Okay.
And some people look at failure as the coffin, or you cannot do whatever you want to do. And I just want to encourage people to say, maybe you've tried certain things and you failed because you were not passionate about those things. But to me, failure became an opportunity, a stepping stone for me to say I can look back. It's just like driving your car. When you're driving your car, you have the big screen in front of you.
Okay.
And if you have the big screen in front of you, you have the small rear view mirror.
Yeah.
The small rear view mirror is what you look back and see where you've been and what you've done. And so sometimes some of us who are very ambitious and aggressive, I tell you, I was taught you need to go to school, you need to do this, and I did that.
Yeah.
And I got all the degrees, I got all the education. But then when I started trying to implement it, I started failing in certain areas. So I started looking at those things in the rearview mirror.
Okay.
And still continue looking forward where I am going in the windscreen to say, I have a brighter future, I have a hope, I have a life. And also the other thing that helped me was all my kids are grown. And they're already starting their own families and they're doing so well. So I don't want to be sitting at home and just be watching, the TV and, I want to go out. I want to explore. I want to see. I want to discover the world. Because, guys, there's still a lot that we can discover out there. And it's still waiting for you to discover. So that's how I ended up, So sometimes failures can help us as stepping stone to help us to go where we need to go.
Okay. I like that. I actually did a video today that I'll upload later, and I kind of talked about failure. Yeah. And using failure. It's not a negative thing.
No.
It's just, okay, this didn't work. Let me try this.
Yes.
And then, like, once you fail and survive it, it kind of helps your confidence.
Yes.
Because you're like,
once I started failing, in whatever I was doing, guess what? I started enjoying it. I really, guys, to be honest with you, I started just enjoying traveling. I started just enjoying going out and exploring and seeing the world itself. And I mean, God has blessed me. I tell you, I've been to different places, and people say,
you were just in Dubai. I'm jealous.
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
Yes, I just came from Dubai.
I'm jealous. I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead. I had to throw that in there.
That's so true. I just came from Dubai.
Yeah.
I was in Dubai, in the biggest mall in the world, the tallest building in the world, and I had just a ball. And you know, when I was in Dubai, I was riding the camel. I was riding. Yes. It's life, guys. We can enjoy it. And you can go to places and even enjoy working while you are also exploring.
Got you. Yeah, I'm very jealous about Dubai. Like I'm gonna start this year, hopefully traveling overseas. I got my list. I want to do Philippines and I want to do Thailand. But I was like, one of these times I gotta have a layover in Dubai, so just so I can take a selfie.
But seriously, if you want to go to Dubai, there's a way that you can do it. They even encourage people to do that.
Really?
You can, you can even go there, and they have packages that you buy, day package, during the week package, and you can see the whole place.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
But see, this is the type of stuff you learn when you just talk to people. Like me and Lovejoy work together, but we correspond occasionally. But a lot of stuff I just don't really know.
Well, when I was in Dubai, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but I don't want to promote any other person that, I used my frequent flyer miles, with Emirates, and I bought the package using my miles.
Oh, nice.
And they gave me free nights there. So I had free nights.
Nice.
I enjoyed it. And that's how you start now. Once you build up those miles now, you start using them for traveling, and you start using them for your accommodation, and you start using them in some of the places to go and see the place.
I only fly Delta personally.
No, Delta is. The Delta is. There's some, where you can fly, but some of the airlines where you can fly, you start building those miles, and it becomes cheaper to fly.
So what would your advice be? Because I know a lot of people watch this kind of in the early 20s.
That's right.
Maybe kind of what you were saying earlier. And I feel like as the world kind of progresses along, maybe because of the technology, other things, but I feel like a lot of people are a lot sooner in their life getting to that point where they're like, I don't want to do this. I think a lot of, I talk to a lot of people in their 20s who are just they're looking out the big window because they don't have a lot behind them. They're still kind of relatively young. They're looking out the big window. They're not liking what they're seeing. Take the school route, the corporate route, all that. What would be your advice to someone like that, as far as if they don't think that that's the route they want to take? What would you say to them?
I think the most exciting thing is that, that I can tell you is that when you were very young, we used to dream. The teachers would ask you, what do you want to become when you grow up? And I'll tell the teacher, I want to become this, and then the reality starts hitting you, and you're like, I don't think I want to go there. So one thing that you have to overcome is you have to overcome fear of failure. That a lot of people do not start because they think that they cannot do it. So there's fear of failure. And then the second thing that you need to start, saying is you need to understand your passion.
Okay.
Find out what your passion is, because within the seasonal work or the traveling, there's a lot of areas that you can start becoming passionate about. Study, become a student of what is going on around the world. And then the other thing, Tim, not only do you need to understand your passion and not only overcome your fear, but a lot of people think that you have to have money.
Yes.
Guys, it's a lie. And I don't know, for years I believed that, that, I have to have money so I can travel. No, you can now start planning well, where you're now putting yourself in your passion, and where you are now starting to focus on the things that you enjoy doing. And there's a lot of opportunities out there of where you can go and you can actually start working. And then the other thing that I really want to encourage, the people, it's not about, when you have money, But the other thing that you need to start looking at is start surrounding yourself with the like-minded people. You know, start surrounding yourself with people that will help you to get where you need to be. And I'm so thankful that, you know, with me, I really surrounded myself with people, and globally I can go anywhere. I mean, seriously, right now, Tim, I can go anywhere. And if I choose to go and stay in a hotel, it's me that's choosing to go and stay in a hotel. But I have now networked, and I have people that I've worked with or that I've networked with that help me to get me where I need to be.
That is something I picked up from you when we worked together last year, is I got serious about like networking.
Yes.
I forget what it is exactly that you told me or what was going on, but like a light bulb went off in my head. Just because I see Lovejoy is everybody, like in town. Lovejoy, like I remember like the second week after I met you.
I actually know them too.
Yeah, you probably already know Lovejoy. You all probably already know this. Like the second week after I met you, we went to like the parade in town. The parade in town, and you were in the float with the mayor or something. That's right. And I thought he was joking. He's like, "Yeah, I was with the mayor," and I was like, and he's like, "No, I was." I'm like, "How do you know the mayor?" Like, and I think that it really got me started thinking about like networking. And yeah, seasonal work is a great way to do that, because like I'm always saying like, I've got friends when I do start going overseas. It's like I got friends in Thailand and Poland and Bulgaria, and all of them are like, if you come to my country, you can stay with me. Like, you know, they're all like, come on, you know.
And I think even in China, you know, when you go out there, I mean, I've got guys who are there, and they just like, you know, you need to come over, and you need to come in, you know, and stay with us. And so that helps me when I go to certain parts of the world, and it cuts the cost of my accommodation in going into expensive places, and I actually get to stay with the people. And I think that brings another important thing, you know, here, Tim, to say, you know what, when you go to another place, I think one of the things that has really helped me, it's what I have what I call a theology of place. So you need to have an in-depth study, or what we call it, the big word here, it's exegeting the city or exegeting the place. Before you go there, do your homework so that when you get there, you're not overwhelmed. And a lot of people sometimes go to certain places and then they find, whoa, that's not what they wanted. It's just because they've never taken the time to exegete the community or to exegete the place. Exegeting is actually breaking it down. You want to try to break down and say, wait a minute, when I get there, you have a goal, you have a plan. Like, you know, being in the Y here, I mean, being in, you know, out here in Colorado, I want to go and visit, you know, all the 14ers. I want to go and, you know, visit this. You have a game plan. That's what I'm talking about, exegeting the community. Know what is being offered there, and so that you can go and explore it. Don't just go and show up and say, man, what is going on here?
I feel like
you'll find a lot of things going on.
That's what I usually do. I just book a ticket and I just show up, and then I'm just like outside my hotel, like, okay.
You were asking me, how did I get to know the mayor? Before I came here, I went and Googled it.
Oh, okay.
And I found out that the mayor is, you know, he loves cowboy stuff, and he's doing this, and, you know, he's doing that. And then I wrote him a letter. I said, you know, Mr. Mayor, I'm looking forward to your city. I want to know more about your city. What do you guys offer for your city that I can be part of? And they sent me, the whole year calendar of the events that the whole city does.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
So you start now exegeting the community or getting as much information as you can before you get into that community.
That was wisdom right there, people. That's deep. I just wrote the mayor a letter. And then they came. And then when you got here, you met them. And
then when I got here, he invited me to the mayor's chamber, and then invited me to the monthly meetings, which I have been attending. And it's once a month, and he gives his report about the city and what's going on. And I know where the budget for the city is.
Wow.
So sometimes the city has certain things, you know. For example, if you come to Colorado, did you know that you don't even have to have a car to go to the national park?
No,
They drive you. There's a shuttle.
Oh yeah.
A free shuttle that drives you to go out there.
Yeah.
And you can be there for the whole day. And they even have tour guides that you don't have to pay. But if you go with your car,
you have to pay.
You have to pay.
Yeah, so you should drive here and then park at your hotel, take the shuttle.
Yes.
Yeah, got you.
So there's cheaper ways of doing things in the cities where you can now know ahead of time, you know, what city you're going to go to or what resort you're going to go to, and find out what's the community doing, you know. So there's a lot that you can do.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to wrap up this part 1, just because y'all know my camera cuts off after 24 minutes. But Lovejoy, you got time to stick around?
Oh, sure.
We're going to talk some more.
To talk to you guys.
We got some other topics going on. Be back with you later.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Tim here. I promised y'all that if I got a chance and the wind died down and it wasn't super cold, I would try to give y'all, you know, at least a few minutes of some video here in Alaska. And today, fortunately, the wind kind of went away. It's not too cold. I think it might be in like the 40s. So that's awesome. So I'm actually just out taking a walk along the beach here. Give y'all a little panoramic of what I got going on here, where I'm at. Oh, look at those mountains. Oh yeah. There we go. Okay. Sorry you can't see me right about now. There we go. I'm coming back in focus. Okay. Yeah, but that's what I'm doing. Just out here, some friends, you know, just walking along the beach, you know, enjoying the scenery. The beach is like all rocks. I don't know if you can see it, but like the beach is all rocks. These aren't your Florida beaches with sand. These are all rocks. But it's super cool finding little seashells, seaweed. But mainly just like looking at the mountains, you know, just enjoying a winter day. Got my mittens on, enjoying just out, you know, enjoying a winter day, having some fun. That's what it's all about, people. If you haven't been to Alaska, definitely put it on your bucket list. It's a beautiful place, as you can see. I mean, oh yeah, oh, just drink that in. Just drink that in, man. Woo. Anyway, it's a beautiful place. I'm actually, I don't know if I mentioned it, I'm actually in Seward, Alaska, and the whole town is just surrounded by mountains like this. And then you've got, you know, water, you know, it's just the whole, it's a very nice place. It's cool in the wintertime, but it's even more beautiful in the summertime. When I worked here before, I worked in Moose Pass, which is like 30 minutes away from Seward. So this was the town I came into when I needed to do shopping, stuff like that. So yeah, that's how I made friends here, stuff like that. But yeah, Seward's a really cool town, really big tourist town in the summer. I think a lot of cruise ships and stuff leave from out of Seward in the summertime if you got really big money. But you know, even just the average person among us, you know, it's really not, you would think it's really expensive to fly to Alaska, but you know, it's really, I think my ticket, our round trip, my ticket's $500. And it is a little pricey, accommodations and stuff like that. And I will say the food is definitely expensive here. I'm not even gonna lie. The food is every time I go out to eat, I'm just like, ugh. But it is what it is. Part of the reason I recommend, you know, coming to Alaska, working seasonally, cut down on that price. But yeah, if you haven't been to Alaska, put it on your bucket list and come. It's definitely worth it. Just like some truly beautiful scenery. The sun, I hate these shots where you can't see me, but I mean the scenery is the star here. But yeah, trying to show y'all some of this. Sun's not working with me, but yeah, just wanted to show y'all that, so you know, y'all wouldn't just see me talking inside of my friend's apartment and be like, he's probably not even in Alaska, he's in Denver somewhere. So I wanted to just let y'all know I'm out here, you know, I'm out here. I'm enjoying my life. Anyway, I'll let y'all go. Talk to y'all later. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Tim here. Just finished a little hike
Went into the national park for a while, walked around. Not a new hike, something I've done plenty of times, but it's my day off. Oh, I got less than a month left here at the YMCA, so I figured I would go out and take some pictures. Bought a new camera actually the other day. Yeah, I'm gonna do a review on it one of these days, but I bought a new camera, so took it out and was taking some pictures that I had taken before with just my phone camera, but I wanted to get some better shots with kind of a real camera. So I was on my way back in, and I figured I would do a little walk and talk as I'm walking back to housing. Maybe show y'all a little of the YMCA here in the Rockies, right up the road from Estes Park, Colorado. If you look here, like those cabins you see behind me, those are actually the cabins I clean at work. So that's what I do. I'll try to take y'all inside one of them a couple days. Someone asked me to do kind of a more in-depth detailed view of what I do at work, but I think there's like 217 cabins at the Y, varying sizes, some 2-bedroom, some 4-bedroom, some 3-bedroom. And that's, I just kind of, me and a crew of between like 3 to 5 people, sometimes more, go around and just clean these cabins. Figured I would just show y'all kind of some of the Y grounds here. Sure, people are going to drive by looking at me like I'm crazy because I'm talking to my phone, but most people know I make YouTube videos, so they'll get over it. A little out of breath from all the hiking, and I'm going uphill, but just paved this road here. Looks nice, except for that section. Anyway, yeah. Don't really have much to talk about today. Show y'all the mini golf course here. Yeah, there's mini golf. See that? I've never done it because I'm antisocial. But yeah, supposed to be some really good mini golf. And there's a tennis court over there. Yeah, like I said, I think I got like 21 days left, 15 working days. So I'm pretty excited. Enjoyed my time here at the Y, but it's been like 8 months, 7 months and 2 quarters. I don't know. It's been a while. I'm kind of ready to do something new. My wanderlust is kicking in. So yeah, ready to go. Excited. Gonna take a little trip. Then I'm going down to Glacier National Park to work. So definitely stay tuned. When I leave here, I'm gonna have a couple weeks of some really good footage for y'all to check out. I'm kind of excited about that. You know, I like doing these videos out here, but most of this scenery I've seen 7 months straight, so I need some new scenery. I was in Denver for a wedding that I said I was gonna vlog and didn't, but I was in Denver for a wedding this weekend, and it was super cool to see like the streets and different houses and different stuff. So yeah, I'm really ready to be doing something other than just being here, even though it's beautiful. Like you can see around you, this is where I work. I get to see this every day. You see that? I mean, it's beautiful scenery, but it's time to move on. So yeah, going to be going to Glacier National Park, going to be a house person there. I wanted to be a housekeeper, but they said all the housekeeper positions were filled. So basically I'll be like a porter, cleaning the public areas, making deliveries. So I gathered. I'll probably get there and it'll be something totally different. I'm sure I'll be scrubbing toilets somehow. Sure, no matter what happens, I will be somehow scrubbing toilets. Not that I mind. That's kind of one of those things that when you first start housekeeping, you hate scrubbing toilets. And then once you get used to it, it's really not a big deal. There's the baseball field. So yeah, I'm sure I'll be cleaning up other people's messes in some capacity, but I'm excited to do that. Like I've been telling people here for like the past month, they're getting tired of hearing it. But I was like, there's no dragons left to slay here. Like everybody knows I'm a good housekeeper here. Cause I say that a lot too. But I need something new. I need to go somewhere else and be challenged and have to prove myself and get, recognition. I think I kind of need that in life. I think that was why. Hey, how you doing? I think that was why before I never could stay at a job for a long period of time, because after a while it gets boring. You've done what you need to do. Like, everybody knows you're good. Now what? I got to stay here another 10 years? So, yeah. Coming up on like the administrative area. Show y'all where we're at. Yeah. It's like the admin building, the lunchroom. I'm just going to keep recording until I get to employee housing. Why not? Maybe even take y'all into housing. I've showed you my room, but I haven't really showed you anything else. So, yeah, anyway, like I said, moving on. But I do have like 3 weeks between jobs, so we're going to take a little trip. I might have mentioned in another video where I'm going, but I'm not going to say it in this one. You got to subscribe and keep watching to see where I'm going. But it should be exciting. It's going to be fun. I got 2 weeks where I'm considering myself on vacation. And then the third week is basically me coming back and going to Glacier. But I'm excited about the 2 weeks where I can just lay around my hotel room if I want to. But hopefully there'll be decent Wi-Fi there. I can maybe do some live streaming or upload some videos. If not, I'll have to upload them when I get back. But yeah, man, I'm excited. That is, sorry about the heavy breathing. I'll tell you, my lungs aren't what they used to be. That is one thing about seasonal work. Even though it would seem like, since you only work a certain contract, like you would feel so free. But the fact that you stay, and me without a car, I stay in the same place for long periods of time, you really start to feel trapped after a while. So yeah, after 8 months, yeah, I'm really feeling the trapped. So 2 weeks and nothing to do, somewhere new, crazy. What's up, Adam? 2 weeks with nothing to do, somewhere new. I can wake up when I want to wake up. If I just want to sit in my hotel the whole time, I can. That's like heaven for me. Don't have to see people that I don't want to see. Heaven. Gonna love it. Oh, here's one of the lodges. We clean the lodges too, but they never put me in lodges. I'm always in cabins. There's another one right there. Yeah, it's a pretty big property. If you're looking for like a family place to take your kids and everybody, you can't beat the Y. Up in Colorado, slap in the middle of the Rocky Mountains. You've seen the footage in my other videos of, you know, the places that are in walking distance of here. Definitely check it out. Anyway, almost to housing. My lungs ain't what they used to be. I think it's from breathing in, doing lawn maintenance for 15 years, breathing in all that dust and stuff. I just don't think I got the lung capacity I used to have. It's all good though, it ain't gonna stop me. How's it going? Beautiful day. Beautiful. See you, man. Almost there. We're getting there. Okay. Got my key out. One thing I like about housing here is it is locked, so you can't get in the building without a key. All right. Inside. Okay. Nobody's in here. I'll show you one of the lobbies. Real quick. Come in here, hang out. Big screen TV, soda machines. It's pretty cool. All right, to my room. Ooh, you can't see me at all. There we go. And voila. We're in my room. I've showed you all this many times. Turn some light on. Showed you all my room many times. Don't look as dirty. But yeah, here's where I live. I only got a few days left, so I got to start purging. Start getting rid of stuff, even more stuff. I've been purging before, but got to start getting rid of more stuff. Got to figure out what I'm doing with my lights and stuff, because I'm not going to take them with me. Everywhere I go, I order new lights. Like, this is my third or fourth set of lights. If I believe in the stock market, I should buy stock in that light company, because I spend so much money with them. And they're good lights. But yeah, I'm going to turn this off and go get some lunch. Just thought I would do that little talk with you. Didn't really talk about anything, but hopefully you got to see a little of the why. And like I said, I'll try to take you on one of the cabins another day, kind of show you what I actually do at work, talk a little bit more about being a housekeeper, working at the Y, things like that. Anyway, talk to you later. Bye.
How y'all doing? My name is Chris from down in Knee Knuckle, Kansas, and I hate to barge in on you like this, but I felt as a red-blooded American citizen I had to. Okay, every now and then the YouTubes recommend this Timothy Ward guy's videos to me. I don't watch nothing like that. I don't watch no videos of anybody like him. But for some reason, the YouTube algorithm recommends his videos to me from time to time. So I watched a couple of them, and I gotta say I was disgusted by his message. This whole ideal of living your dreams, going after your goals, putting aside, society's regulations and obligations, and just doing what you want to do. Hell, the man ain't even married. Even the gays are getting married now. This man ain't married. And he's going to tell you how to live your life. We are living in the year 2023 of our Lord Christ. It is not the time to be going off and just doing whatever you want to do. You need to hunker down. Go to school, get good grades, get you a good job. Okay? Get you in a good college, get you a good degree. Do you think I would have my job as a shift supervisor down at the plant if I hadn't gone and got a business degree? Now, are there people there who make more money than me without degrees? Yes, but that's different. They're smarter than me. We ain't smart. We ain't smart. We're not intelligent. We're just regular good folks. So what we need to do is hunker down. We need to find a little plot of land and buy as big a house on that land as we can. The most we can look forward to in this life is having a nice house, having a couple cars, good American cars, maybe one foreign car, but that's pushing it, and just live that life. Stay at that same good job. I don't care if they make you work mandatory overtime all the time. I don't care if they never give you a raise. Hell, I ain't got a raise at the plant in 25 years, but I'm still there because they got a very generous 401k. Okay, they match. Well, there ain't no match, but I hear it's a good one. And by the time I retire at 67, I'll probably have a couple $1,000s, which I can use to retire. Hell, I might not even retire. I might just work down the plant until this old body gives out. I don't know. I do know one thing, though. I'm not going to sit around and let this charlatan, this snake oil salesman, this con artist fool y'all into ruining your lives. Okay? He's out here telling people they ain't got to have kids. The only reason you're here is to have kids. The only reason you're here is to work, have kids. What else is there, ladies and gentlemen? If you ain't married, if you're not a parent, why are you here? Okay, this man is just selling y'all this dream that really has nothing to do with life. What's the point of going after your dreams? To be happy? Who wants to be happy? You know when I'm happy? When I get my check. Now, my check is not always as big as I wish it to be because they take a lot of taxes, they take a lot of fees. Like I said, I haven't got a raise in 25 years, but I'm happy when I get my check. I'm happy when I watch NASCAR. I'm happy when the Broncos win. Okay? That's when I'm happy. That's happiness to me. You're going off, you're traveling, you're starting your own business. You're doing this season. I don't understand this whole seasonal work thing he talks about. Working for 3 or 4 months at a time and out in the wilderness. Sounds crazy to me. Sounds like something weird is going on. Sounds like a cult to me. Doesn't sound very Christian to me, if you know what I mean. Do not listen to this man. Find yourself a nice comfort zone and stay in it. That's what my friends call me. It's Comfort Zone Chris. You find yourself a nice comfort zone and you stay in it. You hunker down in it and you never leave. There's too much bad stuff out there can happen to you, ladies and gentlemen. Do you want to go broke chasing your dreams? You want to be homeless? You want to be living on the street? Too many bad things can happen.
traveling around the world, getting kidnapped, getting robbed, too many bad things out there. You find you a nice little town like Knuckle, Kansas, and you get you a plot of land and a house there, and you raise you a family like God intended, and you stay there. You stay there and you hold on to that for dear life. All you got in this world is security. Granted, somebody might still come along and take it from you, but that's the risk you take. But it's nothing like what this Timothy Ward guy's telling you to do. This man, ooh, this man. You know, I think we all go to the same hell. But I sure hope there's a 7th level reserved for this man. He is selling you a dream. That's about all he's selling. He's not really selling anything else. That's another problem I have with the man. How you gonna be on the internet, not have an online course, not have a ton of merch, not have all these, you know, you see all the other influencers, they're always selling you something. This man ain't selling you nothing. Where's his book? He been talking about his book for a while. Where's the book? Where's the stuff he's selling you? I don't trust the man who ain't trying to sell me something. I don't care if it's crap. At least he's trying to sell me something. That's how you know this guy is not honest. This guy's not honest. I see it. I see it. I've been a few places. All of them were in Knuckle, but I've been a few places. I've seen a few things, and I know. Ooh, I know a con artist when I see one.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? It is your boy Tim, back with another video. And as you can see, I'm out exploring here in Rocky Mountain National Park. I'm also like halfway on the grounds of the YMCA of the Rockies. They border each other, so sometimes you don't know if you're in one or in the other. But no matter what, no matter where we're at, beautiful location, just out walking around doing some exploring. I just got here yesterday, and I wanted to turn the camera on and show y'all some of these sites. You know, I got to share the sites with y'all, but I also wanted to make a video on a topic that I kind of have shied away from talking about for a while, but now that I've been blessed to hit 50,000 plus subscribers, let me say that again slowly because it's a big deal for your boy. 50,000 plus subscribers. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. It's all y'all. I just make the videos. Y'all do the subscribing and the watching and the donating and all that stuff. So thank y'all. Thank y'all. Since I've been able to hit that metric, I feel like now, let me give y'all some more of this as well. Oh, beautiful. Now I can talk more about like YouTube stuff, okay? I'm a big believer that one of the best jobs going right now is content creator. Be that YouTube, be that TikTok, be that Instagram. I think content creator is a job that's gonna be around for a while. And it is a job. A lot of people it's a hobby, but can also be a job. It can also make you some decent money, okay? And since I don't know about TikTok and Instagram, today we're gonna talk about YouTube. And one of the biggest things I see that I think turns a lot of people off from making YouTube videos is that a lot of people, I think, who make videos about how to do well on YouTube are content creators who've been doing it for a long time, and they have just like really awesome videos, okay? You know, we've all seen people making videos about how to make it on YouTube, and their videos look like cinematic masterpieces, okay? The videos look great, the lighting's great, the audio's great. You know, these are people with all the fancy equipment, you know, and they spend hours like editing their videos, and they look great. And I think a lot of times when we're thinking about getting started on YouTube, we think that our videos need to look that well or that good in order to be a YouTuber. So I wanted to make a video, and I wanted to talk about how to make money on YouTube, with crappy videos. That's what this video is going to be about. And one of the reasons I wanted to film this video here is because I'm trying to find a good place to stand that gives y'all some scenery, and also where the sun ain't just all up in my face or I'm in the shadows, okay? When you're out in these woods, ladies and gentlemen, when you're out in these woods, the sun and the natural light don't always work with you. But we're gonna make it work today.
But one of the reasons I wanted to come to this location and film this video is because I have filmed so many videos here. Those of you who know me know that I've worked at the YMCA of the Rockies here many times, close to like 2 years over the past 5 years that I've been living this nomadic lifestyle. This is like my 4th time being here. So I filmed a lot of videos here. And most of them I just filmed on a cell phone. Most of them I just had a cell phone. I filmed it. When I go back and watch a lot of those videos, very cringy because, like, you know, the camera I got now has stabilization. So when I'm walking, it's, you know, it's fairly stable. Initially, my camera had no stabilization, okay? It was all, when I go back and watch those videos, I get seasick. I'm just like, what? But a lot of those videos did very well. And so that's kind of what I want to talk about in this video. There are so many other YouTubers who can tell you about, you know, the proper equipment, lighting, audio, things of that nature. I want to talk about some of the basics, and mainly I want to say that if you're ever going to get on YouTube, start making money from it, and have it become like a business, and have it pay your bills, and you be able to do it full time, you got to get started. You have to get started. And it's okay to get started with crappy videos. It's okay to get started just using your cell phone. You don't have to go out and buy no fancy equipment. I know a lot of people who go out and they buy fancy equipment, and then they say they're going to start a YouTube channel, and then they never do. So now they got these nice cameras and these lights and all this stuff sitting around, and they never use them. You know, start on your cell phone. Start with what you have. If you have an old 10-year-old camera, use that. You have a cell phone, use that. But the key is to, like, just get started. Okay, just get started. YouTube is a... So the reason you're seeing a quick edit right here is because the battery died on my camera. I promise y'all, I did not set that up to make this a really crappy video. Like, I know this video is gonna do well because it is coming out so crappy. You're walking around, Tim, like you're getting bad angles, the audio's off, your battery's dying in the middle of the video. This is a crappy video, but it just goes to show that you can still do okay on YouTube with crappy videos. But like I was saying, get started with what you have and go. You know, what a lot of these big YouTubers won't tell you is that a lot of them went to college, went to university for, like, film and video. So the reason a lot of their videos look so great is because they've gone to school for this, okay? But for a lot of other big YouTubers, they started out making crappy videos too. It's just that when they got bigger, they deleted all the crappy videos. You can't go back and see all their crappy videos because they deleted them. I'm tempted to walk across this. Can y'all see it? This log here. I'm tempted to walk across. Oh, I'm tempted to walk across that to the other side. I don't think I'm gonna do that today though. This would turn into a really crappy video if I fell. A really funny but crappy video if I fell. So yeah, most of the big YouTubers you like either already knew how to make videos, or they started out making crappy videos and they learned how to do it, and the reason you don't see those crappy videos is because they deleted them. I like to equate content creation, YouTube, whatever, to, like, you know, if you want to be in the NBA, you don't just walk up to the NBA and get in the NBA. You know, you start out playing in the neighborhood, you know, maybe you play in high school, maybe you play in college, but you don't start out in the NBA. You have to work your way up. You know, when you first start playing basketball, you sucked. Now, after 5-10 years of doing it, you might be, you know, in the league, okay, making big money. But you start out making no money and you suck at it. Now, you might know, hey, I suck at this now, but I like doing it, and I feel like I have the potential to make a lot of money doing it, so I'm gonna stick with it. And that's what I always say about, like, YouTube, okay? Don't, in the beginning, focus on the money. The money can come, but don't focus on the money, and don't think you have to have just, like, perfect videos. Just find something that will film you, you know what I mean? Find something you can turn on, you know, that will film you. You know, get you something that, you know, a little basic editing software if you want it. You know, find some way to upload, tablet, laptop, whatever, or you can upload straight from your phone these days. YouTube is really easy these days. When I started, you had to have, like, a desktop computer, you know, or a good laptop. Now you can edit and upload right from your phone. But find something that'll get the job done for you and just, like, use that. Start off making crappy videos, bad lighting, bad audio, camera shaking, and just realize that like this is your training ground. You know what I mean? Like this is just you learning, and just keep uploading. Okay, a lot of times I think people overthink too, like what should I make a video about? Whatever pops in your head, make videos about it. Like you don't always need to know your niche before you start making YouTube videos. Whatever you want to talk about, talk about. When you sit around with your friends, whatever topic you're always wanting to talk about, the topic that your friends get tired of hearing you talk about that on YouTube. Okay? If you're not getting a lot of views with that, maybe expand that. But you want to find something you do like to talk about, that you are passionate about, and just keep making content consistently. If it's once a week, once a month, whatever, just consistently, you know, upload content. And here's the thing, like you can't get better at something unless you do it. So I think a lot of people get discouraged when their videos don't look good. They think they don't do well on camera. You know, they think they don't know what to say. You're not going to get better at any of that until you do it. It's just like if you start playing basketball and you suck at three-point shots, you're not going to get better at three-point shots just sitting around, you know, mumbling to yourself about how bad you are at three-pointers, beating yourself up that you suck at three-pointers. Nah, you got to get out there behind the key and shoot. Behind the line and shoot. You know what I mean? So like that's what you got to do with YouTube. If you identify that this is something you might want to do, you like the ideal of being able to pay your bills, you know, just talking to a camera. If you like the ideal of getting your message out there, if you think you have something, and we all do. Here's another thing, we all have something to talk about that would benefit others. For me, that is one of the biggest things I appreciate about YouTube. It allows me to get some of these thoughts in my head, out of my head, but also I think some of them help and benefit other people. Actually, I know they do because people have told me. You know what I mean? So I feel blessed to have a platform where I can talk about things that can help other people. They in turn can do them, benefit from them, and they can pass them on to other people. You know? So we all have some things we can share with other people. It's just a matter of getting it out there. And the only way you're gonna get it out there is to start uploading, okay? And I'm gonna tell you something too. Like, let me get down here, get some decent lighting again. And I'm gonna tell you something too. It's usually the videos you don't think are gonna do well that do well. So you also don't have to like overthink what the video is gonna be about, because the video you think is gonna be a home run, everybody's gonna watch, ain't gonna be the one that's a home run. It's gonna be the one that you're just like, man, I need to do a video today. It's been a while. Oh, here's this topic. You throw that video up. It's just you sitting in your room, damn near in the dark. Everybody watches it. That's the thing too. Like any content creator will tell you that one of their best videos is one that they just did not think would pop, and it did. The YouTube algorithm does a lot of the work for you. Once again, a lot of people know about the algorithm now, so I think in the beginning people try to like overthink the algorithm and figure it out. No. The beauty of the algorithm is you don't have to know nothing about it and it will work for you. You don't have to go to YouTubeAlgorithmAcademy.com and take classes and learn about the YouTube algorithm for it to work for you. No, it's gonna work for you no matter what. But the more you upload, the more you kind of learn how the algorithm works. And trust me, the first time you get a video that does very well, that'll really pique your curiosity and your interest in learning more about the algorithm and YouTube. But once again, you can't pick up all this stuff until like you start uploading. And also too, let's get to the money part real quick. You're definitely, every now and then someone will like get monetized on just a couple videos. It's just like a fluke. They do something, they just get lucky. Don't ever let someone tell you that some of these content creators that got monetized off 3 videos knew what they were doing. No, they just got lucky. Or they knew somebody at YouTube or Google. They knew somebody. But yeah, the only way you're ever gonna get to the level, I think it's 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time in a month. The only way you're gonna get there is to upload content and get more people watching. You know what I mean? You're not gonna get to 1,000 subscribers with like 1 video typically. 20 videos, 30 videos, now we're talking. And then every video, you know, if you get 30 videos, every day there's people watching those videos. That's how your watch time goes up. That's how you get monetized. But you gotta put videos out there. But even if they're crappy, people will watch them. And if you have what it takes, people will watch your content, consume your content. They will like, comment, subscribe, even to a crappy video. Trust me. Like I said, I like being in this spot filming this video because I filmed a lot of bad videos. This one ain't that good. I filmed a lot of bad videos in this location, and I made money off those videos. I'm gonna make money off this video. Thank y'all. It was because people liked what they saw. And now in the beginning, I was very surprised. I'm like, why would anybody, and that's another thing too, don't doubt yourself. Don't ever say, oh, people wouldn't want to listen to me. I'm not pretty enough. I'm not cute enough. I'm not smart enough. If you ever start doubting yourself and think that people who ain't, you know, special can't be content creators, just look at your boy. Very little special here, okay? I mean, I can talk okay. I can talk, we can talk good, you know, but not really special here. But like people, you know what's crazy about the internet? People gravitate to like normal because most of us are normal. You know what I mean? Or average, I should say. That's the word I'm looking for. People gravitate to average because most of us are average. You know what I mean? So like every now and then, yeah, I want to get online and I want to see somebody, you know, doing big things, doing things I might never be able to do, because it just makes me say, oh, well, you know, if I can't do it, I want to see somebody else doing it. I'm not a hater. I want to see someone else doing it. I want to see heroes from time to time. But the majority of the time, I just want to see regular people like me, maybe doing things I want to do to let me know I can do it. And most of us are just regular people living regular lives, doing things we like to do. And in that space, whatever you feel like sharing, there will be people that gravitate towards that, and it'll be because you look like you. It'll be because you're not a 10, you know, or it might be because you are a 10, if you are a 10. You know, but we like to watch people who remind us of ourselves, and also some people who kind of don't. So no matter who you are, upload content, stay consistent, and once you get monetized, then you'll really get like a kick in the butt. Once you get that first check, you'll really start being wanting to upload, because like once you get monetized, you'll realize that like every video is potential money. You know, in the beginning, it's totally a passion project. This tree is messing me all up. I'm trying to get this view, and this tree is all up in my mix. Trying to get the perfect, but yeah, every video becomes a passive income stream. That's one of the things I love about YouTube. Every video becomes a passive income stream. I've got videos from 8 years ago on this channel, 7, 8 years ago on this channel, that still make money. Some of them are those really crappy videos. People still watch, they still comment. I go into my analytics and people still subscribe from those really crappy videos back when it was just me on a cell phone, you know, giving people seizures from watching. It was so shaky, so bad. If you think I say like and a lot now, and I know I do because people like to remind me in the comments, if you think I say like and a lot now, go back 5 years ago. That was pretty much the whole video. But those videos made me money, and they were the building blocks to better videos. They were the building blocks to me, you know, being comfortable enough to like live stream for hours at a time. And that has really helped me on the algorithm. That's made my watch time go through the roof. It's made my revenue go up. And it's got me to a point where I feel really blessed that, like, you know, YouTube pays the bills. And that allows me to be able to do things like I'm doing now, traveling around, you know, going back to a seasonal job and just kind of, you know, hanging out, seeing my friends, and not really having to worry about the money. And y'all know I don't brag about stuff in life. That's totally a statement to say that, like, you can get there too. Okay? That's totally a statement to let you know, like, what is possible. Okay? And like I said in the beginning of this video, I feel like I kind of owe it to people to make more content like this. Because I think a lot of people think you gotta have something special, you gotta have perfect videos, you gotta have fancy equipment. You know, I'm blessed to have 3 or 4 cameras now since I've been doing this for years. But honestly, you know, most of my videos are shot on a cell phone or the camera I'm on now that I bought 3 years ago for 600 bucks, you know, more than paid for itself. But definitely, if YouTube is something you're thinking about doing, please know you just gotta start, you gotta get to it. And just consistently upload. Keep tweaking your content. Once you find a niche, if it seems like you're niched down too narrow, you know, broaden the niche, expand. People come to your YouTube channel for you. So just because you started out talking about cars doesn't mean every video has to be about cars. You can do a blog about you going to Tennessee and people will watch it because they like you. So don't feel like you're ever gonna pigeonhole yourself and you're not gonna have enough topics to talk about. Just talk about what's going on in your life. when there's nothing to talk about in your niche, and people will like it. Sometimes those are the videos that really get a high subscribe rate because it lets people see you're human, you're not just the car guy. So if you think about doing YouTube, please just get started. Start with what you have, you know, get in the gym, shoot them free throws, shoot them those free throw shots. 3-point shots? Crappy, this is a horrible video. It's gonna do numbers though. But yeah, just get started. And if you have any questions, feel free to hit your boy up. I think I'm gonna start trying to do way more YouTube content. Yeah, I think I can justify it now. Anyway, thanks for watching. Talk to y'all later.
I don't know, maybe it's just me, okay? But I just want everybody to be free, to be happy, to be living the life they want to live, be doing the things they want to do. I mean, because like, if you're not, like, what's the point in being here? Like, just to exist, just to like go through the motions, just to like, I mean, get up every morning and schlep through life. It's like, nah, like, you have the freedom, you have thoughts, you have ideals, you have dreams, like, go for them. What's going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video, and I'm coming to you from Washington, D.C. today. I've been through here before a couple times on the train, but I never had a chance to explore and really get to see all the monuments. So I took a couple days. I did a cross-country Amtrak trip from Seattle, stopped in Chicago, then I came here to Washington, D.C., spent the last couple days just walking around seeing the sights, and I gotta say, folks, I got a little emotional, okay? I got a little emotional seeing all the statues and the monuments and the history and the flags. I got a little emotional and I started thinking about freedom. You know, it really struck me when I was at like the World War II Veterans Memorial, when the weight of like the amount of people that died to defend like the ideal of freedom. As flawed as like the ideal of freedom might have been at that time in this country, and still might be, we're not gonna get into that. But just the fact that people were willing to give their lives, and at a very young age, a lot of them, to defend freedom so that you and I could have the right to basically do whatever we want to do. And there throughout history have been hundreds of thousands of people who have given their lives or were willing to risk their life for that idea. Yet we, in 2021, allow 1 or 2 people in our life, or 10 or 15 people on social media, to keep us from like using that freedom to the fullest. That's what struck me. I just looked around and I was like, what are we doing with our lives? I'm like, what are we doing? People literally died, gave their all, you know, gave everything, gave up their potential to live, so that we now can basically do whatever we want to do. And what do we do? What are we doing? In a lot of cases, we're living just like everybody else lives because we're scared that people are gonna talk trash, or our parents are gonna be mad, or, you know, people on social media might laugh at us, or the people at the job might think we're crazy. We're not willing to even like take some ridicule. We're not willing to like face our fear. We're not willing to have a little hardship, a little suffering. Meanwhile, there are people who literally died for freedom. Like, that's what hit me. I told you I got emotional. I was walking around, I got emotional. You know, I see I'm wiping my eyes. That's actually from the wind. I'm not crying. But I don't know, man. I'm telling you, just being here, you know, I was in there in the Lincoln Memorial. Poor Mr. Lincoln probably turning over in his grave. He's like, how I signed the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, and y'all still out here on the plantation. Y'all still out here slaving, working for somebody else. They throwing y'all peanuts at the end of the week. Poor Mr. Lincoln. That's another one too, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Every time I look at Mr. Lincoln, you know, and I say thank you for signing that piece of paper, we won't go into his reasons. But, you know, half of us in this country, if that paper hadn't been signed, wouldn't have the freedom we have now. So every time I go in there, I've been in there like twice. You know, I went yesterday, I came back today. You know, I go in there and I said, thank you, Mr. Lincoln. But then I think about it. It's been 140 some years, actually probably 160 some years. What are we doing? What are we doing with our lives? Are we still on the plantation? Are we still sharecropping? We have the ability to basically do whatever we want to do. We got to take advantage of that. What's up, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video, back with another walk and talk. I promised y'all, as soon as the weather got a little warmer, as soon as it got back up above zero, I'd be out here doing videos again. Been in the house like the past week, because yeah, it was -5, -9, -13s. That's a little too cold for your boy to be walking around with this camera in his hand. But I think today it's like 18 degrees. And it feels great. You know, it's crazy, you know, a couple weeks ago, if it had been 18, I might have been like, do I really want to go out? But today I'm like, 18 degrees, let's go. It feels great. It doesn't even feel cold. It's crazy. I think like your body can get acclimated to temperatures so quickly. You know, my body got acclimated to the negatives. So now that any bit of positive is almost warm. Okay, it's crazy. And that kind of ties in with today's video a little bit. In today's video, I want to talk about the fact that pain is okay. I'm gonna say that again. Pain is okay. And the reason I say that is because most of us just naturally have like an aversion to pain. Okay, a lot of the things that we're scared to do, a lot of the fears we have are because like we don't want the pain to happen. Pretty much anything you're scared to do, anything you're in fear of, or anything you let fear keep you from doing, you're scared of the pain. That's what it is. It's not where you want to go or whatever you want to do or whatever person you want to talk to, whatever you're scared to do. It's not that. It's that we're in fear of the pain that might come from something bad happening, something we perceive as bad happening when we go do whatever that thing is. It's the pain. We just try to avoid pain at all costs. We just really don't like pain. But when you stop and think about it, like, what's so bad about pain? You know, if you just stop and instead of just be like, oh, that's painful, I don't want to do it. If you stop and think about it, what's really so bad about pain? You know, all of us throughout our lives have gone through large amounts of pain. Okay, physical pain, mental pain, emotional pain, all of us. Some of us more than others. I like to think that maybe the pain kind of equals out overall, but some people might have more physical pain. They done broke a lot of bones. They done got beats up. You know, you know, that's not funny. I shouldn't laugh when I say beat up. You know, but other people might have more emotional pain. Other people might have more mental pain. But we've all been through lots of pain. And guess what? We dealt with it, or we're dealing with it. We're still here. We're still alive. It didn't kill us. It didn't kill us. And in most cases, it made us stronger. If we learned from whatever it is we did that caused the pain, it made us stronger. So like, what's the big deal? Like, yeah, it's uncomfortable, okay? Pain is uncomfortable. It doesn't feel good. We don't like it. It hurts. But like, so what? So what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, so what? And especially when you realize that pain is going to happen anyway. That's just part of life on this planet, is that there are going to be things that happen to us that are painful. Everything is not going to bring us. I hear some kids talking. I'm peeking to see where the kids at. Everything in this life is not going to bring us joy. There are going to be some things that happen that are painful. But so what? We'll get like we get through them. Okay? So if things are already going to happen to us that are painful, but it's fine, we get through them. Why? And that's just doing ordinary stuff. Why are we scared to do the things that we know will probably bring us joy? Because there's a possibility that there might be something painful involved. Because the worst case scenario, the joy will like offset the pain. But in a lot of cases, when we go and we live our dreams, we do the things we want to do, the joy outweighs the pain so much. So why are we letting this little thing, pain, keep us from doing what we want to do? Okay, we're grown-ups. You know, we're grown-ups. We can handle a little pain. Even when we were kids, we handled pain. Like, it's not, we act like it's this big, crazy thing that like some crazy monster that's gonna rev up and kill it. No, it's just uncomfortable. Like, I'm gonna stop using the word painful. I'm just gonna say uncomfortable. You know, because honestly, that's really what it is. It's just a little uncomfortable. Sometimes we go through stuff and we don't like it, and it has us down a little bit, but we always bounce back up eventually. Sometimes it takes a little longer than other times, but we bounce back up. Like, pain is not something you should live your whole life trying to avoid, but we do.
We do. We put up emotional walls to avoid emotional pain. We don't do things we really want to do because we're scared of physical pain, which I'm not saying go out there and just like jump off buildings and break every bone in your body. I'm not saying like don't be cognitive of like pain and try to avoid unnecessary pain. But I'm saying if there's things in this world you really want to do, don't let the fact that there might, possibly, maybe, sort of, kind of, be some pain involved. Because guess what? Even if you don't go do whatever it is, you're still gonna have pain in your life. It's just gonna come out, you know, the woodwork, out the woods. You know, it's gonna come running from somewhere like that at 9 a.m. on a random Tuesday, punch you in the face. Pain's there. It's very good at its job. It knows that in this universe, it gets to mess with us. It's gonna be there. But it's okay. It's not that big a deal. You just have to deal with it. It's like taxes. Come on. Come on. You know, I ain't done my taxes yet. I'm waiting until like March 15th. Then I'm gonna sit down and deal with it. But you know, it's okay. I'm gonna owe. I owe every year now. This year I'm really gonna owe. I did find out that they were taking taxes out of my unemployment though. So that your brother's breathing a little better. Your boy's breathing a little better. But you know, it's like taxes. You gotta deal with it. You're gonna have to deal with pain in life. You might as well have some joy, some excitement, some happiness to go along with it. Like, why are we so scared of pain? It's like an irrational fear. Because our whole lives, people have been, you know, telling us to avoid pain, to avoid, you know, no, to give in to fear, to avoid pain. And we see so many examples of it. Like most of the people we know, 80% of the people we know are not living the lives, if not more. 80, 90% of the people we know are not living the lives they want to live just out of fear. Just out of fear. Fear of failure, fear of harm, fear of pain, you know, fear of ridicule. And it all basically boils back to fear of pain. Ridicule, you don't want the emotional pain of being ridiculed. Fear of failure, you don't want that emotion. It's all, it comes back to pain. But when you realize that like pain is nothing, it's just a little discomfort. Okay? You know, it's just like sometimes like if something happens to you physically, maybe the doctor has to break a bone for it to set back right properly or something like that. It sucks, but you do it. Okay? It's a pain that you have to go through to get right. A lot of the pain we may have to go through when we're living our dreams is kind of like that. Everything won't be roses and rainbows sometimes in life, especially when you're trying to do something different, something outside the norm. But it's worth it. Even if you have to go through a little pain, if a year from now you're doing what you want to do, 5 years from now you're living the life you want to live every single day, you don't want to go through a little pain for a few days, a couple weeks. like, you know what I mean? Like, we're so scared. We're so scared. It's just like, and when you stop and look at it this way, it makes sense. She's like when I know when it first hit me, I'm like, wait a second. I was like, I'm like abnormally afraid of something that's going to happen to me anyway. I'm designing my whole life. So many decisions in our life are things we're trying to do just to stop pain from happening. Excuse me. Let me get a. This is decaf, by the way. I know y'all want to know. Actually, let me change hands. Hold on. Tripod gets a little heavy. I have to change hands halfway through. There we go. Yeah, well, most of us spend our whole lives like doing I mean, from small decisions to big decisions, especially when you start factoring like emotional pain. There's so many things we do on a daily basis to try to keep from feeling just a little twinge of emotional pain that's there for like 2 seconds and then gone. We will do all sorts of crazy things just to not feel emotional pain. You know, physical pain, you know, understandable. You're not going to go out and do stuff that's going to like hurt. But you know, I was when I was out walking in that 0-degree weather the other day, before I realized how cold it was, it made me realize something about like physical pain, because it was like kind of painful, you know, on the extremities, that cold. But when you get back in the heat, it was okay, and it's a great story. You know, somebody like David Goggins, who is always preaching like, you know, pushing yourself to the limit, pushing yourself through the pain, is a great example. You know, he has a great life. He's an inspiration to millions of people, and it's because he pushes through the pain. Pain is okay. You don't have to avoid it. You can just deal with it. So many decisions in life, just the thought of any pain coming along makes us just not want to do it. But then when you ask yourself, like, what does it matter? like honestly, what does it matter if you have to go through a little pain? What does it matter? You're going to anyway, okay?
you're going to anyway. So why not, have pain come on your own terms? Why not get something out of the pain? Why not do the things you really want to do? And then the pain is kind of, you kind of like the pain a little bit. When you're really trying to do something you want to do, live the life you want to live, and challenges and tests come up, pain comes up, a painful situation comes up, you kind of get to pat yourself on the back. And it gives you like that Goggins-like determination, because you're like, oh yeah, here comes the pain. I knew this was coming, but I'm steady. I'm gonna keep going. It almost is a badge of honor when you have a painful situation that you go through that you can talk about later, and when you're telling the story of how you achieved this goal, this dream, whatever, you get to talk about the pain you went through and how you didn't let it stop you. Because it really is, a large percentage of it is in our heads. We don't realize this. We like to think that it's programmed to believe that it's something very important, that the world's going to end if we have a painful situation happen in our lives. But like, it really, most of it's in our heads. It's so many, like, I'm one of these things I'm learning these days is like, if you can get out of your own head, if you can get out of your own head, and just take an objective look at like your life and your behaviors and the things you do, you realize like a lot of this stuff that we think is a big deal is not a big deal. And it really starts to get a lot simpler to do what you want to do in life. If you want to do it, do it. If there's pain involved, so what? Well, then it's just gonna be a painful, 2 weeks or a month or whatever. Then the pain will be over and you got something to show for it. Like, pain is it's not painful, it's just uncomfortable. And we can all deal with with discomfort. We're all grown-ups here. Talk to y'all later.
What's up, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video. And in today's video, we're going to be talking about everyone's favorite topic, which is death. Now, wait. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're saying. You're like, Tim, I've subscribed to your channel and I watch your little videos for the positivity. I watch for the motivation, the encouragement. What is all this death talk? What's going on here? You're getting a little out of pocket. Hang in there, folks. I know this is a primarily a motivational channel. And honestly, I think that by the end of this video, you might see that this is one of my most motivational videos ever. Right? And if not, then leave me a comment in the comment box below. Tell me where I messed up, because that's what I'm shooting for. I think the topic of death is actually very motivational, and I think pondering on death and embracing death is one of the best things you can do to live a happy life. Okay? Because we all know, we've known this from birth, that the Grim Reaper is coming, and she ain't never late, and she knows where you live. She's got good GPS. She knows where you live. She's gonna show up right on time. Okay? The Grim Reaper had perfect attendance in high school. Never missed a day of class. Always on time at work. The Grim Reaper loves her job, and when it's your turn, she's coming for you. But this is a good thing. Knowing this is a good thing for two reasons. The first reason is that knowing that we're going to die is a constant reminder that everything in this life is temporary. Okay, a lot of times we get so worked up about the everyday goings on and bad things we've done, or ways we've hurt people, or things we ashamed we did, or things we don't have, or things we wish we were better at. We just get so worked up in all this stuff. It's all temporary. The day's coming when it's all gonna go away. Your slate is gonna be wiped clean, and that's a beautiful thing. When this existence ends, when the Grim Reaper shows up, she wipes your slate clean. All this is gone. All this stuff is gone. So a lot of this baggage that we're carrying around, no need to carry it around. Whenever we're about to embark on something new, we're about to do something, why fear failure? It's all temporary. Okay, why have a fear of failure? Whether you fail or whether you win, it's all temporary. It's all going away. And it's also a good reason when you ponder that all this life is temporary, it helps with letting go of ego. Because a lot of times when we do win in life and we do start, feeling ourselves because we think we're somebody special because we did this or we did that, keep in mind it's temporary. That's all going to get wiped clean too. The bad stuff don't really matter. The good stuff don't really matter. It all goes away. And once you realize that, it gets a lot easier to go through life and not be all puffed up with pride, but also not be so like down on yourself. You don't have to sweat the small stuff. You don't even have to sweat the big stuff. Like, it's all going to go away. This too shall pass. We're here to just try to enjoy and experience this life as much as possible until that day we get that knock on the door. Now, the second reason, Ayo, do me a favor. While the other Tim's over there talking, hit that like button. The other Tim, he's too good to ask you to hit the like button. I'm not though. I'll ask you. Matter of fact, I'll tell you. And I'm gonna know if you hit it or not. And I know where you stay. So smash that like button, brah. The second reason is that knowing you're gonna die makes you get up off your ass and do some stuff. Okay? Realizing that at any moment you're going to die. You know, and we know we're gonna die, but we don't know when. That's another important part of the puzzle. Is that we know we're going to die. We don't know when. If you ponder this on a daily basis, on a regular basis, you realize, oh, I need to be doing some stuff. Okay. I'm put here to experience this life. I need to get to experience it. Okay. Because you don't know if it's tomorrow, if it's next Monday, if it's next Tuesday, if it's next March, if it's 20 years from now. You don't know. You don't know. And if you've got things in life you want to do, or you got goals and dreams that you want to accomplish, you got to get to doing them, because you never know when you're going to get that knock at the door. The doorbell's going to ring and it's going to be this number. So you got to get to doing them. Okay. I was reading a book the other day and it said something very powerful. It said that no matter what you do today, somebody died doing it. I was like, ooh, wow, that hit me. No matter what you do today, no matter what you do any day, somebody died doing it. You're driving to work. People die going to work. Okay. You're hanging out in your living room. People die in their living room. You go to sleep. People go to sleep, don't wake up. They die. No matter what you're doing today, someone died doing it, and you might also. So you got to get to doing the things you want to do in this life before she comes for you. What are you experiencing? This is just an experience. What are you experiencing? Are you experiencing the same thing every single day? You go to work, you come home, you watch The Simpsons, you got, you know, like, are you experiencing new stuff? Knowing we're going to die can motivate us to get up off our butt and be like, I got to do some stuff. And here's the thing. We don't need to be afraid to do anything, because as we learned in tip number one, point number one, it's all temporary. So even if you go out and do some stuff and mess up, so what? Because like, it's a new experience. It's a new experience, and it goes away. The slate's going to get wiped clean. Why are we like so scared to go out and experience life and enjoy life when we never know when it's going to end? And we also know that when it does end, all this goes away. You've got no excuse. You've got no excuse to not go out and do all the stuff you want to do in life. I'm telling you, this pondering death is so freeing. It's so freeing. All I have to do is just live the life I want to live, mistakes and all, up until the day when it all goes away. It's very simple. It's very simple. But we, viewing life differently and being scared of death and fearful of it and not talking about it, we kind of live the opposite. We act like this life is so permanent and so important, and we have to get it all right, and we can't have any pain, and we can't have any failure, and we have to be perfect, which perfect is a human concept. Nowhere else in the universe does anyone ever talk about perfect. We made up a concept that we can't follow up to. Ponder that for a second. Perfect is a human concept, and it's one that we can't live up to. So we just made up a concept to mess with our heads. That's all the concept of perfection does, mess with our heads. We feel like we have to be so careful, and we build these comfort zones, and we live in these bubbles, and, oh, I can't go out, I can't do that. No, that's when you're pondering life, right? But when you ponder death and you realize, oh, it doesn't really matter. Like, I can only mess my life up so bad, and then it's gonna be over. If you mess it up too bad, it's gonna be over right then. So like, it's really nothing to really worry about, be scared about. Just go out and live your life. Just go out and live your life. Now, if you want to spend this whole human experience, this whole human existence in a little comfort zone and being scared and never do anything, cool. If that's the experience you want, cool. But if you are like most people, and you have goals and dreams, and there's things that pop up in the back of your head when you're laying down at night that you're like, I really want to do that. Or you see other people doing it on social media or on television. You're like, man, I really want to do that. Do it. Start working towards it. Like what else is there? What else is there to do but the things you want to do. Like, why do we spend our whole lives doing things we don't want to do? It doesn't get us nowhere. You know, when the Grim Reaper shows up, she ain't gonna be like, oh, since you spent your whole life doing stuff you didn't want to do, I'm gonna give you 2 more years. No, when it's time to go, it's time to go. You can't be like, hey, hold on, I didn't really get to do, hey, can I get like 6 more months? She gonna be like, I gave you 2 sets of 6 months last year. You've had how many 6 months over the course of your life? Why didn't you do all the stuff then? But that's what would happen. If death came to us tomorrow, or if we knew we were going to die next week, let's say we knew we were going to die next week, we would try to cram so much stuff in the next week, knowing that life was about to be over. Do that now. We can do that now. You can do that now. Cram as much crap into your life now, because the Grim Reaper's coming. Slate's gonna be wiped clean. All this is gonna be over. You don't even know if we'll remember any of this in our next existence. So you might as well enjoy your life and live your life and have fun now. Because, like, what's the alternative? You know, I personally, when my slate gets wiped clean, I want it to be a hard wipe, because there's so much fun stuff I did on there. They're gonna be like, give me the scraper, give me the spatula. I got it. It's too much good. You know, it's gonna be a hard wipe. A hard swipe clean. I don't want, you know, my slate to just have a bunch of boring, regular, comfort zone stuff on there, and they just be like, whoosh.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video, lounging in bed because today's my day off. No live stream today. Said I wasn't going to do any videos, anything internet, but I had something that happened to me last night, and I just wanted to kind of share this story with y'all because I thought it was kind of funny. But so last night, probably 7:30, 8 o'clock, I was going up to the grocery store to get some dinner. I was like, I'm going to get some fried rice. I'm going to get some grilled chicken. It's going to be good. But I got there a little too late. I still haven't figured out exactly when they stopped doing like the hot bar, you know, deli section up there. So there was no fried rice. There was none of the Asian foods up there. And like the grilled chicken and the fried chicken they had looked like it'd been sitting there since, you know, 2018. Like it was crispy. It was all, you know, when they let the stuff sit under that light for hours, it just wasn't looking good. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go over to produce, grab me some grapes. And I was like, I'll go somewhere else to get the rest of my dinner. I didn't really want to. I also grabbed a jug of water. I was like, I need some water. I wanted to get food from there because I wanted to eat healthy, you know, but I was like, well, maybe I'll run through a drive-through somewhere, you know. But when I got to the car, I was like, well, I don't just want to go right to get something to eat. I'd been in the house most of the day. I was like, all right, I'll just do a little driving around. So I got this little drive I do. It takes about 35 minutes. Takes me kind of out of town. It's kind of scenic. It was nighttime, so you couldn't really see nothing. But during the day, it's kind of scenic. So I was like, I'll just do my little drive, you know, take like 35 minutes, you know, and just get out the house, you know, listen to some music in the car, whatever. So I do my little drive. I'm coming back into town, and I'm coming back towards like Main Street. And I was like, you know what? I'll probably just swing in the Taco Bell. Screw it. I'll swing in the Taco Bell, get some soft tacos, whatever. And I'm just going along like normal. And then out of nowhere, bam, like cop lights behind me. And not like just, you know, a small cruiser with the few. Nah, this was like the SUV with the lights. You know what I mean? This was like, I'm talking about, there was lights everywhere. It went from total darkness around me to blue and red lights everywhere. I'm like, what is happening? I'm like, it like blew my mind. Like, it blew my mind. Like, I pulled over like instantly. Like, the cop literally almost ran into the back of me. How quickly, like, I whipped it into, it was a CVS. How quickly I whipped it into the CVS, because I was like, I don't know what's happening. Like, and I wasn't risking it. I was like, I'm not going to keep driving and things get drastic. You know what I mean? Not the year for all that. I whipped it in immediately. You know what I mean? And so, and then I realized, like, why was I freaking out? I haven't been pulled over by the cops in forever. Like, I haven't had a car for the longest. You know, like, I had a cop come behind me when I was parked the other day and came up and talked to me. But, like, I ain't had a cop pull me over. You know what I'm saying? Like I was doing something wrong. It ain't happening forever. I'm like, what is going on? But the cool thing is, and I never was really into nothing crazy in my life, but the cool thing is I got nothing, I ain't riding dirty at all these days. Never really was, but definitely not these days. So I wasn't too worried, but I'm like, why does this dude pull me over? I just want to go to Taco Bell, go home. Right? So, and you know how they do. They don't just pull you over, then immediately hop out the car. which I don't blame them. Not the year, for that either. So they pull you over and they kind of sweat you a little bit. They pull you over, the lights going, everybody driving by looking at you crazy. They kind of sit there, let you sweat, see what you're going to do, which I was a cop. I do the same thing. What is this dude reaching for? What's he doing? You know what I mean? What's going on in there? I'm reading your bumper stickers. I'm trying to figure you out, So anyway, he eventually walks up and he's like, hey, super nice guy. Super nice. I'm in Montana, so obviously it was a white cop. Not that really matters, but we painting a scenario here. But he was like, the usual, hey, I'm officer, blah 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 blah. And I think it was the county sheriff. Wasn't city, it was county. And he was like, do you know why I pulled you over? And I'm like, not a clue. And he was like, you have no taillights. I'm like, what? He's like, you have absolutely no taillights in that vehicle. Now it made sense why he almost ran into me when I whipped it in there so quick, because I don't think I had taillights, brake. I don't think I had anything in the rear end. There was nothing going on back there light-wise on my Subaru. I was in my Subaru, by the way. So, which I just said I was going to sell. Now I definitely am going to sell. He was like, hey, do me a favor. He's like, jiggle, are all the lights on? And I'm like, yeah, I think, so I jiggled the lights, didn't change anything. I was like, yeah, the kid I bought this car from, I was like, he's got it rigged so that the lights do weird stuff. Like the headlights come on whenever you put the car in like gear. So if I'm sitting just idling, the lights with the lights off on the switch, they're off. But as soon as I put it in like first, the lights come on. So he did some weird wiring. That's even, and then like you have to switch them on with the switch. They get a little brighter. He's like, yeah, maybe it's an electrical problem. He's like, I get it. He's like, do me a favor. Can I get your license, registration, insurance? So I immediately pull out my driver's license. That's where like I ran into a problem because I could not find anything else. Like I give my driver's license, right? He's already eyeing it because it's from Florida. Like it's about 8 addresses old. It's from Florida. And he's already like, okay. And he's like, you got your insurance? I'm like, so I'm like, I'm going into the glove box, officer, to get my insurance. No, 9mm, no bear spray, nothing in there, just my insurance. I open the glove box, all kinds of masks and Instacart receipts and napkins and straw, all the stuff you don't want. All the stuff you just throw in your glove box, all that falls out. Bam, bam, bam. I'm like, long story short, could not find any insurance card information. Now I remember I was like, I think when they sent me, all I had was my temporary, you first get your insurance. I had like my temporary paperwork. So I handed him that and he's like, yeah, this says only valid 60 days. I'm like, yeah, but it shows I got insurance. He was like, yeah, but that was, that ran out months ago. I'm like, all right, let me find a little card. They send you a little paper card. And I thought I'd put it in my wallet. So I went all through my wallet, couldn't find it. I'm all in my glove box, can't find it. He's like, well, maybe I can use this. He's like, you got your registration? Nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. I don't even know what I did with my registration. Like, it's easy. When they register your car, you take it, you put it in the glove box, tell them. I don't even know where it is. I couldn't tell you where it is now. I'm like, bro, it's legal. It's legal, sir. He's like, all right, let me go see what I can. Which the registration I wasn't too worried about because he can run the tags until the license. He can run it. I'm good. No warrants. The insurance I was a little nervous about, but I did end up finding another insurance card while he was back running my stuff. But it had expired in November as well. I'm like, I can't win. So he goes back there. Oh, and when he was leaving to go back and run my stuff, he's like, hey, do me a favor, Mr. Ward. Can you go ahead and put your seatbelt back on and then just remain in the car? I'm like, that's new. Put your seatbelt on. But I guess, I don't blame him. That's just one more thing. Maybe when they're back there running your stuff, if they happen to see that seatbelt buckle shimmer in the moonlight and you out of that seatbelt, they know you about to run or something. So maybe it's just one more fail safe. I was like, cool. But honestly, like I said, super nice cop. He came back. I showed him that other card. He was like, yeah, this is going to expire too, but since you had 2 of them, I figure you got insurance. He's like, everything else checked out, which that's the worst part. When you sit in the car, like waiting for them to run your stuff, you always start thinking back to anything you might have done that might have got you warrants. Anything you might have done, which these days I don't do nothing. But I remember back in the day, I was always like, man, was I all drunk and did something? And like, they looking for me. Like back in the day, I used to hate that part. Because I know so many people who've been sitting in cars and thought they was good. It was just going to get a ticket and ended up down at county, you know what I mean, for the long haul, for the stretch, you know, so you be sitting there, but I'm like, I think I'm good. And I was. Super nice cop. He's like, hey, I'm not going to give you a ticket. He was like, I'm never getting anybody a ticket for lights. He was like, he actually went through some others. He's like, hey, turn your hazards on. See if we can figure this out. Do whatever. We couldn't figure it out. I was like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're not giving me a ticket, I was like, can I just like drive home? I was like, I live right down the road. And he was like, yeah. He's like, I can't guarantee you're not going to get pulled over again by another cop who, you know, might not be as lenient as me. He was like, but you're free to go. He was like, I'll even turn my lights off if they're, you know, bothering you while you're getting everything put back together. So you head out. As soon as he like gave my stuff back and like walked away, I dipped out. I was like, you ain't got to turn your lights off. I ain't going to be here that long. Like, I'm getting to the house. You know what I mean? So it was just, you know, not a really crazy story, but, you know, I just hadn't been pulled over by the cops. And yeah, I got home and literally I went back there, nothing back there. No lights whatsoever. I beat on the back of the car. I lifted the trunk. I slammed it. No lights. So we definitely selling the Subaru. Because I ain't got pulled over in I don't know how long. Like decade, probably. And now I'm getting pulled over, you know, in the dark at night in Montana. Nah, the Subaru's got to go. I'll talk to y'all later.
What is going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video, back with another walk and talk, out taking a walk on a beautiful morning here in Bozeman, Montana. It's probably in the 40s. The sun is shining bright, but there's still a little snow on the ground, so you still get that winter feel going on. Beautiful day, especially considering we had those negative temperatures for a week or so. So I'm just out enjoying myself, just walking around, seeing the sights. There's even like birds chirping. It's beautiful. Spring is on the way, folks. Anyway, just wanted to talk a little bit today about minimalism. Okay, I don't talk as much about minimalism on this channel as I used to. I probably need to do more minimalism videos. I know a lot of people subscribe to this channel because of the minimalism content. And I still get when I'm doing live streams, which if you haven't caught a live stream, folks, you need to tune in. We have a lot of fun. But during live streams, I get people asking me questions about minimalism. And I love answering them. But one of the things I found is that I think a lot of people, especially when they're first discovering minimalism, I think a lot of people have kind of what I feel, and keep in mind, folks, these are just my opinions, but some people have like misconceptions about what minimalism is. So in this video, we're going to be talking about what minimalism is not. Okay? What minimalism is not. And the first thing I want to say is that it is not a religion. It is not a doctrine. There are no 10 commandments of minimalism. There are no tenets of minimalism. There's no minimalism mecca you can go to. Okay, minimalism is a very personal. Now I will say it is kind of spiritual. Okay, on some level I think minimalism is kind of spiritual, but there's not any rules. Okay, a lot of times as humans, we find out about something and we just naturally want to know what the rules are. How do I become a part of that? If I'm a minimalist, what are the rules? What do I have to do? And there's no shortage of people who will sell you ideals on what you need to do to be a minimalist. I don't know why this is. As humans, we're always naturally looking for rules, and we're always trying to give people rules. So you will see a lot of people saying that there's a certain amount of possessions you have to be a minimalist, or if you own certain things, you're not a real minimalist. All this type of stuff. None of that is true. It is a very personal, very spiritual experience in which you live with just enough. I used to say minimalism was living with less. I've changed that. Minimalism is living with just enough. Because I think saying less gives people the ideal that they always need to be getting rid of stuff. This is not true. Minimalism is living with just enough. Okay? And a lot of times that does mean, especially when you come from, you know, a Western society, Western civilization, where consumerism is rampant. And we're just taught to buy. You know, get bigger, better, you know, not even better. You know, we're taught to get, you know, more, bigger, more expensive, prettier, all that, you know. So a lot of times for those of us in Western society, it does mean living with enough, usually does mean getting rid of some stuff. But basically what minimalism is identifying areas in your life where you have more than you need and cutting back in those areas. That's all it really is. Okay? It's just identifying areas where you're like, honestly, I have more than I need. And because I have more than I need, it is actually hindering my life.
It is obstructing freedom in my life. And then you just get rid of some of that stuff until you get down to the level where you're like, you know what? I think I got enough. I think I'm good. Also, this can change. You may downsize, declutter, whatever, to a certain level, and then something changes in your life and you feel like, hey, I need more now. Or it might go in the opposite direction. You might, hey, I can get rid of some more stuff. But it's really very personal. And it's really just this overall lifestyle of doing what works for you and what's right for you. And the goal is not to get on the internet and talk about how little you have and show how few possessions you have. Sometimes I think when we try to make a big deal and show the world how few things we have, we're just as stuck on possessions as the consumerists are. They want to show the world how much they have and get some type of props from people from having a lot. If I go around bragging about how little I have, I feel like it's the same game. I'm trying to get props, trying to get accolades, pats on the back for having less. Minimalism should not be about showing the world how little you have. That's what minimalism is not, okay? Just like it's not real admiration when someone tells you, oh, you know, thinks they're better than you because they have more than you. It's not real admiration if someone thinks they're better than you because they have less than you. It is a personal, like I said, I keep saying, a spiritual thing. You know, you have to sit with this stuff. You have to figure this stuff out. In my life, what really do I need? What don't I need? What do I want to get rid of? What do I want to keep? And you don't have to show the world. Now, you can talk about it if you want to, cool. But I just see a lot of people who, from my opinion, just seem way too wrapped up in possessions, even though they're talking about getting rid of possessions. I have just, you know, the right amount of possessions I need. That's as much as I think about possessions. And pretty much all of my possessions are, you know, they're tools. I have this jacket because I need a jacket, okay? Yeah, I like the jacket, which is nothing wrong with liking your possessions, but that's as much as I think about it. You know, so minimalism definitely is not about bragging or thinking you're better than other people. How would you ever know? Y'all hear those birds chirping? I told y'all the birds are out. Like, especially like when people say, oh, you know, 100 possessions or less, and you're a minimalist. That makes absolutely no sense. What if I have a lifestyle where to do my job, I have to have a huge toolbox of 200 tools? You're gonna tell me I'm not a minimalist? Like, it just doesn't make sense, you know? So like, I think what I'm really trying to say here is like, don't ever compare your minimalism with anybody else's, okay? Like, don't ever compare your minimalism with anyone else's. Don't ever let someone tell you what a real minimalist is. Because honestly, if it's just living with enough, only you can identify what's enough for you. Nobody else can tell you this. Nobody else can tell you this. Only you can identify it. You know? I also hear a lot of people ask me questions and they're like, and I know minimalism can affect all avenues of your life. I totally agree with that. But people will ask me things like, as a minimalist, how does that affect how you eat or how you cook? And I'm like, it really doesn't. Like, A, I don't know how to cook, so it definitely doesn't affect how I cook. But I'm like, it doesn't affect how I eat. Like, I eat the foods I like to eat, you know? And just other areas where, like, I'm trying to think of another example where someone asked me, like, as a minimalist, how does it affect this? And I'm like, minimalism doesn't take over your whole life like that. You know, as a nomad, how does minimalism affect you? I'm like, the two, like, really don't have that much to do with each other. I'm a nomad because I like to travel around, don't like to stay in one place too much. And I'm a minimalist because I like to live with just enough. Now, since I am a minimalist, it makes it easier to travel around. But like, the two really don't go together. And I think a lot of times people feel like, oh, if I say I'm a minimalist, then I have to adjust every single aspect of my life because of minimalism. That's not true. Do what you love. Do what you love. The reason, me personally, I am a minimalist because, once again, living with just enough allows me more time, more energy to do the things I love to do. You know, not having to worry so much about possessions frees me up to, like, do the things I want to do, you know? But it's not like, you know, when I become a minimalist, there's a burden of having to change all these areas of my life. I think if any changes are going to take place when you become a minimalist, they're going to take place. They're going to take place.
okay? I just don't want, I think the real purpose of this video is I just don't want people feeling burdened and getting stressed. Sometimes I see people get stressed because like, man, this minimalism thing, you know, it seems cool, but I just don't know if I can do XYZ or ABC. And I'm like, don't do it. There's nothing you have to do. You can get rid of one thing, be a minimalist. You can get rid of nothing and be a minimalist. You can get rid of everything and be a minimalist. Like there's no rules. There's nothing you have to do. It's not like it's an organization that's got, you know, 10 commandments nailed to the door, and if you don't follow them, you can't come in. No. It's just really like a way of living in which you don't burden yourself with excess stuff. That's really what it is. It's just a way of life where you don't burden yourself with excess stuff. Like you don't even have to call yourself a minimalist. I'm not fond of labels, and minimalism is one of the few labels that I will actually put on myself. But sometimes I wonder if I should like I do it for like YouTube purposes. You know, it would be hard to label this video if I didn't put minimalism in it, you know what I mean? But sometimes I'm just like, do we even need the label minimalist? Like, you know, it's just, some people don't have a lot of stuff. Some people want more time, are more focused on spending their time and energy on, you know, living life instead of this mindless, zombie-like acquisition of possessions. So like, yeah, anyone can be a minimalist. Anyone can call themselves a minimalist, and no one else can say they're wrong. No one can ever say you're wrong. So don't ever think like there's things you have to do to earn your minimalist card or to stay a minimalist. No, you're just the type of person who likes to have just enough and then live their life. Talk to y'all later.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video, and I have to admit, I'm upset today. Like I know I'm smiling and laughing and all that, but honestly, I had a situation transpire earlier today that just really just annoyed me. It just got me upset. Like I was walking down the street, like saying to myself, I'm done. Like I literally was doing this and everything, walking up the sidewalk. I know people thought I was crazy, but let me tell you all the story, and then let me just kind of break down further what it has me thinking about life. And for those of you who follow the channel, this is just more of the same, but it just kind of hit me different today. So my situation in employee housing this season is not good. Okay, maybe it's just the culmination of living in employee housing off and on for like 5 years as I've been doing seasonal work. Maybe it's just me getting older. Whatever it is, I just can't deal with my situation in employee housing today, you know, the way it's going this season. And so today was my day off, and I've been trying to look for somewhere else to live. Like, you know, instead of just trying to work it out with the housing department and get another room with another roommate, I'm like, I'll just find a place to stay in Bozeman. I've been thinking about getting like a home base anyway, so I'm like, Tim, just put your big boy pants on and find yourself a place to stay. However, I will say that in Bozeman, this is harder than it seems, because even though it's only a regular sized town in the middle of Montana, you think it'd be easy to find places to rent. They are very proud of their real estate out this way. So prices for apartments and for rooms, all of that, just going up. So it's been a bit of a struggle trying to find a place. Even though I got the money, can't find a place to move out. So like every night I'm trying to like go to bed in my housing. I just get frustrated. Anyway, today I actually found a place. I went to look at it. I went to look at it a couple weeks ago, but I was working so much I didn't have time to go up to the office. Even though it's just renting a room, it's actually in a trailer park. It's a decent trailer park, but it's renting a room in a trailer park. The dude was like, well, you still have to pass a background check. And I'm like, really? I've rented many a room all over the place, never had to do a background check, but like I'm so ready to get out of my situation. I messaged the guy last night. I was like, if the place is still available, I'll go tomorrow. So he messaged back and was like, yeah, you need driver's license, social security number, and they need to see 3 of your past check stubs, which had me feeling some type of way. Because I'm like, what do they need my check stubs for a background check? Anyway, when I finally got there, it turns out they wanted you to do like a full renter application. And I almost got up and walked out. Because I'm like, room in a trailer park. Like, what do you need me to do a full application for? Okay, anyway. But I was like, I'm so ready to get out of my current situation, I'll do it. But what got me aggravated, what got me pissed off, what birthed this video was just all the stuff they wanted on this application. All the stuff they wanted, and y'all know me, like I live kind of an alternative like lifestyle. So like this type of applications aren't set up for me. This previous places of residence, mine are all over the place. You know, I don't have like a set residency in one place for longer than like 6 months in the past like 5 years, but I can't put that on the application. So I have to, you know, fudge a little bit here and there. Then they want previous employment, all that type of stuff. And I had to tell the lady, I was like, well, my past employers, you know, a lot of them I worked for twice. You know, at different times, you know, all the ones I put down, I was like, I've worked for at different times. My buddy Ray, when I go back home, I work for him. So it would say I worked for him like 10 times, you know, like 5 times, you know, I'm like, I don't even know the dates. And she's like, well, try to do the best you can. And then I was still mad that they needed my check stubs, because I'm like, that's my business. Like, all you need to know is if I can afford to rent the room. Which it's a room and a trailer park. I can afford that. We good, you know. I'm like, you should one check stub maybe. You need to pass 3. Like just all this stuff they were getting in my business, and just like all these things I had to answer. And then, you know, when she was looking it over, you know, when you turn in an application for a place or anything, and you can tell they're a little like, you know, she's over there looking at it like, you know, just when they have that look, like, you know, they disapprove. like you know, they're kind of like, oh, this is different than the normal one. She's kind of had that vibe. And then she said it was going to be like 3 to 15 days before they got the results. I'm like, 3 to 15 days? She's like, well, it kind of depends on the applicant. I was like, what does that mean? She's like, well, depending on like how much stuff they have to run to check out what you put down. I'm like, okay, here we go. So I'm like, I'm trying to get out of here this week. I'm like, it's a room in a trailer park. What are you talking about 15 days? Like, it was just aggravating. Like, you know, and this whole thing as I was leaving, and it cost me $67. $67 I'm not going to get back either way. But honestly, the money was not the issue. Okay, the $67, whatever. The issue when I was leaving, while I was walking up the street like a crazy person, was that I just hate the fact that we live in a world where, like, in order to do anything, like anything simple, they have created this system where you have to be able to like fit in the boxes, where you have to like have the right credit, and you have to have had the right previous employment for the certain amount of times for the right people, and you have to have references from places you lived in order to get a new place to live. They have it so we're like, if you deviate from the norm at all, like, you're branded, and it's harder for you to even get the basics you need in life. Like, they have created this world where like you have to follow the rules, or they make it very hard in order to do just normal stuff. Normal stuff. Okay, and there's other things that are even, you know, you have to jump through way more hoops than what I had to do today. But like, for someone like me who just rarely has to jump through any hoops, it just annoyed me so much. I'm like, I just want to live. I don't want to have to be in fear of, when I make my life decisions, I don't want to have to worry about, is this going to come back to bite me 5 years from now? You know, it's not like I'm doing anything illegal. You know, it's not like I'm breaking the law. I'm just living my life the way I want to live it. And it's like a problem. It could turn out being a problem because it won't fit on your nice little sheet in your application, you know? And we think this is normal. This is what really drove me crazy. We think this is normal. People think this is normal. Okay? That is my biggest problem. People think this is normal, and they live their whole life in fear of the future paperwork, in fear of the future, you know, there's something coming back to bite them. It's crazy, you know, and as much as I already kind of live a lifestyle off the rails, today I was like, you know what, I'm gonna start pushing the envelope. You know what, this is gonna make me go more in the other direction. This is not gonna make me conform. This is not gonna make me say, well, I better start, you know, getting all my ducks in a row like they want me to, so that next time I want an apartment, it'll go smooth. No. This is gonna make me go totally the other way. Like, dead serious. This is not a good place. Bozeman, Montana is not a good place to buy used vehicles. You know me, I'm Mr. Beater. I've been trying to find a beater van since I've been back. Since I come back in like early November. No good beater vans here. Some decent beater cars, but I kind of want a van. Like, I literally would have, if there was a van, I would have went and bought it right then and moved into a van. in the middle of winter in Montana. I lie to you not. I was like, I don't even want to live inside someone's property anymore. You know, I'd rather even live in a van or like live in a tent. Like, I don't even want to be, you know what I mean? It's really got me to, I'm done. You know, right? I'm really like, y'all know me, I don't get aggravated much, but I was just like aggravated. Like, I'm just tired of all these rules and regulations and like, you have to live this way, you have to live this way, or and then it's not just public opinion. Are people thinking you're crazy? Are people trying to, you know, scare, like one of my last videos, people trying to tell you all kind of bad stuff is going to happen. They've gone beyond that. Now they've put checks and balances in place where you have to do it this way or it could really be a problem. And I'm like, you know what? I'm open for the problems. I'm open for the problems. I'm done with trying to live it y'all's way. You know, I'm really, like, one of the things I've realized too, the older I get, and this is why I think age is wonderful. You know, don't fear getting old, people. Age is wonderful, because the older I get, I got nothing to prove anymore. Honestly, I got nothing to prove anymore. I feel like I used to say that in the past and I had a little to prove. These days, I got nothing to prove. I really don't. Like, I've done the things I feel like I kind of was put here to do. There's some other things I want to do. I feel like I'm not done motivating and hopefully inspiring, because that's what I feel like my life purpose is. But I got nothing to prove no more. You know, so I don't need validation from society, or I don't need validation from the powers that be and say, you're a good consumer, you're a good citizen. I don't need nothing. I just want to do what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, the older I get, the less I care. You can say what you want about Tim, because he's down living in a tent in the woods. I literally Googled the other day how to live in a tent full time. I'm getting to the space, people, and it's a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing, because even the constraints that are on the kind of free life I live now are getting to be too much. I'm getting to the point, like, I'm like, why would I spend the next 20, 30, whatever, 10, whatever years I have left on this earth? Like, why would I spend it doing things y'all's way? Because the only reason y'all, it's set up that way is for control. Once again, it's not like you get a better life if you follow their rules, regulations, and restrictions when it comes to housing and jobs and all. No, it's control. They want to keep you controlled. They want to know about you at all times. They put this control on you, and a lot of it is subconscious. A lot of people don't realize that they're making decisions because down the line it might come back to bite them. It's subconscious. We just kind of know, oh, if I do that, that might, you know, like, that's the control. You're not going to control me. As long as I have the freedom to do what I want, I'm going to do what I want. And we're about to get even crazier with our wants, as far as like doing what we want. Not wants as far as like possessions, you know, but wants as far as doing what we're about to get crazier. I'm just warning you, because I'm done. Like, I'm just over it. You know, I'm tired. I'm breaking the shackles. No, I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? The more like you create the life you want, it's not always easier, but it gets easier, because you start to get to the point where that's the only way you can live. I can't do it their way. I physically can't. What would be the point? For me, it's like, if I'm not living free, what's the point? I don't even want to be living, like, legit. Like, if I'm not living free, living by my rules, I don't even want to be living. I'm done. I'll talk to y'all later.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video. I promised I would give y'all a walk and talk while I was in Thailand. Didn't get a chance to do one in Bangkok. Bangkok's just like a really busy city. There's always people around, you know, just always someone trying to like sell you something, or you know, it's always somebody bothering you. So it was kind of hard to do a walk and talk while I was in Bangkok. But I am now in Chiang Mai. And it's still, you know, hustle and bustle, still busy, but it's not as, you know, crazy as Bangkok. So I figured I might be able to actually do a walk and talk here. I still get a little nervous. Walking around with the camera. That's part of the reason I'm doing this early in the morning. It's like 7 o'clock. There ain't that many people out. But what I'm doing, I just went and I got some breakfast. There is just this canal you can see right here that runs around, I think it's like the old city or the old part of Chiang Mai. Basically, there's a canal that runs all the way around it. And you know, there's gates and things like that. But you can walk the whole canal. So basically, what I do is just like, what I've been doing is I just kind of walk along this canal. You know, and eventually, like right outside my hostel, if you go up maybe like 3 minutes, there's a canal, and you can just walk. You know, and eventually, I haven't walked the whole thing. It is pretty long. Eventually, it'll bring me back to like my hostel. What I usually do is I'll walk for like an hour and I'll turn around. You know, I'm not sure how long it would take to do the whole thing, and I don't want to get like halfway around and just get like super tired or dehydrated. Plus it's hot. It is hot out here. I don't want to get like halfway around and like pass out and nobody know where to take me. I gotta cross the road here. There's an art to crossing the road here. Everybody just kind of walks, and the cars just don't hit you. Usually, I did see like 2 accidents though. Usually the cars won't hit you, but sometimes they might. But everybody just kind of walks, and then like no one gets hit. I did see 2 accidents though. One was like some tourists' fault, because there's an art to like walking out in front of cars and not getting hit. You know, there's no like, there's crosswalks, but there's no like really signals for the crosswalk. You just kind of, you know, go. And so there's an art I'm learning to, the timing of like when to go so the cars don't hit you and things like that. And there's some tourists like me, like walked out in front of this car thinking he was gonna stop, so he had to like slam on brakes. And then one of like the scooter drivers who had like a little basket on the side of his car slammed into the car behind. It was, like, dude, they have the quietest accidents here. The other accident I saw, just 2 cars hit each other. It was the quietest accident. Nobody honked their horn, nobody yelled. All I heard was like crunch, and then like I was like, what was that? I turned around, there's an accident, and they were just sitting there talking like nice to each other. You know, I was expecting it to get heated. I thought it was about to go down, you know, but nah, no, everybody was nice, cordial. I don't even know like what the insurance regulations are here. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, in Chiang Mai, everybody's kind of nice. There are tons of Westerners here. Like, there are Westerners everywhere, which is pretty cool. At my hostel, it is full of tourists. I'm actually kind of like my hostel. Even though I'm an introvert, I got my own room. Like, that's kind of my rule for hostels. I gotta get my own room. So even though I'm an introvert, I got my room so it doesn't bother me. But I kind of like the fact that there are so many tourists and Westerners there, and Americans and things like that. Even though I don't hang out with none of them, I don't talk to none of them. I don't talk to none of them. I'll walk in the door, I might wave at whoever's behind the counter or nod, more likely. Then I go right to my room. I ain't trying to deal with it. But it does feel good to like hear English. It does feel good to like, you know, see other, you know, foreigners like myself. So it's pretty cool. And they be up late, boy. They be partying in my hostel. They be up late. Like, my sleep has gotten better, but I still wake up. Here's like one of the walls. I'll show you. But yeah, there's one of the gates. Excuse me, one of the walls that lead up to one of the gates. So yeah, like my sleep's getting better. But I was still up at like 3 o'clock this morning, and they were still down there partying. Like, they don't party on the upper floors where you sleep, so that's cool. But yeah, they were still down there partying. These like European girls were stumbling up the stairs, you know, like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. It was crazy. I was like, get it. Hey, I ain't mad at you. It doesn't keep me awake. But so yeah, my hostel's really cool. Of course, I'm gonna do a review on it. I think for a week it cost me like 270 bucks or something like that. Super cheap. Got my own room, my own bathroom. Like, you can't beat that. So yeah, Chiang Mai is actually very inexpensive. You know, I'd heard that, but kind of until you see it. I got the camera this way because I want to show this part right here. That part right there, just the gate. Okay, now we'll put it back over here so you can see some real stuff. Some real scenery. And like when I'm walking around this canal, pretty much like everything looks the same. Like this is what you get. This is what you get. Like, a lot of times I don't get lost, but like if I'm deep in thought, because y'all know me, I do a lot of thinking. So like if I'm deep in thought and I just happen to like look up, sometimes I'll think I'll like pass the road I need to turn down to get back to my hostel. Or I'm just like, you know, you have one of those moments when if everything looks the same, you just kind of don't know where you're at. You just get for no reason. Like, it's a big square. You can't get lost. Just stay on the square. eventually you'll come back to where you need to go. But sometimes I'll have a moment where I'm just like, where am I? Did I pass my hostel? What's happening? But yeah, I really like my hostel. It's super cheap. Chiang Mai in general is very cheap. So I go eat dinner at the same place every single day. I go eat dinner at the same place every single day because once again, if you listen to my talk I did on Bangkok, as an introvert, as someone with a little social anxiety, it's hard for me to like try new things if I can't, you know, it just is. Part of the reason I'm so boring and I eat chicken wings all the time. It's because I know I like chicken wings. Like, it's just hard for me to try new things, especially even back home. It's hard for me to go to new restaurants. You know, especially a lot of these restaurants here, they're small. They're just little, you know, you walk in, there's like 4 tables. You know, it's like a family mom and pop joint. Those places like that are hard for me because I don't know what to expect in there. You know, I need, you know, the place I go eat is wide open. It's a little more modern, but it's still super cheap. Like, I get the fried rice every single night. They send the same dude to serve me, and I love it. Like, cause we never speak. I just point to what I want, and then I tell them if I want 1 or 2. Like, some nights I'll get 2 plates of fried rice if I'm really hungry. Fried rice or shrimp, excuse me. I tried to get fancy one day, and I was like, give me the crab with rice, and he was like, no. That's the only word we've ever spoken between each other. Normally I just like point to what I want, and then he just nods, and then he'll bring out the drink. He'll bring out the drink book, and just like, I'll point to what I want to drink. Like, I'll get an iced tea or a Coke or something like that. I go to the same place, get the same thing, same waiter. So I don't think I'm gonna go tonight because I messed up last night when I tipped. I didn't realize it until it was down the street. Like, I didn't tip a lot, you know, and I like to maintain a certain level of gratuity, you know, out this mug. And I didn't tip as much as I usually want to, so I'm like embarrassed. So I might not go in there tonight. Then again, I probably will, because I don't really know where else to go. Like, I mean, there's plenty of other restaurants. Let me see if I can cross the street without getting hit. Okay. Sorry about the weird camera work, people. Getting all up in my face with this camera. Yeah, but Chiang Mai is I'm really liking it, you know? I like the little slower pace. Easy, I mean, like, I haven't been in, and it's a huge city, so I haven't been in like most of it, but pretty easy to navigate. Tempted to try to rent one of them scooters, but I don't know if I don't know. Here I could probably drive. In Bangkok, there's no way I could have drove in Bangkok. No way. Bangkok was crazy on the traffic. Here I might could. I see a lot of Westerners on scooters getting around. One of the things I do see here, which is kind of weird, but I like it. I see a lot of single women, you know, foreign women, like in like my age or older, like in their 40s and 50s. I just see them wandering around the parks and at the Starbucks, and, you know, it's great, which is great, you know. I'm like, wow, like, I've never been to where I've seen that many single women my age. And I think maybe it is because there's a lot of digital nomads here. A lot of women that get in their late 30s and 40s, the kids are gone, you know, probably might be divorced, something like that, and so they just hit the road, start traveling, which I think is a beautiful thing, especially when your boy's out here traveling with them. I ain't hollered at nobody, you know, because I ain't hollered at nobody because, you know, I don't know, I just really am not in like meet nobody mode. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just really not in that zone. I'm really just chilling. Like, I told myself when I came to Chiang Mai, I was just gonna relax, and I did for like the first 2 days. All I did was just like stay in my room. Slept a lot. I finally caught up on my sleep. I think my sleep is still a little off, but I think I'm caught up on it. But like, yeah, I'm just chilling here in Chiang Mai. Like, I just really not in like holler at nobody, meet nobody mode. Like, what'd be the point? You're gonna leave in a couple days. I can see the allure of that, but I'm just not in that space right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Some days I'm happy I've changed, and some days I wish I was still the old me. And I mean, not saying I won't get in that space again, but I don't know. But it is cool to see, you know, a lot of prospects, especially in my line of work, seasonal work. You don't get a lot of prospects my age. Oh boy, another street to cross. I'm telling you, man, it's crossing these streets is difficult. Because like some cars will stop, some won't. You just gotta kind of go when you can go. Let's go for it. Let's go. Made it. So yeah, this is Chiang Mai. Feels great to be on the other side of the world. Here's something weird. Remember that video I did about travel anxiety? I've been good. I've been eating. My sleep is getting better. So I feel like my travel anxiety is dissipating. But here's something weird that's been happening. Like I said, I've been resting since I've been here. There was a couple times when I was in my room watching YouTube videos and I got real caught up in like a video, you know? And here's the thing, like, your mind automatically assumes it's where it normally is. If that makes any sense. Your mind automatically assumes you are where you normally are, right? So like for the past, I don't know how many months, I've been in Montana. So if I get deep into YouTube video and then I like come out of it into like reality, my mind thinks it's in Montana for that split second. Then I realize, oh, I'm in Bangkok. And like for some reason, that's been giving me like little tiny like anxiety tremors. I wouldn't say anxiety attack, panic attack, none of that. But for some reason, like my anxiety just spikes real quick. And I'm like, other side of the world. But then like after it goes away after a few seconds and I'm fine. But it's just weird. That happened to me a couple times yesterday. Just like out of nowhere, it was the same thing every time. There was a video and when I came out the video, I just realized where I was at. So that's kind of weird. Kind of things you have to deal with, but it makes a great story. You see those red trucks that keep going by? Those are like the cabs here. I'll point one out when another one comes by. Those are like the cabs here, and they're always trying to give me a ride. they're always trying to give me a ride. There's tons of temples here. There's one over there. I don't know how well you can see it. I'll pass another one, I'm sure. I'll show you that one too. But yeah, they're always like slowing down and honking at me. At first I thought it was like the ladies honking. I'm like, hey. It's like old dudes in cabs. You know. You know. You can. But yeah, they're always trying. But here's the thing. I don't know how it works. Once again, like I'm not. Do I just hop in? Do I pay then? Do I pay when I get to my destination? How does he know where my destination is? Because you can fit like 10 people in one of them things. So like, how does he know where I'm going? Do I tell him? Like, I don't even know where I want to go. But I'm gonna be like Starbucks now. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't know. So I haven't traveled in one. But it is just very funny to me that they're always trying to like get me. Here's a little temple deal. And this is some type of, it's part of the wall. I guess this was the old city and these were the walls around it. But I'll show you these signs up here. They got all over the place for us. Do not walk on the up to the ancient walls. Because they know we would be up there selfie sticking it up if that sign wasn't there. You know, it would be a gaggle of Americans up there taking all kinds of crazy. Actually, it wouldn't be us. It would be the Chinese people. Shout out to my Chinese people. They are deep here. They are deep here. You thought Americans was bad on vacation. Jesus. Boy, they is on their phones. They not paying no attention. They walking in the street. They walking slow. Hey, I can't. That's your privilege. When your economy's doing good and you're running the world, that's your privilege. I am not mad at all. Do your thing, Chinese folks. But yeah, the cool thing here is there is lots of English. Pretty much most of the places I've been in, you know, someone speaks a little English. I haven't had any language barrier problems even when we didn't speak English. I'm that weird guy that says thank you to everybody, and they always usually say like, you're welcome, and they're like we know what we're saying even though we don't know what we're saying. Does that make any sense? Like if I go in a store and I buy something, I know they're saying, you know, thank you, come again, and I'm like, thanks, and they're like, you're welcome, but it's in two different languages. We're just smiling, saying stuff.
Like I'm gonna start just saying weird words. They won't know, you know. So my luck, I'll come across the person who speaks perfect English. They'll be like, "What did you say to me? What did you say, black man?" You know, that was I don't know, but yes, it's haven't had any problem with the language barrier. You know, everybody's super helpful if you do need anything. But there's tons of English. Oh, got an easy crossing. Sweet. Yeah, there's like almost all the signs have English on them as well. And the ones that don't, I just avoid that. That's another reason, like a lot of the little mom and pop places you can go eat, they don't have like English. Like the place I go eat, it has English on the menu and the price. Like it'll say in Thai fried shrimp, fried rice and shrimp, and then it'll say in English, you know, fried rice and shrimp, and then it was like, oh, that's what I'm going to tell you. The place, see, I get so off track. The place where I go eat, for a plate of fried rice and shrimp, and it's a decent sized plate, it is like 90 baht, which is like right around, I think it's under $3. It's right around $3. I think it's a little under. If I get a soda with it, let's tell you, the sodas would be getting me. If I get a soda with it, I think it's like 107 baht. But still, that's like right around $3. You know, even when I get two, that's like with the soda, it's like $7 to get two decent sized plates of fried rice and shrimp. They a little skippy on the shrimp. You only get like 3 shrimp. You know, they ain't trying to come up off them shrimp. But still, that's a meal that would cost double that, like in the States. $3 for a meal and a soda, like you can't beat that. They better be glad I can't, you know, I'm scared to go in some of these other restaurants because of my anxiety, or your boy would be your boy would be eating all the time. I would just be stopping at every restaurant. I already stop at every 7-Eleven and get some water. I actually got some milk today. Hadn't drank milk in a long time. I think I came to a revelation as far as like some of my stomach issues. For one thing, this Thai coffee is kicking my butt. Like their coffee's strong, buddy. They got strong coffee. And when I was up in Alaska, I was drinking cappuccino, and I didn't have as many stomach problems. And I came to the realization that I think the milks help soothe my stomach. So today I went to McDonald's. Yeah, I had McDonald's for breakfast. Don't judge me. And even that was like the big breakfast and a coffee was only like $5. But my stomach was kind of, you know, I was sitting there watching people play with the pigeons, and my stomach was on gurgly gook. So I went to the 7-Eleven because I stop at like every 7-Eleven and get like water usually, and maybe like a small soda, and every now and then I'll buy some of the snacks. I'm gonna do a 7-Eleven haul of some snacks for y'all here directly, but I stop in all the 7-Elevens and get a water. I got a milk today. I got a milk, drank it. My stomach's actually feeling pretty good. So I might have discovered something. Might have been that coffee that's been bothering me this whole time. Because I just drink my coffee straight up black. I don't put no cream and sugar. Maybe I should start. But yeah, if I could read Thai, I'd be eating all the time. I wouldn't just be stopping in the 7-Elevens. I'd be stopping in, you know, all the places. So yeah, 7-Eleven, yeah, is everywhere here. They definitely got a monopoly on the convenience store market. Like I've seen one other convenience store, like a Handy Mart or something weird. But it was huge. But there's these little bitty 7-Elevens everywhere, which is cool because you go in there and they have a digital register, so I don't have to, you know. I bought some chicken wings from the lady on the street, and she was like 4. So I'm like, for what? It was 40 baht, but like she didn't say 40. She was just like 4. I thought I got away with a steal. So she gonna give me this chicken for like 2 cents? but it was like, you know, it was like 40. But that's one of the problems you run into when I'm trying to show you all this scenery over here, but the sun's acting crazy. That's one of the problems you run into when, you know, you don't speak the language. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I think I might go up here a little further, show y'all a little more. I got this camera that likes to cut off after like 20 minutes.
So actually, I'll probably just go ahead and end it. I don't want to have like an abrupt ending and y'all be leaving it in the comment sections. Hey, I'm sure I'll come back to y'all with another walk and talk. Thanks for walking with me. Talk to y'all later. What is going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video. We are out in these woods again. I told y'all once I got to Colorado, the walk and talks were gonna come back. We're gonna be out in the woods, out in nature, you know, getting it in while we can before it starts snowing. Worked all day today, but got off. Usually after work, I go to dinner right after work with all my friends. Today I had to go off, grab my dinner, go back to my room. I said, I gotta get on these trails. I gotta do some hiking. I can't sit around and talk to y'all. I love y'all, but today, you know what I mean? I gotta get some videos in. I gotta get some nature in. So yeah, here we are on just one of my favorite little hikes. Y'all probably, those of y'all who've been following the channel for a while, thank y'all. But y'all have probably seen some of these sites before. But I was here a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, I don't know. But it's called the Moraine Park Loop. Just a nice little, pretty easy hike you can do. So that you can, you know, in the evening after work, enjoy yourself, get a little exercise in. I don't think we have to worry about any wildlife except for like elk, but there's a ton of them up on the grounds. One of these days I'm gonna go just walk around the grounds and kind of show y'all the grounds and maybe show y'all some elk. Like they hang out up there on the grounds of the YMCA. It'd be like 30 of them. 30 of them. It's crazy. But I don't think we have to worry about any other wildlife, so we should be good. And it's just weird, kind of. I've been, you know, getting to see some of my really good friends. I have some really good like life friends here at the YMCA, like some people that are gonna be my friends for life, you know what I mean? And it's rare, like we come across people like that. So it feels good to be able to come back here, reconnect with them. But the funny thing is, when I left the YMCA last time, I did not ever think I would come back. And that's not a shot at the Y. Actually, it's kind of on me. I didn't think they'd let me come back, okay? I'm just being real. But they did. Allowed me to come back and really enjoying it. Glad to be back. But it just started making me think about like how we as humans, like we feel like we know what life is about. And we feel like we know what is gonna happen in the future. Feel like we know we can tell what's gonna happen in the future. If I try to do this, this won't work out. If I do this, this might work out. I'm not gonna do this because I already know. Like so many times we think we know what's gonna happen and we're completely, utterly wrong. Okay, like we are so far off base, we have no clue. And the reason why I think it's important to accept this and know this, I'm gonna go off trail. I wanna get down here by the water. Y'all know me, I gotta give y'all some water every now and then. Try to get out in a spot so we can stand right in the middle of, I guess this is a river? I don't know. This is where we're gonna go through here. Try to get through here. We're gonna get out there. Hold on. Turn the camera around as I try to get, as I try to get out there. Oh, that rock moved. See how I'm still, whoa, that hurts. Okay. Whoa. My feet are wet. My feet are completely soaked. Okay, this probably wasn't a good idea. Hold on, we're gonna go back. We're gonna see if we can go back before we fall in. Hold on. That wasn't a good spot. I really fell in that time. I really fell in that time. I don't know if y'all can see my shoe, but it's soaking wet. I really fell in that time. Okay, that was a bad idea. Now we got to do the rest of the hike with a wet shoe. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let's go a little further down because I wanna get out there. Oh, this is not good. Wet shoe. It's steady getting colder. We might try that. We we might try that again later. Whoo! Whoo! Well, the good thing is the height. You see I'm walking with a limp now because my foot's wet. The good thing is the hike will dry my shoe out. But on one of my favorite bridges, woo! See, I was trying to get us down there. I was trying to stand in the middle down there. Look at that, that's like a photograph. That's like a postcard. I was trying to get out there. We'll do it one day. We go, oh, it's even nicer over this way, hold on. Whew! Ha! Got the fall color coming in. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Don't worry, folks. I'm gonna do some videos where I just set the camera up, film that like I've done before, film that for 10-15 minutes, just let y'all drink that in. So yeah, I just wanted to give y'all a real quick shot of that. But like I was saying earlier, before I fell in the river, before my foot slipped, the reason why it's important, I think, to understand that we really don't know what is going to happen, that we really don't have a clue. We can make predictions. Y'all know me, I love making predictions, and sometimes we can be right, but all kinds of crazy stuff can happen, either good or bad. Stuff that we perceive as either good or bad, and a lot of times life ends up taking us in directions we never thought we would go, or putting us in places we never thought we would be, right? And a lot of times these are for our benefit. Even there's some times when like something bad happens and it turns out to be good. Something happens, we don't like it, we're all up in arms. Why is this happening to me? Why is all this going on? You know, all of this. And then because of that happening, something else happens, and that leads to something happening that's actually really great, that we really like, okay? So like we really don't ever really have a handle on what's going on in this life thing. So if you're contemplating doing something, but you feel like it won't work out, let me get this sun out the way. If you're contemplating doing something, but you feel like, you know, maybe it won't work out, you're a little nervous because you think if you do it, you know, it's so easy to think of all these bad things that are gonna happen to us when we do certain things, right? I don't know why this is, but as humans, we're very good at like predicting negative, bad stuff. If I tell you, hey, I wanna do this, like try this with your friends. Think of whatever craziness you're thinking about doing in your life, especially now in 2020. Think about whatever craziness you're trying to do with your life. Tell it to 10 of your friends. 9 of them will come up with like 8 or 9 reasons why you shouldn't do it. Tell your parents, both of them are definitely gonna come up with stuff. Your family's great at coming up with bad stuff. That's gonna happen to you. But seriously, 9 out of 10 of your friends will instantly, off the top of their heads, it could be something they've never heard before, they will instantly come up with like a grocery list of, oh, I went off the trail, hold on. I gotta cross the street up here, and you gotta cross at just the right spot, or, you know, people won't slow down for you. Instantly they will come up with a grocery list, a laundry list of reasons why it won't work out. Like, we humans are just really good at doing that. But that, you know, if you were to ask them, hey, well, I get it, those are the bad things, what good could come from this? They might come up with like one. That one friend that didn't have anything negative to say, she or he will probably, you know, have a few more. But as humans, for some reason, we're so good at coming up with bad things that are gonna happen to us. But actually, oh, I think this car's gonna slow down, maybe? Do they see, no, they just gonna keep going. It's a crosswalk, but they just gonna keep going. Okay, I see. This car is gonna stop. This car's gonna stop. I made sure they knew I wasn't happy about them not slowing down from it. Yeah, and the thing is, the bad doesn't happen as readily as like we're good at thinking it up. We can always come up with negative stuff, very little good. But in life, I feel like more good actually happens than bad. More good actually happens than bad. So when you're planning out your life, or planning out your next adventure, or planning out what you want to do, or you're thinking about shooting your shot, whatever that might be, you know, promotion, job, mate, you know, friends with benefits, whatever. You know, whatever you're thinking about doing in life, don't let the thoughts you have or the predictions you have of things that you think are going to be bad that are going to happen overly influence you. Realize you don't know nothing.
I don't know nothing. We don't know nothing. Anything could happen. You can't read other people's minds. We don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. As we saw in December 2019, we thought we had 2020 figured out. I was out there making videos, gonna be the best year ever, 2020. 2020. I was out there loud with it, walking through the streets of Bozeman with my camera, talking about 2020 gonna be the best year ever. Okay? And you know, I try to stay positive. You're gonna hear me get a little out of breath because we're going, you know, we're climbing up. This is the area we're at now. I do like this hike because, like, as some of the other ones I've done, like the scenery kind of changes. So we got to do some climbing, folks. So you'll probably see me a little out of breath. I done worked all day cleaning cabins. I already wore out, but this is what we do in the afternoons. This is what we do in the evenings. We're out here. But yeah, we thought we had 2020 figured out. How many of us had plans that like ended up getting canceled? But how many of us also had like some really good things happen? Like when they started saying there's gonna be lockdowns and layoffs and people getting furloughed, a lot of us were really worried about money. Oh my God, like this is gonna be horrible. Not gonna have any money. I know I can get unemployment, but it's only like $200. The government hit us with that extra $6. Now this is for people in the United States, whatever country you're in. Hopefully your government did some kind of subsidy. If not, sorry. I don't know. But I made more money for 3 months than I normally would have made just sitting at the house. You could have never told me that I would be making $800 a week just sitting at the house. I would never have believed that. So out of something bad, something good happened. Okay, and that's just an example. It happens all the time. I'm sure you can look back on your life and think of so many times when you were down and out and say, oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do, then something good just happened to you. So the same thing could happen in whatever endeavor it is that you are thinking about or planning right now, but that you're kind of scared to do. Kind of nervous about doing. Don't know if this is the right year. Don't know if this is the right time. You know? I use a lot of examples that pertain to me, but that's because they pop in my head. As far as like travel, we're getting up higher. You can start to see mountain range in the background. You can kind of see how smoky it is. Like you should still be able to see it clear, but it's still a little smoky in Colorado. But that's the way we're headed, up that way. I like to give y'all the panorams. This is where we came from. Hold on. All right, cool. So for me, it's travel. Do I try to book some stuff for 2021? I think I'm gonna go ahead and do it. See what happens. I can allow the negativity in the news and all the craziness that's going on in this country and around the world to stop me, because I can be like, no, I don't think it's gonna work out, blah, blah. No, I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. I don't know what's gonna happen. 2021 could be the best and the worst year all in one. Hold on, there's some people up here. I'm gonna walk by them real quick. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
There's an elk down in the meadow.
There is? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, so 2021 could be the best and the worst year all tied into one. It's kind of what I think is gonna happen. But we'll get through some of the bad stuff and we'll enjoy the good stuff. And at the end of the day, there is no such thing as good or bad. Our perception kind of decides. I don't want to get too deep into that, but honestly, I always say, if there was no pain, like if there's no physical pain in the world, we wouldn't have this ideal of good and bad. Like things would just happen, and that's really what it is. Things happen. I am definitely not at the level where I can understand that, but I haven't totally embraced it. I got to get a little more enlightened before I get there. But like, you wonder why some people just never bothered, no matter what. It's because they realize that there is no good or bad. Things just happen. There's just change. Anyway, so whatever plans you got, thinking about doing, no matter how much, see, starting to lose it, getting out of breath. No matter what bad you think might come of it, realize you don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. like you doing that could be the best thing in your life. You doing that Here's what's even deeper. You doing that could turn out badly, but that could turn into something really good. Maybe you have to go through the bad to get to the good. I know personally, a lot of the stuff I'm going through in 2020, a lot of stuff happening in the world is helping my mentals. The suffering we're going through is actually helping my mentals more than if it had just been a regular year. You know, had to do some suffering in 2020, had to get where I need to be mentally, you know. And so while it doesn't feel good in the moment, I do know I think I'm going to come out a more enlightened individual because I had to go through what I'm going through right now. Wow, so my battery died in my camera. So I had to take a little break, replace that. Honestly, I needed the little rest up, you know, but we're back. This is gonna be a long video, folks. I feel like talking. Got some things to say, and it's kind of cool to have y'all along on a hike with me, you know, honestly. Like it's I can feel, even though like y'all are watching this later, it's almost like I can feel y'all with me on the hike. It's kind of weird. So I like having y'all with me, so we're gonna talk a little longer. What were we talking about? Oh, the fact that we don't know nothing and just go for it, you know? Like, we don't know what the future is gonna hold. Things happen, and I think overall it turns out good. It turns out good. So like, if you got an idea, you want to do something, just go for it. Just go for it, you know. I think it is a very human thing that we feel like we have to, you know, plan so far ahead for the future. Okay, if there's one thing I think modern times is teaching us, is that you can't totally plan for the future. All you can do is work towards living the life you want to live. That's all you can do. All you can do is work towards it and seize every opportunity to take it. I'm gonna stop for a second because I see the guy who went past me, super nice guy. I keep telling y'all, I'll be all through Montana, Colorado on these trails, super nice people, everybody speaks. But that guy said there was an elk out here, so I just wanna, you know, I'm assuming it's a male. I don't think they would have mentioned just a female elk, and I'm not being sexist. It's just that the males are a little more, you know, dangerous this time of year. So we're gonna keep our head on a swivel. Hope I get to see him so I can show him to y'all. But yeah, you know, it's a very human concept that we need to plan everything out. No, just go for it. Just go for it. You heard it from me. You heard it from me. Now your financial advisor, and a lot of the other really smart people in your life will tell you, no, you need to sit down and figure things out. But that's because they're still being blind to the fact that A, we're living in a changing world, and B, like nobody can really plan life out. You know what I'm saying? Like, whenever people ask me, like, Tim, you know, you're not planning for retirement, what are you gonna do? When they show you people who retirement worked out for, there's thousands, if not millions of other people that retirement didn't work out for. Okay? No one ever talks about all the people who got wiped out in 2008 and who've been saving for retirement for 40, 50 years. Okay? I'm not saying don't save for retirement. I'm just saying whatever path you take in life, there's going to be uncertainty. Things aren't going to work out the way you want to. Sometimes life is going to come up, help you out of nowhere. So like, instead of spending your whole life planning to like later down the line do something, start working towards it now. Do it. Do it. Do it. Quit your job. Go somewhere else. Take that vacation. Ask that dude out. Ask that chick out. Like, just go for it. Just go for it. I'm telling you. Especially these days. You're not guaranteed. All right, here's the sign. Here's the sign. See? Remember my other walk and talk with my other one? I said in Colorado they're a little better with the signs. Yep, see? We're taking Moraine Park, so this way. All right. Yeah. The best laid plans of mice and men get screwed up. So why waste your time? Why waste the time? Just go for it. Don't worry about all that bad stuff. Just go for it. Now, you know, I'm not saying just be all willy-nilly and totally don't like try to be as safe as possible and try to minimize the risk as much as you think you can while you're doing it. Okay? But don't let, you know, sometimes in life we try to like do some new stuff within our comfort zone. We try to bring our comfort zone with us. That's what we try to do. We try to like have an adventurous life, bring our comfort zone with us. You can't do that. You can't do that. You know? You can't do that. You just got to realize
I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm just gonna enjoy every day the best I can. That's number one. And two, try to live the life, go after living the life I wanna live. You know, and you can't let what's going on in the world, and I'm really talking to myself on this too. You can't let everything that's going on around you in the world stop you. You can't. You can't. No matter what's going on in the world, how crazy it gets, you are still in control of you. I'm still in control of me. We're still in control of us, right? And so we still have to make those decisions if we want the life we want to live. Especially these days. If we just go along with the crowd, oh, it ain't gonna be a good life. It ain't gonna be a good life. That might have worked in 2017, but not now. Like, if you just go along with the status quo is horrible right now, right now, like, you know? So just realize that life is uncertain, but the uncertainty, I think most of the time, works in our favor, you know? And here's the thing, that life you're trying to design may not really be the life you want, but in order to get to the life you want, you have to go after the life that you think you want now. Does that make any sense? Okay? Like, in order to really find out what you want out of life, who you are, what you want to do, who you want to be with, all this, you got to go through some of the wrong stuff. You know, it's called growth. A lot of times we want to be where we need to be without like any growth. Like, you can't be on level 10 unless you go through levels 1 through 9, right? But in life, we like to sit safely on level 1 at the beginning of level 1 and hope that just one day we're going to magically get transported to level 10. No. So sometimes going after whatever you can see in front of you right now. Oh, I think I want to do that. I'm gonna go after it. It may eventually turn out that that is not at all what you want to do, but that was level 2. All right. You know, next thing, oh, I think I'm gonna use a little what I learned here and go to there. And failure, here's the thing too, like, if y'all see me looking down a lot, there's a lot of rocks and stuff on this trail. You know, I'm not trying to, you know, I love y'all, but I already stepped in like freezing water. That water was cold. I already stepped in cold water for y'all. I ain't trying to like break my ankle, you know, so I'm doing a little looking down. But sometimes failure is part of it too. You know, I think a lot of times in life, we think that we have to just have a succession of successes in order to get where we want to be. No, the failures is not, that's where it's not like a video game. In a video game, you got to keep winning. Actually, it kind of is. Because when you're playing a video game, you rarely go through like all the levels on the first try. No, you go through, you fail, you learn more about the level, eventually you beat it. So the analogy still fits. Failure helps us level up in life. So sometimes, like, you get the idea to do something, like, you don't have to figure it out first go around. You don't even have to succeed at it. The failure might be like what you need, right? You know, like, you don't have to be perfect, you just have to try. You don't have to be perfect, you just have to try. I'm trying to figure out what this trail. Okay, cool. Actually, I think I was, no, I'm on the right. Okay, cool. This little area, we're gonna go down between like some houses and stuff. I really don't think I'm supposed to be walking through here this time of year, but we're doing it. Yeah, you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to succeed every time. You just have to try. Through the uncertainty, you just gotta keep going. And that's how we end up doing things like we want to be doing. That's how you end up really enjoying your life. That's how you end up surrounded by like people you love, you love and you care about. That's how you end up happy. You don't end up happy being scared, never jumping off the, you know, never jumping off the cliff, never going up through the levels. You don't end up on level 10 if you just sit on level 2 your whole life, right? You got to go through some stuff, you know? And you don't have to have totally figured out how it's all going to work out before you start. You don't have to know what the end is going to be at the beginning. Honestly, that's the beauty of it. The beauty of it is you don't know. We don't know what the end is going to be when we start. It's just like when you get that feeling, that urge, that desire that says, I want to do that, that is you being pushed. You know, I personally feel like it's the universe. I feel like it's the universe pushing us. And I've always said, if we do our part, the universe will continue to push. And sometimes it might push us in directions we don't want to go in, but that's the direction we need to be in. Oh, there's a car coming up. I hope they ain't. Well, they'll get over it. Well, if the cars can drive down here, then I can be walking down here. Anyway, so that's my message today. I think I am going to wrap this video up. I don't want it to be too long. You know, I look at my watch ratio. I know some of y'all be tuning out after about 3 minutes. I'm not mad at you. I am long-winded, but that was my message for today. Just wanted to share that with y'all. Y'all stay blessed. Love y'all. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Talk to y'all later. Hey, what's going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video. And in today's video, I wanted to talk about doing things in life the non-traditional way. Or like more specifically, like living your goals and your dreams in the non-traditional way. Like you don't have to do the things you want to do in life the way everybody else does it. And I wanted to use an example here where I'm at in Big Sky to kind of prove this point. So if you look behind me over there, those are like 1.5 to like $3 million like condos slash apartments, whatever. I think rich people don't have apartments, they have condos. So we'll call them condos. You pay $1.5 million, you can call whatever you want to. Anyway, but like there's a sign, you can Google it if you want to say I'm not lying, Elkhorn Creek. I know how much they cost because they have the little flyers in the mailbox over there, and I took one out because I'm nosy like that. When I'm out walking around, like I pull out all the flyers and read them for all these properties I could never afford. And also I've signed up to like all the realtor websites in the area, so they send me like emails about these like $1 million properties. Anyway, my point is, $1.5 million to $3 million condos right here, right? Okay, so a lot of people would say, okay, in order to live in Big Sky, Montana, I would need to be able to afford something like that, okay? Right, now, what we're going to do is I'm gonna keep the camera on and I'm gonna walk over to my employee housing, okay? My employee housing is literally right around the corner. Once again, $1 million, $3 million, like I said that pretty fast. Let me say it slow. $1 million condos. Million to like I think it's 1.5 to 3 million, something like that, condos. Big Sky, Montana. My employee housing where I live for like $10 a day, right around the corner, okay? Literally right around the corner. This might not even be a 5-minute video. I don't know how long it takes me to walk over there, but it's very close. My point is, these people are paying that amount of money to live in Big Sky, Montana. I'm living here for way cheaper. And I get to experience the same beautiful views like we have over here. Get to breathe in that good mountain air. You know, I get to see the wildlife in the wintertime. I could ski, snowboard is right there. I shop at the same places they shop at. That one I'm kind of mad about. I wish they had like a poor person's mall. I wish they had like a Dollar Tree up here. But basically all the stuff they do, all the things they get to enjoy, I get to enjoy as well for way cheaper, okay? Way cheaper. This, like the big one is the views. Like you live in a place like this for the views, and I'm like, I get the same exact views, like way cheaper, like $10 a day. And so that's just an example of how, if you want to do something in life, if you say I want to live in exotic places and you know, travel to places that rich people go to, you can do it. Now you may have to work for those rich people, and your accommodations, like my housing is I mean, it's okay, but it's nothing compared to something like that. But it's still, it allows me to be in this location, see things I never would have seen if I'd done it the traditional way. And that's, you know, the point of this video. No matter what it is you want to do in life, whatever your dreams are, doesn't have to be travel. You can find a non-traditional way to do it, an untraditional way that probably costs a lot less. It's off the beaten path. It may mean you have to make some sacrifices, but you can do it. The problem is everybody wants to do things the traditional way, and so many people think they can't do things because the traditional way is out of their reach. Like, I'm never gonna say, you know, have the money to buy a $1 million condo. I'm not that greedy to save up that much money, and I don't play the lottery. I'm just never gonna be rich, right? So that could have kept me from thinking I could ever live in a location like this. But you know, there's untraditional ways. Don't let the fact that the traditional way of doing what you want to do is out of your reach or seems out of your reach keep you from doing what you want to do. Do your research, think about it. You're smarter than you think. You can figure it out. You can find a way to do what you want to do different than everybody else does it. You know, and it's crazy because a lot of times the traditional way is super hard. The traditional way is super hard, but that's the method everyone chooses. And then a lot of times people will be like, well, if I do it a non-traditional way, it's going to be really hard. So is the traditional way. Like, they're probably both equally as hard, you know? So just figure it out. Don't do what everyone else does. Don't follow the crowd. Don't follow the herd. Do it a non-traditional way, and live your dreams. We're almost at housing now. I know y'all watching the clock. Y'all like, It is gonna be 5 minutes. This dude lied to me. No, we're right here. See, actually, there's some employee housing right there. And if we go just a little, oh, it's gonna be right at 5 minutes. And if we go over here, that back there is my employee housing right there. So like a 5-minute walk, and look at the views right back there. You see that? I get that for like $10 a day. What's the math on 1.5 million how much is it a day to live in a $1 million condo? Anyway, that's just my little message for today. Just do it differently. You don't have to do it the way everyone else does it. Talk to you later. Real quick, I just wanted to show y'all what it's like driving out here in Colorado in the wintertime. Like, I know the video doesn't do justice to the dangerousness of this situation, but the boy's creeping along at about 15 miles an hour. The road hasn't been plowed. Snow all on the hood. You know, cars coming, you can't see the friggin' road. Hold on, let me slow down. Cars coming, you can't see the road. I'm in his lane, he's in my lane, who knows? I think I work with that guy. Anyway, yeah, this is just, like I said, I don't think the video does it justice because y'all can't really see how deep the snow is over there on the side of the road. And this isn't really a bad drive. If you just drive slow, it's okay. But what usually happens to me is somebody comes up like behind me and gets on my bumper because they've lived in Colorado for 80 years and they can drive in the snow backwards with no brake pedal. So they get on my butt and like rush me, and then I get all nervous and then that's what usually happens to me. But so far today, it hasn't really happened. But I just thought I would turn the camera on and just give y'all a little glimpse into my life, some of the things I never had to do back in Florida, and just to show like how beautiful it is. Like, these houses over here are some of my favorite houses. Let me look back on the road if I wreck. Yeah, just to show you how beautiful this scenery is. Like when it snows, like it's beautiful up here, but when it snows, it gets crazy beautiful. Like, I love the snow. Like, as much as I don't really like, let me take you over here. As much as I don't really like driving in these conditions, I love seeing them, I might go for a hike, not a hike, but I might go for a walk a little later in town just to see how town looks when it's covered in snow. We're supposed to get pretty good snow today, so we'll see. I might brave the cold, go out there and show y'all, more of Estes Park, Colorado and snow. And yes, I know someone's gonna mention it, so yeah, I got a crack in my windshield. That's that Colorado life, right? You got rocks and boulders and all kinds of stuff flying up on the road. Big chunks of ice flying up, you get a crack in the windshield. If you ain't got a crack in your windshield and you got an old car like me, it ain't been in Colorado. Facts. Oh, I'm being stupid. See, now this part of the road, as you get closer to town, like they plow this part of the road. You can see a plow sitting over there. Get back to work, buddy. Back to work. Ain't no coffee breaks. Sorry. Yeah, this part of the road they plow, so it's not as bad, but back there, it's, it gets a little grimy. You know me. I would pick like the worst day driving I've been here to film. But that's what I do. That's what I do. Look at that. Oh, it's snowing up ahead. It's snowing up ahead. That's snow. That ain't fog, ladies and gentlemen. That is snow. I'll talk to y'all later.
Hey, this message is for you. You are not ugly. Okay? You're not. I'm gonna say it again. You're not ugly. One of the biggest problems I see in the world today, and I know firsthand because it's something I've struggled with my whole life, is that a lot of us just think we're ugly. We think no one likes us, no one's attracted to us, no one's gonna wanna be with us, no one's gonna wanna marry us if that's your thing. We just think we're ugly. We think we don't look good. But at the end of the day, the truth on this issue is that ugly, pretty, all of that is fake. It's make-believe. It's something they came up with. The name of the game If you think about it, the name of the game is attraction. Either someone is attracted to you or they're not. Either you're attracted to someone or they're not. That's it. It's very basic, it's very simple, it's very personal. Someone looks at you and they drink in everything about you, your looks, your personality, all that. Either they're attracted or they're not. That's it. Now this whole scale that society has come up with and saying, this look over here is pretty, this look over here isn't, this is beautiful, this isn't, that is just some societies came up with. And it's not real. You know how I know it's not real? Because it has changed all throughout history. If you go back and you read old books, or you look at like old paintings, things like that, their ideal of beauty change is different from ours. Their ideal of what was attractive is different from ours. I guarantee you, like one of the most like beautiful women in history, Cleopatra, I guarantee you if she showed up today, dudes probably wouldn't be checking for her like they was back then. Because it's just different. The ideal has changed. And if you, even in today's world, in different parts of the country, different parts of the world, the ideal of what is attractive, what's beautiful is different. In different parts of the world, it's different. So that's why I know it's not real. It is just something that the society, the people around you kind of come up with and say, this is pretty, this is not. And then a lot of us go through a whole life because we're not, a 10 on that scale that other people have made up. We go through our whole life like hating ourselves. But at the end of the day, it is not real. It's not about pretty, ugly, all that. There's no such thing as ugly. There's no such thing as pretty. There's only attraction. Either people are attracted to you or they aren't. And the truth of the matter is, like, for everyone out there, there's someone who's attracted to you. There's lots of people who are attracted to you. Some of them may never come up and say it. I mean, if you think about it, there's lots of people you think are hot, you never told them. You never just walked up and was like, hey, something about you. Like, so there's tons of people out there checking for you. There's tons of people out there who probably want to holla. They just don't. Because they're probably scared that you won't be attracted to them. It's crazy. And it's not even like a percentage thing. If even only like 3% of the population are attracted to you, that's 3%. Let's go. Let's play. Where them 3% at? Let's get it. But instead we get all wrapped up in this, oh, I'm not pretty enough. Oh, I'm not handsome enough. Oh, enough people don't like me. Like, we all know people out there who want us. We know. But a lot of times we get so wrapped up in the scale of what's attractive and what's not, or what's, beautiful, pretty, handsome, what's not, that we don't be checking for them. Oh yeah, that girl's into me, but she's only like a 4. So what? you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, that guy's really into me, but he's only like a 5. So what? Like, we live our lives. So there's more missed relationships and more missed happiness going on in the world because we are all feeding in to this stupid scale that people have came up with and these ideas and rules about what's attractive. And it changes. That's what's so crazy. Sometimes big is in, sometimes skinny is in, sometimes light skin's in, sometimes dark skin's in, sometimes long hair. Like, it's just craziness. And we spend our whole lives trying to like change ourselves so that like we can be more attractive, when at the end of the day, the best relationships and best friendships and best whatever, like even the best sex, comes from people who are genuinely attracted to each other for who they are and they get together. Someone who sees you just stripped down for who you are, not without the makeup or the the clothes that you try to wear to impress people, or the money, all this other stuff we try to do, the butt implants and I'm trying not to harp too much on the stuff ladies do. I'm trying to come up with some stuff that men do, but pretty much all we try to do is just like, get muscles and get money. So there's a lot of other stuff women can do to look more attractive, but all this other stuff we get into, when at the end of the day, I feel like if we spent more time just being ourselves and learning about who we are and presenting who we truly are out there, you'd really find some deep relationships and some real, friendships and all that other stuff you're looking for. The stuff we're really looking for, you'd find that. But instead we go out there and we do all this superficial stuff so we can think we're making ourselves more attractive, so we can attract the people that society says are the people you want to attract. But then, if we finally do attract them, that's not really you, so it doesn't work out, or you find out they're idiots. Like, it's craziness. At the end of the day, the name of the game is like real attraction. That when the more you are and the more like you show that, the more you're going to get people attracted to you. And if you're not on this whole ideal of, oh, I'm only going to, get with 10s or better, then then you don't have to worry about all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, And at the end, and one of the things I truly believe in our society, the reason why so many people have such low self-esteem about their looks is because there has been a planned strategy of making us feel like we're not attractive, so we will buy products and items and possessions that will make us more attractive to the opposite sex or the same sex, whatever you're trying to be attractive to. This is planned. This is strategy. We'll make them think they're ugly, and then they'll try to do all this and buy all this and spend all their money trying to do things that'll make them prettier or more handsome. And that makes us super rich. It's a plan. I know this is true because, like, if you look at other countries where maybe it's not so materialistic or consumeristic, like you see like the relationships they have, you all the time. Like when I'm watching like Discovery Channel, History Channel, and they go to other countries, their relationships and like the people who get together is totally different than like it is in Western civilization. All the time I'm like, how did he get with her? Or how did she get with him? Like they have different ideas that aren't so based on, you know, what they've seen on television and movies. They just kind of get with people because they got like 5 goats. Or some other quality. You know what I'm saying? Like they get with people like real life qualities. We be trying to get with people just because like her hair is long and her cheekbones are high and she got a fat ass. You know what I mean? Like that's the type of stuff we go for because that's what we've been sold. And also too, if I know, hey, if I get with him or I get with her, my boy's gonna be like, oh dang, they gonna be jealous. Or even, oh, my girlfriend's gonna be like, yeah, he's hot. You know what I'm saying? Like these are the type of things we go for. But the side effect of that is, you know, we're raising up kids and it goes even into adulthood. So many of us just think we aren't attractive because we fall into believing this stuff. It's not true. It's not true. You're not ugly. You could go somewhere else in the world. This was so crazy. This is why I'm so into travel. I am so into travel. You're sitting there down in yourself thinking you're ugly in like butt knuckle Kansas somewhere because none of the 500 people in your town, you know, only like one of them wants you. Meanwhile, you could go over to like India somewhere and be that girl. You could be that dude. They see you and be like, damn, that's it. You know what I mean? You can go somewhere else in the world where your personality, your body style, like the way you, whatever it is like super attractive. But you stuck in one spot letting these idiots make you think you're ugly. It's craziness. You know, you're not ugly. The name of the game is attraction. You know, and there are people out there who are attracted to you. The trick, this is the whole trick to the whole game. The trick is finding people that are attracted to you that you are attracted to as well. Then y'all get together, do whatever you want. That's the whole name of the game. And just have fun with it. Accept it. Go with it. That's what it's about. Instead of spending all your time and energy like trying to change yourself. Just be you. And the people who like that are going to come out the woodwork trying to get with you. And then you find some that you like and boom, or one that you like and boom, that's it. That's the name of the game. You know, stop worrying about, and I'm telling myself this, you know, stop worrying about all this other stuff. Am I big enough? Am I skinny enough? Is my hair long enough? You know what I'm saying? Like all this other stuff is made up. They just want you to think you're ugly so you'll spend money trying to get attractive and it makes them rich and they sit back and laugh. They don't care. They got money. They ain't worried about it. They see the game. They know the game. Don't play their game. You know, don't spend your whole life, you know, just not thinking you're good enough or that other people are better than you because they're like a 9 on some imaginary scale. Screw that. You're the bomb too. And there's someone, I promise you, there's someone you know and someone you probably like who just has never said anything who thinks you're the bomb too. Just got to get it together. That's the name of the game. I'll talk to y'all later.
No problem. Where is the hotel?
Huh?
Where is the hotel now? What's the name hotel in Bangkok here?
Oh, what is it? The Grand Swiss?
Grand Swiss in the Soy 11.
Yeah.
Okay, I know. How long in Bangkok here? How long?
Just a week.
1 week in
1 week.
Bangkok and then?
Then going to Chiang Mai.
1 week and then back here?
Yeah. I'm going to go to a week here, a week in Chiang Mai, then back home.
Oh, back home.
Yeah.
How many hours?
To fly home?
Yes.
It's like 20 hours.
20 hours or long,
Yeah.
long flight.
Yeah, it's a long.
Why you stay Bangkok longer? But you stay Bangkok for three nights and then you move to the Chiang Mai better.
Yeah.
Chiang Mai, Chiang Rai, Mae Hong Son in the mountain.
Oh, okay.
In the
Yeah.
mountain,
Yeah.
nearby the Burma.
Oh.
You can go to Burma, cross the river.
I didn't know.
No, I recommend for you go to the Burma 1 day trip and back to Bangkok.
Oh, you
back to Thailand.
Oh, you can go to Burma? Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
Okay.
the road for the Thailand, Chiang Mai, and then Burma.
Yeah.
You can walking on the beach.
Oh, okay.
Very nice.
Okay, I might do that.
But one day you go in the morning and then you come back in the evening. Come back from Thailand.
Ah, okay.
You have a stamp for the passport, go and back. About the 20 baht, maybe.
That's it?
Baht.
Only
yeah, for
oh.
you go.
Oh, okay. All right. I might do that.
Yeah. And then you go to Chiang Mai White Temple.
Yeah.
White Temple, number 1 in Thailand.
The White Temple?
White Temple. So only white color. Buddha, white color.
Yeah.
Temple, white color.
Everything's white?
Everything in the temple, white color.
Oh, okay.
In Chiang Mai.
Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, I'm excited to go.
But you buy plane?
Yeah.
Buy plane 1 hour.
I bought a plane ticket, but I might take the train. Because the train, you see more. They say you can see more.
You buy the plane ticket, you booking.
Yeah, I already bought it.
And then you don't tell me, and then you
Yeah, I might take the train.
book on the plane.
Here, yeah, to go.
Give for me. Give for me plane ticket. I never been like plane ticket.
Okay. It was cheap, so like, but
How much for a plane ticket? How much?
I think it was like
$100.
maybe like $20, $30. It wasn't expensive.
Oh, not expensive.
Nah, it wasn't expensive.
You what?
Yeah.
Not go.
I mean, I might just take the train. Yeah.
All night.
You see more. Yeah, you see more.
Yeah. When you come here, when?
Huh?
When you came?
Tuesday. I work in a hotel. Yeah, I clean hotel rooms.
Really? Oh,
Yeah. I work at a ski resort in the mountains.
Oh, the mountain.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of rich people.
One month, how many dollar? Good money.
How much in a month?
Yeah, in a month.
For me, maybe like $2,000.
Dollar. Thailand.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Thailand about $40.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
A month?
Yeah, a month. 8 hours working. My daughter work in media.
Yeah.
In the photographic.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
She work 1 month, $40. Saturday, Sunday off. No money.
Man. Yeah, that's no good.
In American, very good one. But it's very expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, you can make good money. Some places.
Yes, sir.
I only work I work like 4 months.
4 months.
Then I get 2 months off,
Really?
and then I work 4 more months.
Really?
Cause the
1 year, 4 months holiday.
cause
Work 8 months.
cause the ski resort closes. Like it's closed right now.
Right now for the
Oh, yeah.
in the mountain, snow.
Yeah. It closes when it's
2 months.
Mhm.
And open again.
Yeah.
And then very hot. Proper.
Yeah. It'll be it's a nice job.
My friend, on the way the river.
Yeah.
And so you see look in the high fashion on the way the river.
Okay.
For the factory close.
Oh, okay.
On the way.
Okay.
But champion quality.
Oh, okay.
Designer.
Gotcha.
So you November 2010. My family is coming in factory.
Oh, okay. Nice.
And you live in a mountain?
Hmm?
You live in a...
Yeah.
Oh,
The hotel I work for, they give me housing.
really?
They give me a place. Yeah.
Oh, everything.
Yeah. You have to pay like $10 a day
One day.
for the house, so it's like $300 a month for the housing, but
Okay.
it's okay. It's on the mountain.
Yeah, on the mountain. Good air.
Yeah.
No pollution.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then no wife. No married.
No,
How old are you, my friend? How old?
I'll be 40 this month.
40.
Yeah.
This month. 40.
Yeah.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank
For
you.
me, next month.
Yeah.
Next month, 59.
59. Okay. Nice. Nice.
Old. Two daughter.
Two. Yeah.
Two daughter and one girlfriend, one boy.
Gotcha.
One wife and one girlfriend. And in the daytime, go with a girlfriend.
Yeah.
And the night time, I go.
Nice. Nice.
In Thailand, lady or woman, 70%.
Yeah.
70% of the man 30%, 40%.
Wow. So every man can have like a wife and 2 girlfriends.
But like you, 5 years, why? Lady too much.
Huh?
Lady, Thailand, no boy, not
Yeah. How long have you drove one of these?
5.
Yeah. 20 years? You huh?
Long.
You like it? 2 years. 2 years.
20 years.
20? Oh, okay. 20. Okay.
I don't learn very high. He will work with construction.
Oh, okay.
Translate for me.
Okay. Yeah.
I married 25 years married.
Yeah.
25 years.
25 years married. Oh, okay.
Long time.
That's a long time. That's a long time.
34 years.
Oh, okay.
ครับรอแป๊บนึง I call my girlfriend. Don't worry for me. Let's go. Take my friend. Okay, bye bye. See you tomorrow. People in Bangkok here.
7 million?
7 million.
Just in Bangkok?
Yeah, only Bangkok here. A lot of people.
That's a lot of people.
For Bangkok original, 3 million.
Yeah?
of people in Bangkok here.
Oh, 3 million. Okay.
And then for outside Bangkok, come here, working.
Oh.
6 million.
Make it.
A
Oh,
lot of people.
it's a lot. Hey, how's it going, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video. And in today's video, I wanted to talk a little bit about living a simpler life. I was thinking that there are so many new improvements and technologies, a lot of them in the past 100 years, that have become available to us as humans. But the funny thing is, a lot of these things that are supposed to make our lives better just seem to like complicate our lives more. It's like with all these new technologies, and we have so much variety and so much choice in our lives today, it hasn't really changed who we are as humans. Like, we still do the same basic stuff. We eat, we sleep, we communicate, we have sex, we have kids, the basic stuff we do. It really has not changed. But we keep coming up with all these new things to try to like make our lives better. And at the end of the day, like even like our happiness levels haven't changed. And the downside is, with all these new things we keep bringing into the world that are supposed to be making our lives better, a lot of times they're actually making our lives worse. They're making our lives more complicated. I'll give you an example. Think about food. Like back in the day, food was pretty easy. Like you caught it, you kill it, you grill it, you eat it. You know what I mean? Like it was pretty easy. If you could run up and chunk a spear through it, you ate it. Like that was how it was. Very, very simple. If it didn't kill you and eat you, you killed it and ate it. Like it's very simple. Or you could like grow food. Not that hard. You throw seeds in the ground. Hopefully the rain comes down, water it. 6 months later, you got corn. Whatever. Or you went out and foraged for berries. Pretty much as long as you didn't eat something poisonous, you was good. Food was simple. It was very simple. For thousands of years, this is how our ancestors ate. Then here recently, we decided that we need to improve upon food, right? We needed to make food better. So we started adding chemicals to food, and we started adding all these other substances to try to make food quicker and make it bigger and better. All this other stuff. We want to start cloning, animals so we can, have more hamburgers. These clone meat burgers. So, we start trying to improve food. But what has happened? Has it made life better for us? No. Just as many people are starving now as were starving before. If not more people starving now. Also, too, a lot of these ingredients they're putting in the food to make it quicker, easier, better is like killing us. It's bad for us. And then on top of all of that, like now that we have so much choice, you're guilty when you eat something. They're constantly telling us, oh, that food is bad, that food is unhealthy, that food isn't good for you. You eat something you really, really like, you feel guilty the next day. You want to, beat yourself up over eating that chocolate cake or whatever it is. Like food has gotten so complicated. Now we have like people who have issues with food. You never had a lot of these food related issues before. I'm not poking fun at anyone who struggles with them, but you didn't really have a lot of these before. But now food it's just crazy what we've done to food. It's so complicated just to eat now. Like I walk around Walmart, I literally like get overwhelmed. It's just too much choice. I just want chicken wings. So we have complicated our life to the point where like we've made eating like a problem. That's one example. I was thinking too, like take like your phone. So it is so cool that there's so many things we can do on our phones now. It used to take like forever. Before, if you wanted to learn something, you had to get up and like go to this building called the library. Or you had to like have some encyclopedias in your house. Like now you can just type it in your phone or just ask your phone. It will bring the answer up. That's pretty cool. But like all the time we have saved with this technology, we don't really do nothing. This is a little off topic. I'll bring it back to the simple life part. But all this time we've saved with having easy access to information and being able to do all this cool stuff right from the palm of our hands on our phone, what are we doing with that time? Nothing. like it's not like we're taking that time and like, ooh, that 3 hours I saved, I'm gonna do something important. No. You know what we do at that time? We stay looking at crap on our phones, right? We stay looking at other crap other people posted. Like it's a new advancement, its technology is great, but it hasn't changed like the human race. We just like, if you're a slacker, you're a slacker. Now you just have 6 hours of slack instead of 1. Like it's crazy. But once again, like even with your phone that brings you all these great, wonderful apps and opportunities, now there's a lot of things you got to worry about. For one, you got a phone bill.
which is very complicated. That's not simple at all. Then you got to worry about, you know, putting your information in your phone, someone, you know, hacking your phone, someone stealing your phone, you know, the cloud taking your private pictures that for some reason you took with your phone and sending them to the world. Like, there's just, oh, thought I heard a door opening up there. I was like, huh, somebody back there? There's just so many. It's complicated. It's complicated. You know, when you do everything from your phone, you always have to have your phone with you. You didn't have to worry about that before. Like, you know, they say people suffer from like phone, I forget what the term they've come up with it, but when you're away from your phone for long enough. Like, if you can't find your phone or you leave it in the car, like, people have this anxious condition when they're not around their phone, because you have to have it with you because it does so much for you. Complicated. Nobody ever worried about this. Nobody ever had phone anxiety when we had just one rotary phone in the house. You know, no one ever had phone anxiety like when you had to use a payphone. You know, like nobody cared about being away from a phone when you had to go in a phone booth. There's a couple examples of, and there's many others, of things that have come into our lives over the past 50, 100 years that are supposed to make our lives better, but actually really just bring more complications, bring more stress. Like, it hasn't changed what we need to do in life. It's changed the way we do it, but not necessarily for the better. Like, easier isn't always better. You know, faster isn't always better. Like, we still just do the same stuff. Now we just got a lot more worry with it. That's why I'm a big believer in simplifying your life, living a simple life. Just try and, you know, just look at your life and ask yourself, like, are all the things in my life, or the things I use in my life, are they helping me? You know, are they really helping me, or am I just doing it as everybody else does it? Am I just using it as everybody else does it? You know, like, just really, I know for me, I try to just break my life down as simply as possible. You know, I don't have to get wrapped up in the latest app or fad or what challenge or or whatever it is. Like, you know, I just want to do the things I need to do in life. You know, food, clothing, shelter, meaningful work, interaction with my friends and family and loved ones, like travel. You know, like it really does not take a lot to live a happy, fulfilled life. But you got to get a lot of this like extra complicated stuff out in order to bring the stuff you really want in. Like, there's only so much space, like, in our lives for stuff and things, or whatever it is. There's only so much room. And you got to get, like, the unnecessary crap or the overcomplicated crap that's doing nothing for you out before you can get the stuff you want in. I think that's why a lot of times people have, like, dreams, things they want to do, and they just never can get to them or fulfill them, because there's no room left in your life. You got all this garbage that's not really doing nothing for you in there. You got to get it out, you know. And that's what, you know, living a simple life is really about. Just boiling your life down to, like, the basics, you know, the things you really need to have, or the things you really need to do, the people you really need to interact with. You know, just get a lot of that excess. It's, you know, a little like minimalism, you know, getting that excess out, just leaving room for the simple, easy stuff. Like, it ain't got to be that complicated, people.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's your boy Tim, back with another video. I promised y'all that I would get outside and show y'all some scenery, not just shoot videos from, like, inside rooms and places like that. So today the weather got a little better. It was raining this morning, but as you can see now, it's light outside. So just wanted to get outside. I'll give y'all a little panorama. You see I'm on a bridge, always on bridges, but just some of the scenery here. This little unexpected nice little spot I found. I was actually I just walked down to the visitor center. I do that a lot after dinner. It's like a little 5-minute walk down to the Glacier National Park Visitor Center. I just walked down there to try to kind of stretch my legs, digest my food a little bit, and then I saw this little trail that just kept kind of going around. It looks like an old sidewalk. There's really nobody here, so I just kept walking, and as you can see, it gets kind of thick back through there. I didn't really know what to expect, but it came out on this beautiful, like, bridge and kind of lake area here. So I figured I would stop here and make a video. And so what I really just wanted to do was catch y'all up on what's going on in my life these days. Last time I really talked to everyone, I was in Mexico.
I made it back safely from Mexico. I have to say, getting in and out of the United States, at least going to Mexico, probably the easiest experience. I thought it was going to be so hard. And, you know, I was so nervous, like, about customs and immigration and all. It was the easiest. So easy. Maybe just because I was an American citizen and it was Mexico, but super easy process. So made it back safely, flew into LA, spent like a couple days there, got to get up my boy No Can't Fant for a little bit. That was cool. Then I took the Amtrak from LA to East Glacier Park, and actually the company I work for has a hotel right there. They put me up for the night, and now I am in St. Mary's Village, formerly known as like St. Mary's Lodge. They like to call it St. Mary's Village now, but it's St. Mary's, Montana. Working at the village, but mainly at the Great Bear Lodge, being a house person, which means I like strip the rooms and take the trash out. Very super easy, chill job. Coming from the Y, being a crew leader and having all that responsibility, being a house person and just pulling like dirty sheets and towels out of rooms and taking out trash is the easiest job in the world. Like, it's the easiest. It doesn't even feel like work. Like, I'm just like, this is all I have to do? They're paying me to do this? It's so easy. I'll shoot a video kind of showing you the rooms and what I do. But yeah, I'm actually working right outside Glacier National Park for a company called, what is it? The Glacier National Collection by Pursuit. It's a very long name, and the company has changed names several times over the years. So I think overall Pursuit is the name of the company, and this is the Glacier Park Collection I'm working for. I think they have different collections around the world and around the country. I don't really know what that's about, but it seems like a decent company. You know, a lot of nice people I'm working with. I showed y'all my room, the cabin, nice digs I got going on. And so, yeah, slated to be here if everything goes well till September 31st. And then the adventure will continue. So, yeah, I think I'm actually in the park right now. I think this trail I just followed took me into the park. Not really sure where the park stops and starts. The super cool thing is a fish or something. Everybody's been telling me about grizzly bears out here, so I'm super scared about grizzly bears. Anyway, the cool thing is I'm actually not working in the park. I'm working right outside the park. In St. Mary's, where I'm working, is actually part of the Blackfoot Indian Reservation. So I'm actually working and living on the Blackfoot, I guess you should say Native American reservation. So that's super cool. So there are a lot of native people around that you get to interact with. Went to the town of Browning on the way here, and it's just like all Native Americans, which was super cool for me because I'd never experienced that before. So that's fun. One of the things I love about traveling is that you get to experience new things that you didn't think you would ever experience, or things that you didn't set out to experience. A lot of time my normal life, only things things happen, surprises happen, but you know, most of the things I planned on doing. Now I might plan on doing something, but there's so many other things that come along with it that I had no idea were going to happen. I mean, like when I was on the Amtrak train up, I met this guy on the train, and we were sitting in the observation car and just talking and vibing. And it was just like one of those, I don't know, like, I don't want to say surreal moment, but just one of those like really cool vibing with someone else moments. And I would have never expected that. I just thought I was going to get on the train and Amtrak it up, you know? So, you know, just meet somebody super cool. I don't know. I just seem to have all these moments now in my life where life just puts stuff in front of me, or things in front of me, and I just get to embrace them and enjoy them. And it really feels like living. It doesn't feel manufactured. It feels like real life. And I'm blessed for that, which is why I'm always pushing for people to live their authentic life. You know, live their real life. Travel may not be what you want to do. If it is, definitely go for it. Y'all know I recommend the seasonal work, but do it any way you can do it, or whatever else is your thing in life. You know, you want to be living authentically. The realer you are with your life, I think the realer stuff the universe throws back at you. This was supposed to be like a life update, and I just went and got deep.
Anyway, I wanted to explain a little bit why I was gone so long. Yeah, I will freely admit I fell into a bit of a funk, a bit of a fog. I'm gonna live my truth and say I made a couple life mistakes. Well, I don't want to say life mistakes. I made a couple mistakes. I had a couple stumbles. I took some wrong turns. Like for about a good 2 weeks there, I just did not feel like the Tim who makes these videos and talks, and I didn't feel like me for a while there, and I kind of felt like the old me, not a little bit. That's what I always say in life: you don't change, you grow. And sometimes that some of the growth you've made, sometimes you change, you I won't say you ungrow, but you slide back into that pre-growth person. Which I think that's all part of the journey. I think it's all part of the experience, and I'm trying to find the lesson in what happened and the things I went through. I'm coming out of it now, and I'm starting to feel like me again. As you can see, one of the things I love to do in life is make these videos, so I'm making one right now. So obviously I'm feeling better. I think maybe the scenery, being out in nature, being able to do some work. I think honestly 2 weeks in Mexico with nothing to do was not good for me mentally. Excuse me. It just really, that was too long for me to just be mulling over different things. So now that I'm back working, that's helping, and just trying to not beat myself up over some of the things I might have done. I mean, nothing crazy, but just stuff that I did not, or stuff the old me would have done. And a lot of it is stuff that maybe it wasn't even that bad. Maybe it wasn't even wrong. Maybe it isn't something that I say, as the Tim I like to be now, I can't do. I think maybe that was the lesson in it. Is just, I'd put up these big like barriers of we can't do this, we can't do that. And I think life wanted to show me that that's still a part of you. Sometimes you need a little of that, maybe, just to keep yourself in between the lines. You can, I know I'm bad about getting too far out there and being too strict and too black and white, right and wrong. And I think maybe life was trying to tell me sometimes you got to have a little of this gray in there just to keep your sanity, or you're going to lose it. So yeah, that's where I was at for a couple of weeks. I just didn't feel like turning the camera on. A lot of just like laying in bed doing nothing, just a lot of just deep thought about, what's the point of it all? Does it really mean anything? Which is always gets me, because at the end of the day, I realize, not in like a morbid sense, but a lot of the things that people think mean something don't. Like there's really nothing you have to do in this life. You just have to get through it. And I try to get through it without starving and without, having a lot of pain. So if I get in like a darker mood, I already have that mindset that there's like nothing I have to do. So then I really start thinking, what's the point? And I have to pull myself out of that. But I'm pulling myself out of that. You see, I'm outside. Let me show y'all. Look at this bridge. I love bridges. I don't know why. Got some cool water going on. This is a great spot. I was looking for a spot, and I think I might have found my spot, because I don't think a lot of people come up this way. But yeah, the mountains are beautiful over there. I wish you could see them more, but that's the type of stuff that kind of brings me out of my mood. And two, just getting to this new job, meeting a lot of new people. I must have met like 50 people the first day, 50 the next day. Y'all know me, I'm very shy, very introverted. So that was kind of hard, and it still is, to interact with so many people, so many new people on a daily basis. And I'm working through that, but basically working through everything. Blessed that my plans to go to Mexico worked out, and I'm here at my new job and it's working out and I like it and I'm enjoying it. Blessed for all that. But working through, working through, like I said, you stumble in life. You just got to keep going, It's like a basketball game, you get points for rebounds in a basketball game. You ever thought about that? Somebody makes a mistake, someone misses, someone else does something good with that, they get a point. You reach up, you grab a rebound, you grab a board, you get a point. That's the way it should be in life. You might make a mistake, you might miss the mark, but if you rebound, you get points. So I'm rebounded. Like, you know what I mean? I'm living my truth. I try to make these positive motivational videos, but don't ever think like Tim's got it all figured out. No one's probably thinking that anyway. But, we all go through stuff. But if you just hang in there, you find yourself on a beautiful bridge you had no clue was back there,
surrounded by mountains, or whatever is a comparable great day for you. Anyway, so that was just a little quick life update. I'm going to get out of here because the sun's going down and the skeeters are coming out. Man, we went on a hike the other day. I literally killed like 50 mosquitoes. There are so many mosquitoes, but they are like the slowest, dumbest mosquitoes ever. But I killed like 50 of them, but they come out deeps, in certain areas, especially around water where I'm at right now. So I'm going to wrap this video up. Just want to check in with y'all. Look forward to more videos. I'm going to try to post every single day. A lot of days it'll just be something small, maybe showing you where I work, a beautiful sunset, or just some of those. But other days I want to get out, I want to talk. I do got some videos, ideas lined up. I also got a couple videos I shot in Mexico in my room that I need to drop, but I'll probably drop those one late night, midnight. Don't want to confuse people with the timeline. But anyway, yeah, look for more videos. Your boy is back. Thank you for all the people who said, welcome back in my last video, and said they were looking for me, wonder where I was at. All the well-wishers. Thank y'all so much. I will talk to y'all later.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video, another nighttime walk and talk. I need to be going to get something to eat, but I've been getting something for dinner. But I'm just like in the mood to talk. So I'm learning, like, when I'm in the mood to make a video, just make videos. So today I wanted to talk about a new kind of series of videos I'm going to be starting. And yes, I'm going to actually do this one. We're going to stick with it. Goals, hashtag goals. I want to start doing a series on saving money. Okay, I feel like just teaching people and talking about saving money is one of the easiest things you can do in the world, and one of the easiest ways to get started on the path to financial happiness. That's my new term, financial happiness. But we don't talk about it. It's something that's never done. It would be very easy in school, college, whatever, to take 5 minutes out of a class every day and talk about saving money. But it's something we don't do, it's something we don't talk about. So that's my new series. We're gonna talk about saving money. I know for me, I was always just a natural saver. So I didn't really realize that for a lot of people it was unnatural, or for a lot of people it wasn't easy to do. So we're going to, it might be a 5-part series, maybe more, I don't know. But we're just gonna talk about little simple ways to save money. And really it's just to be a reminder. For the most part, once every couple weeks, you'll see the face telling you to save money. Stop spending it on dumb stuff. But in today's video, part 1, I just wanted to talk about something that I've always done, and I think it really helps, but I just think a lot of people don't think about doing it. And that's making saving a part of your budget. Okay? I like to think of it as paying myself. So say the average person, when they get paid, say you made $500 this week after taxes. The average person thinks they have $500. No, this is false. You have $0, right? Until you pay your bills and take care of your other financial obligations. So, I mean, for me, when it comes to budgeting, I factor up my entire amount of bills for the month, and then I divide it by how many times I get paid. If I have $800 worth of bills a month, and I get paid every week, 4 weeks in a month typically, so I have to save or put $200 towards bills. I think that's just a smart way to budget. Always done that. But one thing I also do, after I take out money for food and things like that, kind of whatever money I have left over after that, I factor into my budget a portion to save. So say I made $500, I had to take $200 out for bills each week, another $100 for groceries. That leaves me with $200. I'm gonna factor in $100 for savings, off rip. I'm not gonna be ooh, I still have $200 and go blow it. No, I'm gonna factor in $100, usually half of whatever I have left over. I'm gonna factor in for savings. And it's gonna go right into my savings account. I always have a separate savings account. I have this weird thing that happens when I go out in the cold, my eyes start watering, and people always think I'm crying, especially if I go from the heat, extreme heat, to extreme cold. It'll just be a torrential downpour on my cheeks. People think there's something wrong with me. Hang on. Navigating traffic. But yeah, one of the things you have to do is
put in your budget your savings and stick to it. Not something you do like every now and then or when you get like a bonus check, but every single week, a portion of your paycheck, you take that and pay yourself. Now, you'll notice we left an extra $100 in our little example here, and that's your blow money. And if you're the type of person who's really trying to save, and you're really like dedicated to getting financially free and being financially happy, you might not that $200, you might put $150 in the bank. You might put $175 in savings. Oh, what I was saying earlier, always have a separate savings account. It can be in a credit union or a bank if you must deal with banks. I prefer credit unions. Or it can be, you know, under your mattress, in a shoebox, wherever you put your money, but always have something separate than like your normal bank account. Because if you just leave it in your regular bank account, you're gonna spend it. Trust me on this, people. If you just leave money in your regular bank account and you have access to it through your debit card, you're gonna spend it. It's just gonna happen. So always take that money every week or every 2 weeks or whenever you get paid, how often you get paid, that money you're putting in savings, put it somewhere separately, right? Put it somewhere separate and make it hard to touch. if possible, make it hard to get to, hard to touch. Or, I mean, just even if it's not hard to get to, just you have to learn to be disciplined. But put that as a line item in your budget, stick to it every single week, and you'll be surprised how quickly you save money. Because if you just do it haphazardly, and you're just like, well, when I have the chance, I'll save somebody, you're not gonna do it. You're gonna spend that money. But if you know, double down and like stay disciplined, and do it every single week, you will be able to save money. And here's the thing, the more you do it, the easier it becomes, and also like the more you'll enjoy doing it. I know for me, and this is partly because I have like OCD and have weird stuff in my brain, for me, one of the things that really helps me save more money is I don't like odd numbers. I like certain like plateaus. For example, if I have $300 in savings, that bothers me. I'm in a hurry to get to 500 because that's the plateau, and even though that's an odd number, it's kind of a level. If I have $700 in the bank, that bothers me. I need to get to 800 because that's an even number, and then I need to get to 1,000 because that's another plateau. Like that, like things like that. You may not be weird like me, but we all have little things like that that come along with you know, saving. You know, and also too, saving goals. You know, you don't just save money just to save money. Sometimes you save money for something in particular. And so if you have in mind why you're saving this money, it makes it easier. If you're saving for a vacation, or you're saving because you want to invest a certain amount of money, or you're saving for a down payment on something, you know, something you really need, or whatever it is you're saving for, that helps you to save. And that's a good way to keep you motivated, keep you putting that money in there every week, and also to keep you like putting extra money. And saving is really fun when you start sacrificing that disposable income, or you start cutting back on groceries, or you start finding little ways to like piece together $10, $15 so you can throw that in savings as well. So, you know, extra, so that you can level up and plateau up in your savings. It gets really fun. And before you know it, you have more money in the bank than you ever had. And what usually happens with me is sometimes I'll have a savings goal of, ooh, I want this. I'm gonna save X amount of money to buy it. I get that money, and then suddenly like I don't want to like spend it. Like I want to keep saving. And that allows me to just keep leveling up, save even more money. And then like I get way more fun dreaming about the stuff I can buy with the money I have in the bank than I would actually buying it. And that's a good space to be in life. And then eventually I usually do, you know, take some savings and buy important things. And it's good to have that level of savings. That's another thing. Your savings can become an emergency fund, which is a big deal. You know, when you have no money and you're broke and you never save money, you're constantly worried about emergencies. None of us like emergencies to happen. We don't want to have health issues or have the washing machine blow up. But when you have money in savings, you're not too worried about it because you know you got the money to handle it, you know, and that causes less stress, and less stress makes you a healthier person. So actually saving money is kind of, you know, a health thing. Your financial happiness can lead to like physical happiness. Anyway, yeah, just wanted to in this first episode, you know, I'll come up with some cool title for it, possibly. A title I think is cool. It'll probably be lame, but I'll think it's cool for this segment on saving money. But yeah, I mean, already got like 5 ideas for these videos, so I'm gonna stick with this one. We gonna start saving money, people. We ain't gonna be broke moving forward. And then, you know, once we master saving money, then we'll get to move on to like investing and you know, all this other stuff, and this helps out with side hustles. This is all gonna come together, and all of this is just gonna, all of it falls under the umbrella of living free. I've decided that freedom is like one of my big things now. All of this falls under the umbrella of how to live free, how to be happy. That's where we're gonna get. Anyway, I'm gonna hop off here and go, I think this is a dispensary behind. No, it's nutrition. I don't know. Montana, they got all kinds of health food places that are actually dispensaries. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna hop off here and go find something to eat, not from there. And enjoy the rest of my evening. Y'all be good. Talk to y'all later.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Tim, and this is kind of a introductory video. One of the first videos that I'm going to do on this channel. And mainly I just wanted to explain why I became a minimalist and to talk about my journey towards minimalism. And I have to say that I was fortunate in that I was kind of raised in a household where possessions weren't the main focal point. I was blessed in that way, so from early childhood I was kind of already taught that there are more important things in life than just accumulating stuff and possessions. Now, of course, as I got older and I fed into the bombardment of advertisement and you know, the culture that we live in, all the signals that you get every day telling you that you need to buy, you need to consume, you need to get bigger, you need to get better, you need to get more, I started to go down that path. Of course, when I got in my 20s, you know, you run into credit card debt when you first get those credit cards, and you buy up stuff you don't need. You just start buying unnecessary possessions and accumulating things, and you just get stuff. Basically, like everyone else, I just got stuff. Also for me, as I mentioned many times, I have the collector gene heavy, so I enjoy collecting things. And I just started collecting, and just different collections, be it comic books, coins, Playboys, just all sorts of things. I was just collecting and just amassing stuff. And so this was kind of where my life was at. I wasn't overboard with it. Like, I collected and amassed things within my means. Wasn't really in any debt anymore. But I just start to realize something was wrong. And I remember the time when it really hit home for me. One of the things I like to do is a dumpster dive. And there's a certain time of year in the area where I live where there's lots of good stuff in the dumpsters. I live in a college town, so all the kids are throwing all their stuff away. They're moving to new apartments. They're moving, they graduated, they're moving on, or moving back in with their parents. So there's lots of good stuff in the dumpsters, and I've no shame in going to dumpsters, picking that stuff out, bringing it home, cleaning it up, and selling it on eBay. And that's what I do certain times a year, just for, you know, a little extra money. Gives me something to do. But I remember one time, I just had so much stuff in my living room. I just got a little 1-bedroom apartment, and I just had so much stuff in my living room. Not only my stuff, but I also had boxes of stuff from the dumpsters. I had dozens of big black trash bags full of clothes that I was getting ready to, I already washed, getting ready to sell on eBay, things like that. And I just walked in the house one day and just got overwhelmed. I said, that's it, it's too much. And I just decided to donate most of the stuff I had to Goodwill. I said, I gotta get rid of it, I don't really want to throw it away, because I just took it out of the dumpster. I said, well, I'll donate it to Goodwill. And that kind of got the wheels in my head, you know, turning. And when I donated all the stuff and I walked in my apartment and it was just so clean. Now, I still had all my stuff, but it was just so much cleaner after I donated. so much of that stuff. It just kind of got the wheels in my head turning, and I started looking for just little stuff that of my own that I could donate. I said, well, man, I felt so much better after giving all that stuff away. What else could I give away? So like I said, that kind of got me started on the path. Then I remember around about that same time, the holidays. It was the holiday season. And people always go crazy during the holiday season. It's always funny to me because I, growing up, didn't celebrate holidays, and I still don't now. Not going to get into that because people get really pissed off if you talk about holidays. I'm not going to get into that, but just personal reasons. I just don't see the point. But people get real crazy, and like I said, I've got nothing. If you choose to celebrate holidays, it's your prerogative, your opinion. It's your right. Do what you do. It's just funny to me, the stress people put on themselves over the holidays, and the fact that I know people who will go into debt just to buy things for people that they really don't like, just because they feel they have to because it's the holidays. So I remember this particular holiday season, I think it was a year ago or so, a couple years. It was just so funny to me. I just started like looking up and researching, just buying too much and over shopping and consumption and consumerism, and I was just looking up all these different videos and reading different articles about it, and it just really struck me, about this totally consumer culture we have, where it's all buy, especially around the holiday season, and people just feel they have to have these things, or they have to give these things, and they just go in so much debt. It was just staggering to me. And I said, I want to be nothing like that. I want to be like the total opposite. When everybody else is buying, I said, you know what? I'm going to be giving away. I'm going to be selling. And that's when I actively took the next step, and I said, you know what? I'm just going to give away or sell as many of my possessions as I can. And that's what I started doing. I was already on eBay, so like my collections, all the stuff that was valuable, except for maybe one or two things that really had some meaning to me, I sold. I just mass sold, all my valuable comic books, Playboy collection, other stuff, just sold it on eBay. And then mainly a lot of the other stuff that wasn't valuable just gave away. And then I just start looking around the house at stuff that I've had and didn't use or didn't need. And this is one of those things that it's once you get into it, you realize how much useless stuff you really have in your house. Like, it's just it became like almost an addiction with me, getting home after work and finding more stuff that I could get rid of. And there was just so much of it. And like I said, I live in a little one-bedroom apartment, and I never was, really big on other than the stuff I was collecting, buying a lot of stuff. But I just had all this pointless stuff. And so that's what started me, down the road. And then I also came across other people. I'd heard of minimalism, but I actually came across people online who were minimalists, living a minimalistic lifestyle, and I just kind of embraced it for myself. He said, I like that. Sometimes in life I shy away from labels, but I said this one is one that I will, pick up and run with and consider myself one. At the end of the day, I like to think of myself as an advocate for simple living. I think that's the big, broad, general thing. I'm all for simple living. And I think minimalism is a tool that helps me live simply. So, the other day I'm a simple liver, but I am a minimalist too. But that's just one of the many tools I use for that. Plus, too, it's easy in conversation. Because if people say, why is there nothing in your house? You say, oh, I'm a simple liver. But if you say, I'm a minimalist, they go, oh, okay, I get it. Yeah. They don't really get it, but it's a word they can relate to, and it sums it up. Anyway, so that was kind of my journey to minimalism. Just a couple kind of aha moments that came together, and it just really, changed my mindset, and then started changing my life. And I know that seems a little cliche, and people go, yeah, whatever, but honestly it has. And that's what I try to get across to people, that it honestly has changed my life since I stopped worrying so much about stuff and actually started getting rid of stuff and I actually have more time to do other things and more of my brain to use focusing on important things and not just taking care of stuff. It's it really, and I think the big thing is the mindset. Once your mind gets set on a certain path, you look at life, your whole life that way. Once you decide you want to live simply or live with minimums, then your mind looks, you know, your lens at life is colored that way. So it just changes everything. I mean, there's so many different things in my life that have changed just because I decided that I wanted to live simpler, become a minimalist. It's crazy. Like, just a real quick example, then I'll wrap this video up because I'm sure it's running long. But one of the things I've always struggled a little with is drinking. And I was never been a drink every night, get stupid, you know, beat the girlfriend up type of alcoholic. It was just more that I know I drink more than I should, and occasionally, you know, once every 3-4 months, I might have an episode. Just being real. And so this is always something I struggle with between stopping and finding a balance. But a few days ago, and this is something new, it occurred to me, like I'm always looking at things like possessions and saying, do I really need that? Why do I want to buy that? What's the core of it? And so I started asking myself those same questions that I asked myself before I purchased something. I started asking myself those questions about drinking. Like when I get off work and I go to pick up some beer, I'm like, wait a second, Tim, why are we drinking tonight? Well, you know, just got off work, want to relax. Nothing wrong with that. But I said, well, do you really need to get a 6-pack to do that? You pick up a couple beer, won't that relax you? Yeah, you know, you're right. I mean, and so it started really changing my outlook on that. And it's just in the weeks that I've been doing that, it's really helped me to gain a better control on, you know, a recurring problem in my life that, you know, better control than I've had in a while. And I just thought, I was like, man, it's powerful. It's little powerful things like that just that simple living and minimalism has helped me with. That really is why I'm so behind it, and why I continue to try to downsize and declutter and, you know, just live that way, because I have seen it change my life, and I've read the stories and watched the videos of countless other people's lives that changed, and I really kind of want to be an example to other people, because I know there's other people out there who could benefit from this style of living. There are some people that won't, that'll never change, but I know there's some people out there struggling and stressed out and just buried under the weight of stuff and, you know, their complicated life. And I know that, you know, just coming around, hopping on this minimalism train, get simple, people, I know it could help them out a lot. So, like I said, my name's Tim. This was just a real quick, though rather long, introduction into, you know, just a little bit why I got into minimalism, simple living. And please subscribe to this channel. Hope to make a lot more videos on the subject and just do some vlogging, talking about it. And thanks for watching. I will talk to y'all later.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video, and today's video is one that I'm super excited to do. I've been wanting to do it for a while, but I just didn't have the time to like go out and do it. I mentioned in my live stream the other day that I was going to do this video. Today we're going to be talking about the books I'm currently reading. So we are standing here middle of a bridge talking about books. Anyway, I realized about a month ago that I hadn't been doing enough reading, enough researching. I was kind of stagnating, it felt like, in life, because I'd got to that point where I was kind of like feeling myself, and I thought a lot of the topics I talk about or like to think about or ponder about, I thought I knew it all. You ever get that place in life, you just feel like, yeah, I've seen it all, I've read it all, I know. And then I was like, wait a second, Remember back when we used to do research every day after work? We used to read, we were on the internet watching videos, checking out blogs. Remember how our life changed so dramatically, so drastically back then when we were doing that? I was like, what happened to that? So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna start back reading again. I can always tell when I'm in a great place in life when I'm reading books. So hopped on Amazon, got some good books that I'm currently reading. Some I finished, some I'm in the middle of, some I've read before, but these are the books I'm currently reading. And don't worry folks, when I finish these, I already got some more on deck that are coming this week in the mail. So let's get started. Of course, whenever I start doing a video, like they start bringing the heavy machinery by, you can probably hear it in the background. Anyway, we ain't stopping this time. Okay, so first book, very small, very short book. Fittingly, this is one of my favorite books of all time by Seneca on the shortness of life. This is one of like the Stoic textbooks, and basically this little book here just talks about how, you know, life is so short. But actually life really isn't that short. It's really just that mainly people squander their lives. That's kind of the whole point of this book. Seneca just talks about how people squander their lives. It's an old book, it's from ancient Rome. If you don't know, Seneca was like an advisor to Nero, so pretty rough life. You know, he was rich, but he'd also been exiled. Like, he never knew when his dying day would come because Nero was a nut job. But one of the best Stoics out there. I consider myself a bit of a Stoic, so I've listened to this audiobook to fall asleep at night 100 times. It's just good to like finally get the book and have it and you know, be able to read it for myself. Real quick disclaimer, all of these books, a link to them on Amazon will be in the description box. If you think these books are cool, you want to check them out, if you buy it through that link, your boy will get a couple dollars. Okay, but yeah, this book is like $2, $3, but definitely eye-opening about the fact that, you know, you're all gonna die soon. We're all gonna die soon. Instead of like squandering the 60, 70 years we're given, if we're lucky, why not use them doing what we want to do? Moving on. Put that down there so I don't show it twice. This another one, next book. I just started reading this one, just tapped into it, but it's Everything That Remains by the Minimalist. That's Joshua Fields Milburn and Ryan Nicodemus. If any of y'all are aspiring minimalists or have been minimalist for a while, you probably have heard of these guys. They're pretty famous. They're like the most famous minimalist in the world. The documentary on Netflix about minimalism, a documentary, I think is what it's called. If you haven't checked that out, if you got the Netflix, you've been thinking about minimalism or not, go check that documentary out. You don't know how happy I was when I saw the trailer for that documentary like a year before it came out. You know how happy I get when a new Batman movie comes out? I was as happy when I saw the trailer for that video, for that documentary. It has all the minimalist people that I've been watching since like 2014. Colin Wright, I'm forgetting his name. How can I forget, what's his name? From Becoming Minimalist. What's his name? Help me out. It was a long day at work today, people. I'm drawing a blank. Y'all know who I'm talking about. You know, all the minimalists that I look up to were in that documentary. These guys are the guys behind it. I haven't read their book though. They have like a couple other books as well. They have a very you know, famous podcast out there. These guys are doing it. I was like, I want to read their book. So I just started reading this, enjoying it so far. Everything That Remains. If minimalism is something you're into, you want to check this out. When I finish it, I'll probably do a standalone review of it, let you know how it goes. Okay, now a book that I actually read in one night. I got the book after work. I went to the mail room here, picked it up, and I read it. I stayed up to like 11 o'clock. I read the book in one night. So proud of myself. This is Influencer: Building Your Personal Brand in the Age of Social Media. The Blueprint to Manage and Monetize Your Influence as a Content Creator by Brittany Hennessy. So, as y'all know, I create a little content here on the YouTubes. I'm trying to branch out into like Instagram, which is a little harder, some other platforms. I've been dabbling with Twitter for about 10 years. I'm just no bueno at it. That means no good to those of y'all who aren't bilingual like me. I know like 8 Spanish words. But anyway, I kind of wanted to, I really believe that being a social media influencer is like the it job of the future. There's already a lot of people doing it, but I feel like that's where like advertising and all that is going. People aren't going to care about, you know, Pepsi shooting a video and putting it, you know, out. No, they want someone they look up to and trust to say, hey, Pepsi's good. You know, I just feel like that's where advertising is going. Not saying I'm huge on advertising, but I just think in general in the future, you know, if I want to buy something, I go to YouTube, or whatever preferred social media site, Facebook, you like, and I check out what other people have to say about it. That's just where the world is heading. We want to know what real people that we trust and believe in and like think about things. And so, I'm trying to beef up my influence. I'm trying to be like a bona fide influencer. Just hit 10K on YouTube. I feel like an actual YouTuber now, so we'll see. But this was a great book. It's really for people who have way more, 10, 100 times more like followers or subscribers than me. But it was good to kind of see into that world. And it just kind of maps out when you get bigger and you get 100,000 or 1 million, followers on whatever platform, some of the things you can do. It was really geared towards like, for women who do like fashion blogs, Instagram, things like that. But as I was reading it, I was trying to see how you could gear it towards, like for me, I don't want to be an influencer who's like helping people sell stuff. I'm not even selling nothing. People are always telling me to sell stuff. Like, I don't really want to sell nothing. So for me, it was like, how could I use these same tactics to be an influencer for helping people to, convert to simple living, or become a minimalist, or to quit their jobs and start a side hustle. All the things I believe in, for helping people to see that, there is something to this whole Zen way of life, or Stoicism. All these things I believe in. How could I be an influencer for that? So that was kind of how I was looking at it, but still a really good book. Definitely check it out. Read it in one sitting. It went pretty fast. Not saying it was like an easy book to go through, but it went pretty fast and really enjoyed it. So there's that. Moving on, I got like phone numbers fall. You can see, like, I had to, before I started the video, I had to go through and shove all my, my bookmarks. I don't buy bookmarks. I just find receipts, and this one had a phone number on it. Every now and then your boy still falls. Anyway, this is a book I feel like everyone's heard of. If you haven't read it, you should. This is another audio book that I fall asleep listening to every night. Not every night, but a lot of nights. I will actually leave a link to shout out to the people who recorded audiobooks and put them on the internet, and I think they're really good copies. I'll leave a link to the audiobook for this, as well as for On the Shortness of Life. But I also think everyone should pick up their copy. This is Walden, written by Henry David Thoreau. Another one of those books that a lot of the books in school, they say everyone should read. I don't agree with. I don't care if you read Shakespeare or not. But this is a book I feel like everyone should read. If you're into like simple living or something like that, this is the book you need to read. Thoreau just, it was written in the 1830s or something like that. But I won't say ahead of his time, because this stuff is good for any time period. But this dude was just on some really good stuff about, everybody, everyone around, some of the same stuff we all think about. Everyone around him working and striving, but not really like, doing anything, living the same lives, and they're all wrapped up in fashion and, all this other stuff. And one of my favorite chapters is when he talks about, he compares the houses of his time to like the Native Americans of the time. There were still some alive back then. They hadn't massacred damn near all of them back then, like they have now, sadly. So he talks about how the civilization, the civilized people thought they were so nice in these big houses that they had to like work their whole lives to pay for. Where he says, he uses the term savages. They live in these wigwams that they throw up in a couple days. Who's better off? And so they have all the time to go out and do what they want. Civilized people look down on them, and say they're savages, but they're not spending their whole life slaving away for a building, that they're to pay off a building that they'll never really own. It's crazy. Like he has some really good points on just like simple life, and just, he went out to Walden Pond and just lived off the fruits of his labor. Just something that I guess it's still possible to do. But back then it was a lot more possible. This is a really good book. Like I said, if you're into simple life, anyone who's thinking about like minimalism, simple living, van life, anything that's like small space, living with less, all that, this is like one of the premier books on it. And I don't think a lot of people know that, because it doesn't have like #van life in the title. But if you haven't read Walden, check it out, or listen to the audiobook. But this is another book. It's $5-6. Some of the reason I really love like these classics is because you can get them so cheap on Amazon. Some of the newer books, people, they proud of them. They want $15, $20, $12. These old books, they're like public domain. You can get it for like $6, and it's a thick book. You'll be reading this for weeks. So definitely check out Walden by Henry David Thoreau. Last but not least, a book I bought solely for the title.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Quit Like a Millionaire, No Gimmicks, Luck, or Trust Fund Retired, Stop Working, Start Living by Christy Shin and Bruce Luing, which is mainly Christy. But this book, I forget what book I was looking at, and Amazon does a great job of upselling you. And they were like, you know, they show the books on the bottom of the page that are like similar, and Quit Like a Millionaire, I just thought it was a cool title. Because I was looking at like financial freedom books, things like that. And I was like, I like that title. And I checked the book out and I was like, I'm not gonna buy that. Because I could tell even from the blurb, it focused on a lot of stuff like anything like millionaire, I usually don't care about. Anything about like get rich or millionaire or all that, I'm like, whatever. But I like the term Quit Like a Millionaire. I was like, that's pretty cool. That's catchy. But I could tell that it was along the lines of like a lot of, it was about being rich. And I don't really care about being rich. Okay, I'm more about like figure out how to do what you want to do without having to get a lot of money. But you know, I actually I went on YouTube and they were on a podcast talking about the book, and I liked what I heard. And so I picked the book up. Christy Shin, she grew up like dirt poor in China, then came to Canada. She's Canadian. Not by birth, but she is, I guess, Canadian now. And she just talked about that's what I really liked about this book. The contrast about like being dirt poor in China, coming to Canada, you know, working her way up through the system, going to college, getting a good job, and then realizing that's not what she wanted to do. But she still has this mindset of like being dirt poor, you know, very frugal with her money, but then she realized that like that wasn't enough, like you have to do some other things. So it goes in and talks a lot about investing and all this other stuff. A lot of it over my head. There's lots of, you know, charts and graphs and stuff, and a lot of it just, you know, you see that's, you start losing me. What? So I didn't finish. I got like halfway through this book. I did not finish because I realized it was more into stuff that I'm not into at the moment, but I did learn some stuff. Like, if y'all ever watched my investment video, I talked about real estate investment trust, REITs, or something that the few dollars I do have in the stock market, that's what my money's in. I need to do an update on my tips investing video. But I learned something about the dividends from the REITs and the taxes on them that I did not know. So this is a good book if you're really heavy into like, you know, because she worked at a good job for so many years, and then they like, you know, through investing and things like that, they're able to travel the world and they became millionaires. So if that's you, I check this book out. It's like $12. Not a bad read. Just totally wasn't up my alley. So I was like, I'm not gonna spend time finishing it when I got other books that I know I can really appreciate. Anyway, those are let me pick them all up. We do a nice little spread here. Whoa. Those are the books I'm currently reading. Check them out on Amazon, or whatever other book platform you're into. Real quick, if you go on Amazon, don't buy used books. Amazon has used books. Don't be paying full book price. You know, go to they got a little section that says other books from, go there, get them books used, you know, get these books used. Or if you ballin', get them new, whatever. But these are the books I'm currently reading. If you've read them, let me know what you think about them in the comments. If you've got any book recommendations, books you think I should read, let me know. Like I said, I got some books on deck that I'm really happy about coming next week. I think tomorrow. A couple come in. Yeah, so I got some. So I gotta finish these up and get to it. Yeah, I'm back. We reading again. So I'd love for y'all to jump on some of these books or jump on some other books. Let's do some reading. Let's learn something. Like, you know, TV's cool, Netflix is cool, but let's read some books. Let's learn something. I'll talk to y'all later.
How's it going, everybody? Tim here, back with another video. And today I wanted to talk about the concept of living our dreams or die trying. Do you remember 10 years ago or so? I don't know. The rapper 50 Cent came out with his debut album, and it was called Get Rich or Die Trying. And he also had a movie that came out, I think, a year or so later, same title. And basically, what he was explaining was that in his past, the ideal, he knew he was going to be rich. He wanted to be rich. He had to be rich. And he basically had to do certain things that could have led to him, you know, going to prison or dying or whatever to get rich. But he had decided that he was going to be rich or he's going to be dead. Like there was no middle ground. You know, that's what he was determined to do. And in his case, it turned out, despite almost being killed, when he got shot 9 times, he didn't die, he got rich. And so it was kind of a very like gangster hip hop inspirational story, which in all actuality, I think probably led to a lot of young men being killed trying to follow his advice. But not here to judge. I'm just using this as an example of someone who just drew a line in the sand and said, hey, I'm either going to be rich or I'm going to be dead. And the reason I bring this up is because I feel like, while maybe his dream wouldn't be a dream that was mine, that of wealth, no matter what, I feel like if a lot of us had this same mindset when it came to dreams in general, or whatever our dreams were, that we would actually accomplish them. If we just sat down and was like, you know what, in this life, this one life that I have that I know of, if I am either going to live this life chasing my dreams and acquiring my dreams, or I'm going to die. There's not going to be any middle ground. If we pledge to have no middle ground of mediocrity, or just, doing what people say we should do, or doing what we can do, if we pledge that I'm either going to get my dreams or I'm going to die trying to get my dreams, then we will get our dreams. But I feel like most people just don't have, that mindset. Most of us, I know I didn't until quite recently. Most of us just don't look at it that way. I feel like most of us are lulled into this kind of mediocre existence where we get very content. It's like, well, I'm not really doing what I want to do, but I do get like 200 channels on cable. So, it gives me, fun every evening. Sure, I'd love to be doing this, but, where I'm at now is pretty cool, blah, 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 blah. And sometimes even when we're not, doing pretty cool, it's like, well, maybe I'm not living my dreams, but hey, I can come home and get high or get drunk every night and forget about it, so whatever. I just feel like that's where a lot of people are, and very few people just sit down and say, you know what, screw it, I'm going to chase my dreams, or I'm going to die trying. The funny part about that, though, is, as I mentioned in my other video about the embracing the fragility of life, we are all going to die. It's not like if you sit down and say, I'm going to achieve my dreams or die trying, that then you're going to be one of the few people who dies. No, we're all going to die. We've seen this movie in our loved ones. We know where it ends: death. So it just, if we're all going to die anyway, why not spend your life trying to live the life you want to live? It doesn't hurt anything if you have the live your dreams or die trying mentality, because you're going to die anyway. So why not spend the time you have alive chasing after the things you want to do with your life? I mean, it doesn't make sense to live a life that you don't want to live. Now, as I always say, I understand we get in situations in life, sometimes we have responsibilities, and sometimes in order to fulfill those responsibilities for a certain amount of time, we may have to do things, we aren't on our dreams list. When you got kids to raise, sometimes you have to make sacrifices. Sacrifices have to be made in life. However, even while you're making these sacrifices, you can be chasing your dreams. And I feel like that sometimes people too, when they see someone like really going out and getting their dreams, we're quick to bring up why we can't do like that person. Well, if I didn't have to do this, this, and this, yeah, I could do that too, but I can't. But see, that's where the whole chase your dreams or die trying comes in. No matter what life throws in front of you, no matter what the obstacle, no matter what it is, you're determined that until you're dead, you're going to keep chasing that dream. Until death, no matter what happens. And even saying this, I know, even saying this, like, I start thinking of all these things in my head that could happen, that could keep me from chasing my dreams. And it is hard to be like, well, even if I got in a car accident tomorrow and became a quadriplegic, I'd still chase my dreams. It's hard to think that. But that's the only way to ever get that mentality, is to take whatever obstacles are in front of you today and overcome them in your chasing of your dream. And that'll build up confidence. And then you'll start to say, well, if I could overcome that obstacle, whatever life throws at me, I'm good. I'm going to keep going. And then and then you work with that mentality all day long, every single day. Every day is spent doing the things you have to do, handling business, taking care of your responsibilities, but also building upon that dream foundation. Every single day, try to do something that is getting you closer to whatever it is you want to do. Owning your own business, traveling the world, finding your soulmate, having 10 kids, whatever that dream is of yours, be determined that every single day you're going to be doing something to help you get there, and that you are going to spend your whole life until they put you 6 feet under or burn you up in a what are they an oven? How do they cremate people? I don't know. Or whatever happens once you die, you're going to spend your life until they do that, chasing your dream. Live your dreams or die trying. The beauty of that is eventually you will get to your dreams, and then you just be living your dreams, and that is like the best possible form of living there is. I personally haven't achieved all the dreams I want to achieve. I've got bigger dreams. I'm going after them. But some of the smaller dreams that I've had that I have been able to achieve is just a great feeling. So many times we're just living these days and we're down and we're just like, my body almost didn't know how to react certain times when I just kind of woke up in the moment and realized that I was actually doing something that I said I was going to do. 6 months ago, I said, I'm going to do this, and now I'm here. Like, it was just kind of this crazy feeling, one of the best feelings you can ever have. And even when I had bad days, I could still be like, you know what, today sucked, but I'm still living my dream. One of the best feelings I've ever had. Part of the reason I make this video is because I want everyone to have that same feeling. And I want everyone, to just know what it's like to live life to the fullest. So, I'm Tim. Today's thought, just be determined to either to live your dreams or die trying. And then when you get there, you'll be glad you made it, and you can come back and tell me thank you, and send me pictures. I don't know. Thanks for watching. I'll talk to you later.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video. And in today's video, I wanted to talk about a topic that I've talked about before, but I think it is so important. I think it is so valuable. I think it can have such a big impact on your life that I wanted to do another video about it. And I'm probably going to do 13 more within the next year or a couple years. And that topic is gratitude. Someone asked me the other day, they were like, they know I do like little videos and try to be a motivator. And they're like, what is if someone asks you, like, what's the number one thing you would say to help change someone's life, help someone be happy? And without, missing a beat, I was like, gratitude. I really do think that gratitude is one of the most important as well as one of the easiest ways to find happiness in your life, because it doesn't really require you changing anything other than your mindset. With gratitude, you don't have to go out and get anything new. You don't have to change any behaviors. Like, all you have to do is just be grateful for what you have now, the situation you're already in. Don't have to change anything. Don't have to fix anything. Don't have to buy anything. There's no e-course. You know what I'm saying? All you have to do is get the mindset where you are grateful for what you already have. And this works for everybody because all of us have something. All of us have something which we can be grateful for, even if it's just the fact that you are alive and breathing. Even if it's just that you are alive, you got up today, were able to live. If your whole rest of your life is downhill from there, at least you have that. But for most of us, we have way more in our lives to be grateful for. Most of us have so many things we could be grateful for, but what happens is, the reason why a lot of us are unhappy, the reason why there's a lot of like depression and stress and sadness in the world, is because we're trying to live up to a higher standard, or live up to what society says is success, or where we should be in life, or we want what someone else has. We live in a very social media driven age. This is good and bad. The bad part of it is that we constantly get to see what other people are doing. We get to see what other people are achieving, what other people are wearing. And even though in a lot of cases, these people are faking it until they make it, but we just see that. So we're constantly faced with what other people have. This gets us down, because a lot of times we want some of that stuff naturally. We want some of that stuff. We want to be doing what they're doing. We want, a lovely mate, spouse like they have. We want the nice family like they appear to have, the happy family life they're pretending to have on Instagram. We want all that.
You know, all the time we are being faced with, all the time throughout the day, it's been put in front of us. People living the life we want. And this can make it super hard to be grateful for what we have because we're always striving to get more. And I'm big on goals and wanting more out of life and living your dreams. Of course, I think that's important. But it's also important to be happy with what you have now. The best place to be in life is all about balance. The best place to be in life is when you're grateful for what you have, and then you're also actively working to achieve your dreams. You're grateful for what you have, blessed, feel blessed to have it, genuinely feel blessed to have it. Not just saying that. You didn't just put hashtag blessed on the front of your car, but you genuinely feel blessed and grateful to have what you have. Be living the life you're living, but you're also trying to level up. That's the best place to be in life. But for a lot of times, in society most of us grew up in, it's always about getting more. You know, like you see, millionaires who want to be like triple millionaires. Is that a thing, a triple? I don't know. You see really rich people trying to get even more rich, and you're just like, why? You know, like, and it's in our society is preached to always want more, bigger, better, whatever. And so we can find ourselves living a very comfortable life, especially a lot of us in Western civilization, United States, Europe, places like that. We can be living very comfortable lives. We can be living a life that 80% of the world would kill to have. You know, we're like the poorest rich people in the world here in America. You know, we're the poorest the poorest rich people in the world. Like we could be making, $30,000 a year and think that we're just, not making it and not successful. You're making less than that and be doing better than 70% of the world. You're like, oh, I'm only making $30,000 a year. There's people who make $3,000 a year. Okay? We can be living a great life. We could be, oh man, I wish my family life was happier. There's some people who don't have a family life. There's some people who have no family whatsoever. They feel like they're traveling through this world absolutely alone. There's people who get up, go to work, come home to nobody. There's people who die and nobody knows about it for like years. They smell them. They end up smelling them dead in the house because they have nobody in their life. So, in whatever situation we're in, whatever situation you're in, I'm in, gratitude is the key. Just taking an inventory of what you do have. Taking an inventory of the people you do have in your life, the loved ones you do have in your life, the financial situation that you are in, the fact that you even have a job. I preach a lot about finding a side hustle, starting your own business, but at the end of the day, those of us who still have to work to pay the bills should first start off being grateful we have a job. Being grateful we have a job that allows us to pay our bills. That's, gratitude. Being grateful for, just being able to get up and even to be able to go to work. Okay? Just being able in good enough health to go to work. That's a big one. Like, health is wealth. The older I get, the more I'm saying, like, your health is probably at the top of the list. If you are like super healthy, boom. What else can, hey, that's gratitude. That's like the height of it. Wake up every morning, you're super healthy, embrace it. I know when I was younger and was like really healthy and didn't have, any health problems at all really, I didn't appreciate how big of a blessing that was. Had a lot of bad days when in hindsight, I was like, man, them days were great just because I was feeling so good. You get a little older, your body starts to break down a little bit. You start to pay for a lot of that dumb stuff you did as a kid when you was younger. You pay for all that, by the way, young folks. Not to scare you, but the days you are in good health are you're in good enough health to actually get up and do what you have to do for that day. That's a win. That's something to be grateful for. Like, we all have things, little small things. The fact that we're able to get out and do some fun stuff when we want to. The fact you're able to spend some time with your kids, the fact that you have a car to drive back and forth to work if you need one or to get where you need to go. The fact that you were able to eat today. The basic stuff we do. The fact that you were, all of us, I'm pretty sure everyone watching this video ate something today. If you didn't, turn this video off and go get you some foods. Get down to the food bank. Let's eat. But the fact that we were able to eat today multiple times, most of us. Multiple times. There's some people who eat once a day and they're lucky to get that. Google Venezuela. Google Venezuela, see what's going on there. People are eating one time a day. Sometimes they don't eat at all because they want their kids to eat. The little bit of food they got goes to the kids. So to be able to eat 3 times a day and pick what I eat, pick what we eat, have choices, fresh fruits and vegetables, that's crazy. That's gratitude through the roof. I mean, I ordered something on Amazon earlier today, and it just occurred to me like how blessed I am to, like, pretty much anything that pops in my head, I can hop on my cell phone. Blessed to have a cell phone. Hop on my cell phone, order it, and in 2 days I get it. Pretty much anything I can think of. It's very rare that I think of something I want or need, and they don't have it on Amazon. You know what I mean? That's huge. Like, stuff like that we take for granted. We're just like, oh, modern technology. But we got to be grateful for all that. For every little thing, if you're grateful for it, for all, especially the major things, if you're grateful for it, when you are feeling down, when you're not feeling well, when bad things do happen, instead of focusing on the bad, if you turn that around and focus on the good that you still have going on, I promise you, you've got so much stuff to be grateful for in your life, you won't have time. You won't have time to think about the bad stuff. There's so much good stuff going on. You know, today I was blessed to, I've never been at this location before. I just like followed a trail from employee housing. It took me up here, and it actually leads to a hike I'm gonna do next week that I've been wanting to do. But just something like that, I'm just like, it's so, I was walking, I just felt so happy and so blessed, like, ooh, to be exploring a new area, something I've never seen. It doesn't always have to be big stuff, people. You know, the little stuff in life, just when you're able to spend an hour or two on a Saturday doing your hobby, you know, or exploring or traveling or writing or painting or photography or whatever it is you like to do, like, don't take any of that for granted. That's a blessing. You should be so grateful for that. And the cool thing about gratitude too is when you're grateful, a natural extension of that is like helping others. When you're grateful and you feel blessed and you realize you don't deserve any of all these blessings you have in your life, then you naturally want to help others. And I think that's where our society is in a lot of trouble. We live in such an entitlement era. Everyone feels they deserve something. Somebody owes them something. When you feel like you deserve and people owe you, there's no desire to pay it forward because you feel like you haven't got what you're owed. Why should I give somebody else something? That's the era we live in today. That's the world we live in today. And that's why so many people, you know, are living such screwed up bad lives, is because those of us, a lot of us in the position to help them, don't. Those of us in positions to have extra income, disposable income that we spend on all this crazy stuff we think we're entitled to, a lot of that, you know, if we lived in a way more grateful world, would be going to the people who need it. Like in the old days when we lived in tribes and villages and things like that, the collective helped everyone out. We don't do that anymore. We're so busy looking out for me, gimme, nobody gives. But when you're grateful and you feel blessed for what you have, you don't mind giving. Like, you want to give. You want others to have what you have. You want everyone to feel as blessed. And then it just gets paid forward. It gets passed on. When those people receive from you, they feel blessed for getting that from you. When they get back on their feet or whatever, they pass on. A lot of times, even before they get back on their feet, they're helping other people out. It becomes a cycle. That's how you change the world. If we live in a world full of gratitude, where everyone felt grateful for the beautiful, wonderful lives they have, a lot of these problems we have would go away. So I think for each one of us, it's like an obligation, you know, a responsibility to work on our gratitude. And it's just a mindset. Next time you feel yourself, you know, just feeling down and not liking your situation in life, or depressed, just stop and think of like 5 things you're happy to have in your life, 5 things you're grateful for. And here's the thing. I think a lot of times people think like gratitude is something that'll hit you one day. You'll just be sitting and like, boom, suddenly like gratitude will hit you upside the head and you'll start being a grateful person. No, you start learning to be grateful when you're not feeling grateful. Like when you're in a bad space. That's when you have to pick up gratitude. And it's the key to get you out of that bad space. So a lot of people are like, man, I wish I felt grateful, wish I felt blessed. Like, you have to acquire that. You have to actively do that. But like I said, the good thing is it doesn't cost anything. You just have to take the time and sit and be like, hey, what's good in my life? And a lot of times we got some really good stuff going on that we don't appreciate because our mindset's wrong. But once you get your mindset turned around, and you're just grateful to be able to get out of bed, breathe, eat, sleep, have, you know, grateful to have a comfortable bed or even a place with a roof over it to sleep in. When you get to that space, well, then life gets a lot better, because you realize that life is so much good. Even on the bad days, even during the bad times, you realize there's still so much good, none of which we as humans have earned. It was just given to us. And that just increases your happiness. When you're constantly thinking about good things, you're naturally going to be happier. Even during the bad times, your happiness level is going to be higher than it would be if you're just dwelling on the bad. So, just wanted to turn the camera on, talk a little bit about gratitude. I would love if in the comment box below, you left 5 things that you're grateful for. And I will do it when I post this video. I'll pin my comment. I'll list 5 things I'm grateful for. I would love to hear yours, because I know you got some. If you got more than that, you know, if you moved, just list 20, 30, 40, whatever. Let's go. Let's talk about it. I'll talk to y'all later. What is going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video. I realized something the other day. I realized that I have kind of dropped the ball when it comes to making seasonal work videos. Okay, I've made a lot of seasonal work videos. I'm blessed that they've done quite well. If you Google seasonal work or you go to YouTube and type in seasonal work, my videos are like some of the first listings that pop up. That's super cool. But I've dropped the ball because most of those videos were me like in the woods talking about seasonal work, or sitting in my room talking about seasonal work. I haven't really taken y'all into the actual jobs and showing y'all what I do. So today I want to rectify that. I want to take you into, I'm actually already in it, but I want to give you a tour of one of the cabins that I clean here at the YMCA of the Rockies, which is my current seasonal job, so you can get an idea of kind of what you would be cleaning as a seasonal housekeeper. So let's start the tour. So here we are in a 4-bedroom cabin, and we will start off here in the living room. Now there's cabins of varying different sizes here at the YMCA of the Rockies. There's 2 bedrooms, there's 3 bedroom, there's these 4 bedrooms. There's also some bigger union cabins with like 8 bedrooms. But this is a 4-bedroom. Here we have the living room, which is also kind of the dining room. There's the kitchen table. It's got all my stuff on it because, like I said, I'm deep cleaning this cabin, so I got a lot of stuff. We'll move over here. You know, got the lamps, got some nice couches, little table there in the middle. All this stuff you got to clean, folks. TV, little kind of nook for videos and stuff like that. Always, in a lot of these cabins, there's some nice, like, interesting artwork on the walls. I'll just say that, interesting artwork on the walls. Some of that I feel like it has been there for many, many years, but people like them. Over here we have the fireplace. Fireplaces are always fun to clean out. You know, there's a fire ban these days, so they don't really get used, but past winters I've been here, they got used, and you have to be very careful. Over here we've got a bookshelf with some books and some games. Lots of puzzles in these cabins. I don't know who's the puzzle salesman around here, but he or she is probably a millionaire, because there's tons of puzzles. I ain't seen this many puzzles and board games, you know, since Toys R Us was open. But anyway, back to the fireplace. You have to be, here's the kitchen. You have to be very careful when you're emptying the fireplace, because sometimes the ashes are still hot and you can set a trash can on fire. So I've heard. I definitely never had that happen on my crew. Never had a trash can set on fire. It's just a rumor that I've heard. I'm joking. I actually did set a trash can on fire. Anyway, very hard to put trash out once it starts burning. Let's just leave it there. Here's the kitchen, folks. Full-size fridge, microwave, dishwasher. Notice how clean this cabin is, because I was the one who cleaned it last. It's already like clean and ready for guests, but we're coming back in and deep cleaning. It's that time of the year. And in all these cabins, you've got, you know, you've got dishes, lots of dishes. Got to clean all of those too, folks. Over here, you got your cups, things of that nature. Oven, stove, you know, just you know, full kitchen, folks, full kitchen. One of my favorite areas to clean is the kitchen, because once you get like a rhythm and you learn how to do it quickly, they're pretty fun, unless they're like super dirty. Let's move down the hallway. Here is the bathroom. Ooh, okay. I love bathrooms too. I'm gonna be honest. I think I could have done a little better on those towels, but it's all good. Moving over here is the bathtub. You know, and I'll give you all the toilet one more time. Just, you know, I don't know why. Moving over here, sink, clean, spotless. You see any dirt, any toothpaste or anything like that in that bathroom, you let me know.
let's go down here to the master bedroom. More of the artwork. I actually like that one. It's the YMCA of the Rockies kind of cool kind of poster. I like that one. Moving on. Here's the master bedroom. Now, before you say it, before you be like, Tim, this bed looks a little weird. Because of the times we're living in, we're not putting comforters on the beds. So normally there would be a comforter over this bed. It would look perfect. But look at this blanket. You can bounce a quarter off that blanket, folks. Look how tight that blanket is. Don't talk to me about making beds. World's fastest bed maker, right here. I'm down to compete anytime. I'll put a week's check on it. Okay, a day's check on it. More artwork. Don't look at those curtains. Don't look at these curtains. They've been in these cabins a while. We're working on getting the curtains swapped out. You know, a couple chest of drawers, nice mirror. Let's take a look outside. Ooh, nice view outside. You got mountains out there. You can sit on the balcony in the chair, have your coffee. It's Colorado, so I think people sit out there and engage in certain recreational activities that are legal in this state, not in others. But you know, hey, you pay to rent the cabin, you can do what you want in it. It's the master bedroom, so it's got a bathroom off the side of it as well. The only difference is this one has a shower and not a tub. So yeah. Let's move on. Let's move on. There's that bed again. Ha! Boy, makes a mean bed. Let's go in here. That was the master bedroom. This is the minor bedroom. I don't know, but it's got a queen and a twin in it. I guess you put the kids in here, or you know, if you rent it with your family, you know, the one who did. If you rent the cabin and your brother, you know, and your sister-in-law come and they didn't pay for it, you put them in this room with their kids, with their bad kids. But yeah, just you know, pretty simple room. You know, I could have done better on that bed. I really could have done better on that bed. We're not. More interesting artwork. I actually like that one too. There's a couple one I like. And then here's another bedroom. This has just got the two twins, the two singles in here. Now keep in mind, and then there's the closets. This big old cabin, I cleaned it all by myself in like 2.5 hours. So you see how spotless it is. Your boy did it all by himself in like 2.5 hours. Let's go downstairs. Yes, it's got a downstairs. You're like, what? It's 2 levels? Yes. I cleaned all this by myself. 2.5 hours. Don't come for me. The name of this cabin is Kumbaya. So it has the words to the song on this poster right here. The only problem with this is when you're cleaning this cabin, you see this constantly and you'll be humming, somebody's crying, Lord, Kumbaya, somebody's hungry, Lord, the rest of the day. And you won't realize why. You'll just be like, Lord, Kumbaya, and then you don't know why. Okay, so this is the downstairs living room. This is where I started cleaning today with my deep cleaning. Let me once again reiterate, I'm on break. You know, this is where I started cleaning today. Downstairs, we got a door. You can look at, oh, look at that view. Oh, you see them? Actually, let me open the door. Let me open the door so y'all can, ooh. You see the mountains? A couple other cabins. But you got quite a good distance before, you know, there's any other cabin. So, you know, you can hang out and not really be bothered by anyone else. There's a bedroom down here. This is the 4th bedroom. For those of you good in math, keeping track. And it's got the dreaded bunk beds. The dreaded bunk beds. But we don't have to make bunk beds, you know, because of the times we live in. We don't have to make the bunk beds. That is a blessing. Thank you, management. And it's got another bed there, as well as a bathroom that you can get in from. Where's the light? Oh, I think the light's on the other side. But it's like just a shower tub. Where's the light switch? Hey, you're killing my video. You make me look crazy. Oh, there we go. Yeah, just a really small bathroom, but has 2 doors. I always thought that was very interesting. This little bitty bathroom, you can get to it from here or there, because it's way too much work to walk from right here around here to get in the bathroom. So it needs 2 doors. Okay, anyway, and these are kind of doors that I think the people who sponsor this cabin keep their stuff in, and also like the heater and the boiler and all that weird stuff that, you know, I think this one, let's see, yeah, all the weird stuff that like we don't have to deal, yeah, like this stuff, you know, the stuff we're not supposed to look at. We're not gonna go too deep in there because it's winter time and it's the Colorado mountains. There might be critters in there, so we're not going too deep in there. Yeah, but here's the living room again. So yeah, this is a 4-bedroom cabin. Like I said, all this has to be cleaned. All this has to be cleaned. Usually there'll be a crew, 3-4 people. It might take an hour or so. Like I said, your boy did it. Let's go check this out. What is this? What are these pictures? Your boy can do it in a couple hours, a little more. Oh, Rocky Mountain tracks. Okay, I guess these are animals. You'd see. Okay, I don't even know what some of this stuff is. Oh, and this is a Stanley Hotel poster. Nice. But yeah, 4-bedroom cabin. Just want to show you all that. Don't be scared. It looks like a lot more work than it really is. It's not, you know, it's doable. Ooh, look at that. You could probably sell that TV on Etsy. You're right. What is that? A Philips Magnavox from '84? That's a collector's item. And it's with remote. Oh man, hey. If this TV come up missing, folks, it was not me. It was not me. I did not put it on antiquesroadshow.com. That TV heavy. It's too heavy. The only reason it's probably still here is too heavy to lift. You can't ship that. Anyway, yeah, just want to show you all that. Any questions about seasonal work, working at the YMCA of the Rockies, anything of that nature, please hit me up. Now I gotta get back to work. Break's over. Y'all be good. Stay blessed. What is going on, everybody? It is your boy Tim, back with another video. And as you can see, today's video is going to be a walk and talk. Have not done one of these in a long time. People have been kind of asking me when I was going to do one. So I'm out walking. It's kind of like 6:30, 7 o'clock, somewhere in there this evening. Sun's going down, but the temperature's nice. Feels good out. And I'm going to be leaving Montana in a couple of days, as many as you know, to go to Colorado. So I figured I would do a walk and talk before I left Montana here in Bozeman. It's a beautiful city. Now, some of the scenery you're going to see behind me now isn't very beautiful. This is just like some wide open field, kind of around the area where I park to do my live streams. But it's a nice, like the walk from my house. I do like a square. I have like a 45-minute square cut out from my house around this area and back to my house. So I've been trying to recently walk every day for an hour. I had gotten away from walking. Y'all might have saw my hiking video the other day, and I said like that was the first time I hiked in months. And I realized I hadn't been doing a lot of walking, you know? So I've been trying to walk at least 45 minutes to an hour every day, just kind of get back in shape. And I definitely can feel it. You know what's crazy? I can tell the difference between like hiking and walking on like nature, on like trails and dirt and stuff like that, rocks, as opposed to walking on concrete. I went for that hike the other day, no problem. Now that I've been trying to walk an hour in these streets, on these sidewalks, like I feel it. like I feel it in my knees. I feel it in my ankles. It's weird. It's weird. But whatever it is, I gotta walk it out. So that's what we're doing today. Just taking a little walk. And I said this in a live stream the other day, but another reason I've been trying to walk so much is, you know, I'm in Bozeman, Montana. Not really a lot of people with the same, you know, skin complexion as I, which I've never had any problems here. It's super friendly city. Nothing but good things to say about Bozeman. But the day and age we live in, we're very like, I don't know, race has become an issue, a bigger issue than it normally was. I just think it's important for me to show that there are black people in this city. Show the cars driving by that, you know, there's one black dude, he's here, he ain't scared, you know? Not that Bozeman will be a city to be scared of, but you do have some of your elements. I do see the guys with the big rebel flags and that type of stuff, you know, you see. So I just feel like these days, like, it's important to show like there's black people everywhere. We're out here, we're not afraid. And I feel like whoever you are and whatever group you represent, you should do the same. You know, let people know whatever you are, it's America. So all of us should go outside and walk around and say, hey, I'm this and I'm here and I'm not afraid. You know, at the very least, I'm a good person. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like we're not seeing a lot of smiling faces. We're not seeing as many. Well, I'll put it this way. We're seeing more angry people out in the streets these days. So to see somebody out in the streets just like walking around and smiling, I think that is doing something for this country. So, you know, take a walk, smile, wave, you know, just let people know like normal, happy people are still out here, because you're not gonna see that on the news.
Why is this car pulling in? I'm telling y'all, whenever I start doing something, it's not even a real road up here, but like I'm doing a video walking that way, a car pulls in. I'm telling you, I can't, every time I turn this camera on, it just gets crazy. You might have noticed that I don't have a real topic for this video. I'm just kind of rambling, you know? Just wanted to turn the camera on, talk. Today was, I had so much scheduled to do today. I had so much stuff scheduled to do today. Like I said, I'm heading to Colorado end of the week. I had so much scheduled to do today. Didn't do none of it. Did not do none of it. I laid in bed most of the day on Netflix. Let's go up here. I've never gone up here. We're deviating off the sidewalk. I've always wanted to go up here. There's like a little dam almost over here. I've always wanted to walk up here, so we're gonna walk up here. Plus I'm waiting for this dude to drive off in that car. I don't know what he's doing. So yeah, this is the scene over here. Like I said, not the best scenery, but I don't know. Turn this way, y'all can see. I don't know what I'm gonna find up here. This is the way we're going. We're going in this direction. Not my best day. Y'all know me, near the end of the month, that's usually when it happens. I just get, you know, I'm still up, I'm still good, I'm still smiling, I'm still happy, but I'm just not, I don't have that extra, I just didn't have that extra in me to like Instacart for 8 hours and then come home and do YouTube, all that stuff. So a lot of bird activity going on over here. I really don't know how I get down from this other than turning back around, but in the middle of Bozeman, you know, you got areas like this. But it's okay, folks, to have a bad day. All right? You know, I'm the prince of positivity. I think, you know, you try to be in a great mood whenever possible, put that positive energy out in the world. You know, I feel like that's one of our obligations, or it's one of mine, is to try to be positive as much as possible. There's like some junk back there. I don't know what that startled me. But I feel like it's one of my obligations to be positive as much as possible. But some days I ain't got it. I ain't got it. You know, we got so much going on. Just like even on the good days these days, we already got so much stress. Just this new normal we're living in. Okay, here's a trail. I can get back out to the sidewalk, I think. Ooh, some duckies. Y'all see the ducks? Maybe. This new normal we got going on is so stressful that even on a good day, our stress level is higher than it was last year, you know? So all of us got little things going on, you know? As much stuff as I share on YouTube, you know, that stuff goes on in my life that, you know, other people don't know about. Even people like I know in real life, in IRL, may not know what's going on. So some days, you know, we all got stuff going on. We may not tell anybody else, or we only tell a couple people, and they might not be like huge things, but they add to that already high stress level. So some days you're just not gonna, it's just not gonna be there, you know? But don't beat yourself up. Take a day. These days you got every right to take a day, if possible, to yourself. Don't talk to nobody, lay in bed, go somewhere, take a staycation. I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Your mental health. Your mental health. I think this is something that we're also focused on COVID and our physical health and, you know, so many other worries that I think we're forgetting about our mental health, because, you know, your mental health can kind of, you don't notice it deteriorating because you're so busy and you're so worried. The very things that like kill off our mental health are the things that keep us from like realizing it's being killed off, right? So like a lot of times, until like it just smacks us, you know, until like depression just smacks us in the face, you know, or something, you know, or we just break into tears for no reason, we really don't realize our mental health is dwindling or going down. But I feel like now more than ever, what did I say? I think I saw a stat the other day that said 1 in 3 people under the age of 25 had thought about suicide this year, or something crazy like that. I'm not sure the exact numbers, but it was something crazy, something unbelievable. Like, I'm like, no, I had to look it up, and I was like, no way. But it's mental health is bad now. Mental health is bad now. I'm sure the suicide numbers of people actually going through with it are probably way worse than normal. I'm sure they're attributing those deaths to COVID, which kind of, in a backdoor sort of way, I guess they are. It is responsible, sort of, kind of. Not the actual virus, but the fallout from the virus. I'm sure 5 years from now we'll get the real suicide numbers. So, like, what my point is, folks, like, look out for your mental health. If you got to take a day, if you got to take a week, if you got to curl up in the fetal position and weep uncontrollably for 3 hours, like, do what you got to do. You know, don't think like we're gonna stand strong and we're gonna get through this and we're gonna endure, but don't think that like every moment of your life you have to be strong. You know, now if you got kids or other people who rely on you, you might need to be strong for them in public, but go in your room and lock the door and, and pull out that old teddy bear from childhood, and curl up with Mr. Bumpkins and Mr. Bumpkins, and just, you know, have a moment. Get whatever your guilty food is, okay, that you eat when you're, you know, your comfort food, eat it. I don't care. The quarantine 15, we done been there, gained that, lost that. It's time for a whole new, I don't know what I don't know. I was trying to think of a funny term for some more weight. I don't know. You just, if you gain more weight or lose whatever, who cares? Pull out, go to the store, go to the Dollar. They sell ice cream at the Dollar Tree. Go to the Dollar Tree, spend about $3. Get you a tub, get you a tub of ice cream, and sit and watch, I don't know, 90s reruns of shows and eat. You know what I mean? Don't feel like you have to hold yourself to the normal time standards, right? Take care of your mental health, whatever that takes. Now, you know, you might be on the other end of the spectrum. You might need to work out all day, get your mental health. You might need to read, listen to audiobooks, go for a hike like I kind of have to do sometimes. Whatever it is that keeps your mental health in track, do it. Do it. And don't be shamed. Do it. Okay? I think one of the things we're starting to see, that this whole life of working, of living just to work and make money and pay bills is starting to fall apart. So if that's already fallen apart, don't think you have to, you know, follow the party, you know, walk the straight and narrow with that. It's falling apart, folks. It ain't gonna be here much longer. I mean, it'll be here, but we're gonna see some serious cracks in it. Okay? Unemployment numbers going back up. Going back up. They started dropping, now they're going back up. Sadly. You know, so don't feel like you gotta be, you know, the best worker and just following that straight and narrow these days, folks, because a lot of the stuff we've been living for and we thought was important before is going away anyway. It's going away anyway. The world is changing. I say this in so many videos and each and every day, like a day like today when I laid in bed. So I watched, not only did I watch a lot of Netflix, but I also watched a lot of kind of like news reports on YouTube, things like that. I never watch the news on TV, but I will look at certain reports on YouTube. Ones that I search for that I want to watch. Not just them putting stuff up on the evening news, no. But it further shows me how much the world is changing. The world is changing, and we cannot be expected to not change or to not be affected by it. And I know how so many of us are. We beat ourselves up over things and we want to be, you know, just no matter what, just that rock. Nah. Soften that rock up some. It's 2020. You know why? Because we're gonna need all of our mental health for 2021. So, you know what I'm saying? I was thinking today, I was like, I feel like I was born for these times, right? I've said this before. Maybe not so much on this channel, but I say it to my friends a lot. They're probably tired of hearing it. I feel like I was born for these times. Like life, just the normal life before this was cool, especially these last 5 years, but it did not seem totally real to me. This is starting to feel like the real world, because we're starting to go through a lot of the stuff I read about in history books. I was one of those kids, I buried my head in history books. You know, all I wanted to read about was when I was younger was Native Americans and early baseball. I know more about 1920s baseball than I know about 2020s baseball. That's seriously. So I've always been like big into history and just seeing some of the bad times we had throughout history. This feels like one of those, feels real. So I've always said like this was the time I was born for, but it occurred to me today, there's no guarantee that like I'm gonna have the mental strength to get through it. Like it had never occurred to me like I was gonna have to do some work to get through it. I like this right here, they got the Tesla chargers. That's pretty cool. That's super cool. It just never occurred. I was always like, oh, I was born for this time period. Yeah. But I'm like, oh wait, I gotta figure out still how to make it through this time period. And then also the next thought that occurred to me, I was like, well, what am I supposed to do? You know what I'm saying? I think the universe is kind of teaching me patience, because it's like, okay, that time period you're born for, feel like this is why you were put on this planet in the body of Timothy Ward at this time. It's here, but not gonna immediately show you what you're supposed to do. So I got a lot of work on me personally, and I feel like a lot of y'all probably feeling the same, maybe not the same crazy thoughts as me, but the whole thought of, hey, we got to get through this, we got to endure. It is endurable. Humanity will survive, but that's going to take some effort. And I really think that having your mentals in place is a big part of that. So that is one of the reasons I've been trying to read more. I'm thinking when I get to Colorado, I might try to read like a book a week. I don't know. I'm be hanging out with my friends a lot when I get to Colorado. I didn't already said this. I'm gonna be in them streets. You know, I mean, not crazy. It's COVID, so you can't get too crazy. But I do want to spend more time with my friends, like after work and stuff. But I was like, I might hold myself to reading one book a week, something like that, just to get my mentals in shape. I listen to a lot of audiobooks at night going to bed. I try to put on an audiobook, listen to something by one of the Stoics or by a philosopher like Alan Watts. Just keep my mentals in place, you know? Have good discussion over the phone with intelligent people. I talk to my dad a lot. He helps me get my thoughts together. Talk to my boy Cyan. You know, y'all know my friends. Y'all know my friends. You know, talk with Abby. Talk with my friend Jasmine. You know, like I've been trying to just talk with some of my friends from back home. Just trying to have conversation. Oh, the sprinklers are on. That is one thing about this walk, is all the sprinklers come on at 7 o'clock, and it's Montana, so people got money, so they don't mind watering the sidewalk. So I be getting wet because I refuse to like walk around them, because I want people who see me walking to be like, why is that dude walking right through the sprinklers? Because I don't let nothing alter my path. Nah, you're not altering my path with your sprinklers. I just walk right through them. So I look crazy, but I'll tell you, I'm weird. But maybe that shows how much my mentals are slipping. This dude's walking through the sprinkler, side of the road. He's crazy. Okay, they're off up here. Okay, cool. They just went off. Okay, cool. But yeah, just try to keep my mentals intact. I think that's important. You know, I think we focus so much on and things that arguably, yeah, we should focus on. You know, you gotta focus on, you know, the economy and how you gonna pay your bills with all these jobs being lost, and trying to stay healthy and wearing your mask, and you know, lockdowns coming back in certain parts of the world, and kids going to school or not going to school, and you know, over in England, they're locking down kids at the university. They went back to college and they won't let them leave the college. It's crazy. But you know, how to get home without, you know, coming in contact with the protest, to be whatever group it might be protesting. You know, we got a lot going on. But while we're focused so much on that, we got to realize it's messing with their mentals. You got to do what you got to do to keep your mentals intact, man. Now, one thing I will say, don't do, drugs, alcohol, none of that will help. Comfort foods, okay, unless you have like an addiction to food, then maybe not. But drugs, alcohol, you know, tons and tons of sex, all that stuff that we humans turn to, when there's problems, none of that's gonna help. But anything healthy you can do, and anything, you know, that you might not normally do, that might not be the best for you, but it's okay, go for that too. But just, you know, we got to get through this. We got to endure. It does nobody any good if we have a nervous breakdown. Okay? So,
going all the way back to what I started talking about, if you have to take a day, you have to take a couple days, go somewhere, stay home, go visit somebody. Oh, see, that's the thing. I say go visit somebody, and people are like, no, stay home, stay safe. Do whatever you got to do. Do what you got to do to get your mentals intact. I got a little quieter because dude's on the phone. I don't want to be shouting in his conversation. Do whatever you got to do to keep your mentals intact, folks. We got a long ride. This ain't over. I think we got at least another 6 months to a year of this. I just do. I wish I could be, you know, Oliver Optimist and be like, it'll be over tomorrow. But nah, I think we got another 6 months to a year of this. I think we're gonna see things getting a little worse before they get better. So definitely get this where it needs to be, so you know you can get through all this. And when the world does go back to some semblance of the way we knew it, you know, what can they throw at you then? Like, if you get your mentals right now and you go through all this and it doesn't knock you off your pivot and you stay relatively sane, when in 2024, when the world goes back to normal, what can they ever say to you? What can happen that'll, you know what I mean? You're like, man, this ain't nothing compared to 2020 to 2021. You know, so get your mentals right, hang in there. Humanity will get through this. Those of us who survive will get through it, as long as this is where it needs to be. Anyway, this is a long walk and talk, and I don't really feel like I said much, but you got some of the nice Bozeman scenery. I'm in a way better mood just from sharing this time with y'all. Wanted to give y'all a walk and talk. Promise you the next one will be better. Love y'all. Stay blessed. Talk to y'all later.